Dangerous cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart.
And that'll be it.
And they run over the shot.
One more chance, one more push. Maybe they turn it around. It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Disrespect. Just give it to him, bro. 1, 2, 3. A huge shatter from Baloo.
I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello, fellow Overwatch enthusiasts. Welcome to another day in the Overwatch League. I am Zoe, and joining me are my business associates, not friends. Jonathan Snowden, of course, we have Jacob Line, and Danny, not Daniel, Lim.
Pleasure.
A pleasure to meet you. Make business with you on this beautiful day. That's so not business. That's the spirit.
I won.
That's, there's always got to be a winner here on the desk. It doesn't matter what we're playing, and it's the same for our teams. Lots is on the line. All of our teams are still fighting for $1 million in prize pool. That's right. There's a lot of money up for grabs. Cold and hard cash. And if you want to join us all in Toronto for the grand finals to find out who is going to walk away with the bag, make sure to get your tickets right now. They are on pre-sale through July 28th. So head on over to overwatchleague.com/2023/playoffs.
Get them now.
Get them now.
Oh, it's hot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's good. It's a good plug. I like it. I am very excited for the grand finals. Not only do we finally get to see the teams playing on LAN again, since we on the desk have not been so fortunate to head on over to Korea for the mid-season madness, we finally get to see them in action in Toronto, in front of a crowd. I couldn't be more thrilled. So we very much hope that everyone out there watching will be part of said crowd, so we get to meet you as well and get to enjoy some really good, top-notch Overwatch with everyone. Now, let's take a look quickly at our current standings to see which of the teams are currently the closest with their greedy, greasy fingers to getting all that money. Atlanta Reign, yes, they took an L yesterday, but they're still doing pretty darn good up on top. And, you know, the second, third, and fourth place still hotly contested. In the bottom of the barrel, we still kind of see the same teams as the beginning of the season. What is it, John?
So with Atlanta losing, Vegas is the only team with a 0 in the column.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's something to be proud about?
No, it's just an observation. Just an observation.
Just pointing it out.
Just an observation.
I like it. That's good.
I feel like they're on their way to like a win somewhere though, right? Like with guys
really
like
though,
Knife.
you really think so?
I mean,
Knife is alright.
Knife alone has to get them one win. That's his performance.
We probably have to look at the schedule to see where the possibilities
They're playing
are.
Shock twice. Just play Ryan.
Yeah, apparently anyone can play against the Shock if you play Ryan. If you don't know what we're referring to, well, we're referring to yesterday. Guys, yesterday, we have to talk about it. We have to visit Upset City. I think it was a glorious day of Overwatch, win or lose. All of these teams put up such a show for us. It was one of the most entertaining day of matches from start to finish. And of course, we have to address the big one here. Atlanta Reign finally took their first W, and a team to take them down finally was the Houston Outlaws. Jake, your boys in green did it. It was a bit of a grudge match for them as well. How did they get it done?
You know, it was really impressive performances all around from the squad. I think you can't look at this match as like, okay, they figured out some solution to like, oh, we found the Atlanta Reign's weakness. No, it's just incredible play all around. I think the backline in particular, Shu and Violet, these guys were lights out in this match. Shu was sleeping so many of these flankers, and these are, I mean, the best flanker players in the world. So for Shu to have a game like that just makes you really believe that like anything's possible for this Houston team. You know, I think we were criticizing Fearless for when he said, okay, we weren't warmed up, we're losing to Boston and Florida, we didn't, you know, we took too long of a break. But now beating Atlanta, it's adding genuine credence to that claim, and I think I'm more excited than ever for the playoffs in Toronto because now it really feels like there's uncertainty. Like anybody can win, you know, with Florida, Boston, they beat Houston, now Houston beats Atlanta. I don't really think the transitive property is there. I'm still a Houston believer, but I think at very least they showed Houston that the gods can bleed. Like Atlanta, they're only human. You know, they can be defeated. And I think for a lot of teams, maybe this can be a clarion call of like, okay, we can't just like write this match off anymore. maybe is this Atlanta flagging? I think it's just an incredible, great performance from Houston. I think other teams will have to be on that level.
That's cope. That's cope, Florida.
No, I mean, I love the mental gymnastics there.
You gotta
This
do
is on an Olympic level, though.
You've got to believe.
You gotta believe,
gotta
but you
believe.
also gotta prove it
Yeah.
in the end. So far, Houston Atlas, of course, have been the only team who were actually able to take Atlanta Reign down. Maybe they're the only team. It is left to be seen. Not how much we saw yesterday, another upset we got to witness. Danny, once a London Spitfire superfan, you kind of lost faith along the way.
No.
Are you back on the high?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
100%
I was always a London fan, and I was
prove it.
always on that
Prove it.
Spitfire hype train. Prove it?
Yeah, you didn't even
Prove
prove
it.
yesterday.
Prove it. Hey, I was always a London Spitfire fan. I still am.
If you have the merch, it's for real.
Yeah,
They
no,
say.
That's right here.
True.
They sent this to us.
But I mean, this match was another interesting one, a huge upset as well. We all thought that San Francisco was going to take it, but London said no, and they did one simple change. I think throughout the the whole season, they were like, hey. Ryan Rush, of course, but they were also trying to mix in that Winston dive as well, but it didn't really work out for them. So yesterday against the San Francisco Shock, they were like, hey, we should try just going for the Ryan Rush for the whole series, and it worked out great for them. Even on Gibraltar as well, a map that we don't see a lot of Ryan Rush, but they added in Sparker as with Symmetra and really making it work throughout the whole series. So I honestly think this is a look that they should be going for the rest of the season. I feel like my personal take, but I mean, they, why do something that Why let go of something that you're not really good at? And when you have something that you're really good at, just lean into it. Go for it.
It worked for them last season, right? Like
Yeah.
they leaned heavily onto their strength, which are of course always and have always been those Reinhardt compositions. And yesterday, Shock struggled. They didn't know how to take that down. They threw everything at the kitchen sink at the wall to try and make it work. And yes, they got a map. This is a good look for the London Spitfires. So maybe more of that. They will be playing again today. Now, of course, heading on to the last match we got to witness yesterday. That was the Boston Uprising and the Florida Mayhem. Lo and behold, Johnny DeWise was the only person on this entire desk who got just one single prediction right. Not super.
103, baby.
Yeah. Better than none. But how did you get it done? How did you know? How did Florida Mayhem make it all come true for you?
Another insane upset on our hands. The number 2 team
Was it
versus
though?
number 3 team. The Florida Mayhem upsetting every expectation of the Boston Uprising winning this one. No, really. I mean, Florida Mayhem, they're looking great with the versatility of all their compositions. Boston Uprising yesterday, a known quantity, bringing out Decay on the Tracer, Birding on the Sombra, and Smurf, he was diving aggressively with the Nano Boost. But the Florida Mayhem did a stellar job, especially the backline of Choring and Rapal, of peeling backwards, being prepared for this stuff. Checkmate with a great post bomb here on the Twilight, something he did repeatedly throughout the series. And I think the Florida Mayhem, their coordination, their preparedness to deal with these dives from the Boston Uprising, whether it's engaging of Twilight's biotic grenades, it's engaging from Birding's manual hacks or EMPs. The Florida Mayhem, they just seemed very prepared for this matchup, and I think it's about time we put some respect on their name as the number 2 team in the league after the Atlanta Reign in the standings. There we go. Rapal, thank you. Thank you for contributing to my prediction leaderboard climb. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. I appreciate you, Rapal.
This was really just all about you.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I guess thank you, Mayhem.
You're welcome.
It was a
They
nail
did
biter. They did all right, but it was a nail biter of a series which could have gone either way, and really came down to those last fights. And it was just so exciting, so explosive. Got to see so much creativity from the Florida Mayhem, which we all want to see more of. Now, speaking of creativity, we're very good with words, but sometimes I feel we're lacking just like the physical expression, and we need to add more.
Is this my interpretive dance segment?
Yes. No.
Yo, am I lifting? Are we
Kinda.
deadlifting today?
Kinda.
Let's go.
Add
All
a
right,
little bit.
go to the power rack.
Do some squats, baby.
Give me 5.
We thought it would be a great time, because why not, to play charades.
Oh, Charades.
Charades, that's right. I can already tell that you're a pro at this. But yeah, it's our favorite game, or not. Me, Danny versus Jake and Johnny. I think those are very fair teams in the battle of the century. Each pair will get 90 seconds to act out prompts. And the other team guesses. I know that makes very little sense because we absolutely sabotage each other. But we believe in competitive integrity.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because we're all friends, right, Jake?
Jake read the rulebook.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be trying so hard.
There you go.
Because friendship
yesterday.
is very important to you.
Yeah, I care most about my friends. Winning, building
Yep.
a strong team. It's a detail. It's the people we met along the way that matter.
The main character
They
himself.
didn't even call us friends. It's just the people along the way. It's not the friends along the way.
The
It's just
acquaintances.
We are, in fact, acquaintances.
that were made.
Well, my dear acquaintances, please head on over to our stage to act it all out. The
Jake, are
prompts
you
will
ready
be
for
on
this?
that little
Let's show them how to get it
pedestal.
done, Johnny.
And, hey, guys, if there's just one singular sound passing your lips,
I know you're desperate
that's
to
a
roll with
buzzer.
us. I know.
I love rules, and we have a hard one there. Johnny, looking at you here.
People
no
talk
talking.
about my bodily movements. I mean, I am the epitome of flexibility and
People talk about my dexterity.
my
It's
dexterity,
all the time.
my
Yeah.
expression.
Okay, are you guys ready?
Never been more ready.
And let's go.
All right.
No way.
Great. Pass.
What? We gotta do something. Oh.
But the first word is dance.
What?
Pass.
Oh, DJ Khaled.
What kind of dance was that?
I don't know.
Oh, the push bot.
Push button, yeah.
Yes.
He has a name though.
I forgot what, I don't remember his name. Cassidy.
Tracer.
Oh.
Wait, you did that's, Diva?
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
But you did Mercy?
Mercy.
Yes.
Oh, jump rat. I was a Jake rat.
It's just Jake rat.
Pass.
But they're gonna know all the words after this. He should pass everything. Yeah.
Cassidy.
Passion. That was the hat. Doofus. Oh man, you're in the red zone now.
Pass.
Oh,
Possible.
You're passing everything.
What? No, why are you passing all these?
You can't do that one.
Wait, what?
Reinhardt.
Brick. What are you doing?
What?
Oh, Ki, no, that was...
Genji.
You did the Kiriko, but... Oh, you're Genji Blade? Dragon Blade.
Yes.
Yeah, Dragon Blade. Oh, okay.
Why did you skip all of these? Why did you skip all of these?
I'm gonna put the one.
Feeding? Are you kidding me? I would have
supposed to do feeding.
I would have loved to feed Jake. I would have loved deadlift. We can deadlift. We got Danny over
Are there
here.
any words left after
Hey,
you skipped all
I
the-
think you guys should stop because
looking
we're
through them.
looking. We have to go through them too.
Yeah, but these are the
guys
used
got a
ones.
good pile.
These are the used
Stop.
ones. So don't worry. These are the used ones.
These are the used ones. Okay, well, how
have
many
more?
do we
All right.
have?
You gotta
Okay.
reshuffle.
I'm gonna keep it real. You guys suck.
I don't know what Jake skipped everybody.
You guys suck.
Tell them.
All right.
Sorry,
Below mediocre
you
is
gotta
all
make
I'm
a
saying.
call.
We will show
You
you.
gotta make a call. I trust my gut, all right?
Yeah,
We will show
trust
you
it.
how the
Trust it.
pro charades are done.
All right, I like that. I like that confidence.
All right, ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, go.
Oh.
Dive comp. Winston, dive.
Pass.
Roll, combat roll.
He got it. Okay.
Counts, it was
Okay.
Yeah. Tracer, recall.
Yeah.
Ooh, recall, yeah.
Monkey, primal rage. Winston, leap.
Yeah.
Winston.
Earth shatter.
Reinhardt.
Reinhardt. We're dominating. They are dominating. I mean,
Wait,
I don't know who's
who's
dominating.
doing good?
What are you
Driving a
driving
payload?
something? Is this a Formula One? I don't know what's happening here. The loser. We're stuck. We're stuck.
Self-destruct?
We're hard stuck.
C9, idiot.
Oh, come on. See what? A box, a window.
Application matrix.
Oh my God, was that application? No way. No way.
Oh.
Oh, Senora.
Oh,
You're doing great.
What is
Keep it up.
this?
Keep it up. You're doing great. Do stuff. Bob.
Pass. Oh.
High noon?
High
Deadeye?
noon, Deadeye. Sleep Tower. Great stuff. That's amazing. Come on. Wait, no.
Headshot.
Headshot.
Oh, well, okay. I didn't expect headshot to be in the pile. I'm sorry.
How do you do dot? How do you do damage over time? You're like 1, 2, 3.
Come on, production.
That was a tough one.
Damage over time?
I'm just saying, we didn't skip all of them.
Hey,
So.
I skipped like carry. Like, what? How am I gonna do carry?
Wait, I would have carried you. I would have carried you, Jake.
That's very.
I mean, okay.
All right, that woke
6
me
to
up.
7?
I'm awake.
Who got 7? Who got 7?
We won. Let's go.
No.
Well, that doesn't count.
Okay, that's-
All right, competitive integrity. They skip.
Takes too long. I skip.
Chat. I know you all absolutely love and adore
Jake, but
and
please.
blah, 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 but please,
Keep it real.
if you're real with yourself, if you want to like wake up in the morning and look in the mirror and know like you're not, you know.
Come on.
You guys are
Like,
sounding.
Hey, I'm part of this team too.
This is some awfully desperate.
Everyone loves a
feel like-
Swedish person. I'm
I
the
feel like a
token
winner
Swedish
here.
person.
Vote for the token
Yeah,
Swedish.
vote for the Swedish person.
Good people.
I'm the only Korean here. What are you talking about? I'm the only Korean talent.
Production. Buzz 1 if you think Danny and I won. There we go.
Wait, that's the wrong sound though.
No, but I
No.
asked for it,
Yeah.
so that's fine. Anyway, let's take a look at today's schedule because
out of breath.
if you thought that was the highlight, no, we have more for you. London Spitfire will go up against the LA Valiant. Afterwards, we're going to see Atlanta Reign. They're coming back angry, and I don't want to be the Toronto Defiant today. And the last match of the day will be fought out between the Florida Mayhem and the New York Excelsior. And all of that and much more is going to happen a little later today. For now, we're going to head into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we're back to break down the first match of the day.
Let's go. Woo! Yo, that woke me up. I think I need to.
Let's go. Now more than ever to secure victory.
Beautiful stuff.
Simply post your epic gameplay highlights on TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram with your hero wearing your team's skin. To score big for your squad, use these 2 hashtags. Hashtag skins in the game and your team's unique hashtag. Every post earns your team a point, so rally together to dominate the leaderboard. The team with the most points will win their own in-game spray.
Unbelievable.
Turn up for hashtag skins in the game, where fans become legends.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Welcome back, friends, and of course also everyone who's watching, who's not my friend anymore, who thinks that Jake and Johnny won the charades. Either way, you are watching right now, and we will get you ready and set up for our first match of the day, which will be fought out between the London Spitfire and the LA Valiant. London Spitfire showed us a very convincing victory yesterday against the San Francisco Shock. They committed, they went full Reinhardt. But now the question is, does LA Valiant have what it takes to stop that Ryan aggression?
I mean, starting off with the London Spitfire here, I love that they just swapped over to the Rhine.
Yeah.
Because like you got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
It's like a mentality reset where you go from like, oh, we're playing Winston comps, you know, oh, we're so worried about like how can we dive better. Like just playing Reinhardt, you're all in, nothing to lose. I love that mentality. So the Valiant, it's gonna be hard for them to stop it.
I think that sim adds a variable that can work when the team execution is on this level for London Spitfire. They have so much comfort across the roster, from Admiral Colosseo to Hades Reinhardt. Of course, Landon has been great on the BAP. Great to hear from him in the interview yesterday about that. So, I mean, we've seen a lot of great individual performances beyond just the team rushes. So I think for Valiant, you know, Seeker's gonna have his work cut out for him. That Sojourn, I think, kind of struggles in a rush mirror. I think it's better against dive. So for Seeker, is he going to find his inroads to have the same impact on this match that, you know, might be really hard? I think against the sim comp, that sim feels really deadly, gets her beam fully charged. It's hard to play against.
But I also feel like it could be a very close match because Los Angeles Valiant, they got their first win, and they look to be improved as well coming into the summer qualifiers. So I don't think it's going to be an easy win, even with the Rhine rush for the London Spitfire.
Johnny.
I actually think, like, you know, obviously the logical choice would be like, oh, they're going to play default, they're going to play, you know, on a Brig, Valiant that is, they're going to play, you know, typical Summer Tracer. But I actually think, like, come on, don't you agree with me here? With sort of like, what we know of the Valiant, won't they come out and play these silly compositions too with like the Orisa? So. You got Krawi, who's not a natural Winston player by any means, primarily. He has played tons of Doomfist for Wisp, for example, before the season in Tier 2, for example. I think they're going to come out on the Orisa, try to have Seeker play some hit scan and maybe Nos play some different, I don't know, not Pharah maybe, but so I think they will silly it up. I think we're going to see silly compositions here.
Silly it up?
I think so.
Even sillier than San Francisco Shock yesterday?
No, because Shock can actually pull it off. Shock can actually pull it off. They're proper.
Well, I mean, I think Shock executed really well on Gibraltar when they used Mercy and Bastion into Orisa, and then they had like highly mobile heroes. But I think then they went to Bap Zen on Esperanza, and it all fell apart because you're so vulnerable to the TP. So I think for Valiant, they've got to find a comp where you've got those high if you want to counter cheese this sim comp, you've got to play these like highly mobile heroes that also deal high damage. So I don't think you can run a Zen. I think even Ana might be hard. Maybe like a Bat Mercy with an Orisa or a highly mobile tank, and then put Seeker and Nos on like whatever hard carry heroes they feel the best on. I don't think it's about having one specific hero. I think it's having heroes that you feel good about executing on. But on the other side, I think Sparker and Backbone, these guys are scary. Like Backbone's Mei has been really, really scary. That hero, if you're on point and you're hitting headshots, it feels like a sniper. You know, it feels like you can like oppress those backliners that feel like they should be free to poke at you on the Rhine comp. So I don't think you can write this off one way or the other. I think we're gonna get a close match.
I would certainly hope so. Now let's take a look at our predictions. I went with the London Spitfire for this one. Maybe it's recency bias, but honestly, their performance yesterday just looked so convincing to me. And I would say if I look at the player comparison between the LA Valiant and the San Francisco Shock, I would rate the Shock players higher than the Valiant players. Therefore, I can't see if the Shock can't take him down and stop that Reinhardt con. I can't see how the Valiant will do it unless they go ultra silly and just catch him off guard. But I'm pretty sure London Spitfire will be prepared for that. So I'm going to go with London, but I hope for a close match.
There it is.
Spitfire.
There it is.
That's right.
Looking good, Danny.
Big Giga Chatty is back, everybody. With his Ryan and with his teammates. I believe in the London Spitfire. Let's go.
Woo!
You know, I'm a Spitfire too. I like Chatty's odds here. I think London, going back to their roots in a comp that they know that they're comfortable on, I like their odds. I think Seeker's strongest heroes don't actually do that well against this Rush comp, but I think we're gonna get silly. I don't think Valiant is gonna play some like normal, typical meta comp. So I think we're in for a good one regardless.
London rebuilding their legacy in this very moment. Okay. I know there's kind of like against the rules of predictions, but I did kind of have a sneak peek at the map pool. It is pretty good for the London Spitfire. So Valiant, they need to get off to a hot start here if they're gonna have a chance.
But since when is that against the rule?
Well, because no.
You do it all the time. You literally do it all the time.
rules of us not caring that much.
Look, they say break the rules, not the law. So that's what I did.
Are there laws governing our predictions? I might be in violation.
Yeah,
It's zero at stake.
I literally have no idea what Johnny
And we
just said.
care so deeply about it.
Whoa! No way!
That can't happen. Like exact 50-50?
50-50? Are you kidding me?
Exactly. Holy, let's go.
Well, thank you, fans.
Wow.
All right. The better blue team will win it all and will, of course, gain the rights to remain a blue team. The other one has to change the color as the rules goes. Them's the rules. Let's see.
Green Valiant.
Done. Green Valiant is back. And
Oh, Green Valiant is over there.
We have one.
Green Valiant.
Green Valiant.
If Green Valiant
Custom.
were playing, they lose.
Which color Valiant is the best Valiant?
I really enjoyed Lime Green Valiant of Season 1 because it was just so unique. It was so different. So I wouldn't be unhappy if they went back to their roots.
You got someone on your face, bro. It's those rose-colored glasses, man. It's those rose-colored glasses, bro. Blue Valiant clears.
No, absolutely
Absolutely
not. Especially after they
clears.
lose to the London Spitfire, they're going to have to change their colors.
That's crazy.
As Zoe said, Dem's the rules. But
You going with London then? You think London?
well, actually, funnily enough, I'm actually going for the LA Valiant. I think we are overreacting to the London Spitfire win against the San Francisco Shock that just really had no idea what they were doing, how to deal with that. While, if anything, the Reinhardt style that the London Spitfire want to play is better for the Valiant because the Valiant like to play that rush with the Ramatra themselves. It allows Seeker to really hit that next level playing the hit scan.
Yesterday really was like Barbie versus Oppenheimer, like Barbie London Spitfire versus Oppenheimer San Francisco Shock, right? I mean, Proper was just serious throughout the whole thing, wanting to win, wanting to dominate, and then London Spitfire just floating along, just playing their own thing, just doing what Hadi does best, run Rhine, run Mei, run Sim, TP him into the backline.
But did you just call Proper a nuclear bomb? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, the stats that he's been putting up for the last, like, 2 years, Scott? Yeah, I mean, might as well be.
And here's the thing as well. I'm excited because both teams know exactly what the others want to do, and that's why it's so poetic that it was a 50-50 split in chat, because everyone's just happy to be here, because we're not going to see much Sombra, we're going to see a lot of Rush.
I think Hardy just said, yeah, I don't know our own strat. So that's good, because they don't know, so they don't know, so we don't know, and no one knows. So that's good. No one knows what's going on.
But if nobody knows, then we have no idea
Then who
who's going to win. Oh my god.
It doesn't matter, because London are playing Rhine. And guess what? Valiant are going to play Ram. Oh yeah.
Seeker onto the Sojourn. I think the major matchup to watch, obviously the tanks, Croy versus Hardy, but also Sparker versus Seeker. They are really the major damage outputs from both of these squads. And I think whoever comes out on top will probably come out on top on this, match.
Alrighty. Well, Seeker.
Oh, wow. There you go, Seeker won.
He did. Yeah, you just slide in there. Just hit him with it. Lamp goes down. Lamp is dead. Hardy in trouble. He's still swinging though. Has that mega health pack hacked? Or at least it was a moment ago. Not sure if it still continued, but all good. Hardy maybe gets out. Maybe. You can't let Seeker take these angles either. It's going to be a bit of an issue trying to dislodge Seeker. Maybe the Lucio gets out there, boots him down. Like you mentioned, Scott. It's all about this frontline duel. Can Hardy go in? And of course he can. Wall behind him, all good. Gets the call, and they break the middle pillar. Now they got to force their way onto the point. Valiant have control.
And Matrix for both teams.
Oh my god, Hardy dashed in. Half HP. Yeah, inadvisable. Half HP, runs in. Counter window from CJ. And of course, lovely, luscious Liar picks up 2 kills.
And that's something Hardy's going to need to be careful for, because in the series against the Shock were throwing some weird looks to try and deal with it. The Valiant, they're playing pretty much strong in the front line, so if Hardy goes for these aggressive pins, puts himself out of position, he'll easily be punished just like that. And now the Valiant with a cute little positioning, jumping on top of this, I don't even know what you call this building.
There's definitely an ancient name for it.
That
a name
we
that
cannot think of.
I do not know. Annihilation for Crowy. They got Blizzard too. All the AoE. All the AoE.
And that's just done. It's already done before anything's happened.
I really like that forward hold. Seriously, you just drop on them and you have to reset them, and hey, if they can get up there again, they're going to. And guess what? Nos is going to jump down. He's going to throw Blizzard at the back.
Yeah, Seeker's going to have an overclock as well to follow that up. So this is so hard for the Spitfire to just go anywhere. No one on their team can flank, apply pressure in a different angle. They really just have to walk into this trap from the Valiant. They're just waiting. Hardy trying to step up, but
Backbone
look at his backline.
Is going on the flank. Okay, he's actually forced him down from the height. Everyone's taking a fair bit of damage. Oh, that block. That was risky. Nos does end up going down.
That's a big
No
pick.
Blizzard for the LA Valiants. But Hardy, he's got Shatter. There's no shield from Crowy. He already put it down. Is he just going to hit the solo Shatter? He's got to know Liar's got ults. Seeker's already taken down Landon. The Shatter hits the ground, but no one else follows it. The London Spitfire. They haven't got a beat really to follow it up, not after Seeker was just lasering them through the window with that overclock. Hardy and CJ do end up trading here, and it's actually Seeker that's touching right now. Speaking of AoE, there's more of it coming out from that Dragon Strike, but with Crowy on the point and with Backbone dead, very unlikely now that Avril and Sparker are going to be able to find anything in this fight. There it is, the LA Valiants are going to be able to take the first round.
And really a prime example of what I was talking about heading into this match of, yes, the Reinhardt works when you can force the other team to play your game and sort of get a little silly, but Valiant realized we think the Ramatra composition is just better than the Reinhardt. Hardy almost not able to do anything in that first round of Ruins, but now we head over to Well. I don't think either team is going to try and play like a Rush or a Tanks, as you see both tanks actually moving over to the Winston.
I mean,
you kind of have to.
We see crazy things.
It's very hard to run around as like a Ramatra when there's a big hole in the middle of it.
Seeker calling out Hardy going 002. Dude, I'm trying my best to be nice. Sorry. Well, you know, at the end of the day, as long as you're courteous to each other.
That's true.
And you're saying sorry, you're saying please and thank yous, you can't be flamed for being toxic.
It's not about winning, it's about having a good time here in the Overwatch League. As Seeker's actually going to still play the...
Is it?
Still going to play the Ashe. Valiant coming out, actually, they're making a lot of swaps. After seeing Spitfire come out on actually the Winston Tracer Sombra, I don't think the Valiant were expecting it. Yeah. Seeker goes back to spawn, switches to the Sombra. This is Valiant saying, if we end up in this Winston dive mirror, we are confident in ourselves to win that. So even though it's neither of their strengths, Valiant feels like they are better.
Oh, I thought he was just looking at a bush, but I didn't see the translocator. He was just fighting. I was like, that's a really weird spot for you to be looking around. Let's go on the translocator. Seeker's gonna have to replace it.
Spitfire
First
first
cap
cap.
too. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Backbone
that's-
didn't get his taken away from him, so he TP'd back.
That's just a Valiant.
Oh, good nade.
Having to go back against both backliners. That should at least give them a little bit of space.
No, there's no follow-up there, really. I mean, you need Nos or Seeker to follow up with that. Speaking of which, goodbye, Nos.
And Landon, he's just getting kept up. And Admiral, Landon just playing really well together. Croy can't do anything, so Valiant just haven't really offered any resistance in the first 26% of this map.
You got the skill. You got the skill. All good. I mean, that was really just kind of a small little dominoes there when Backbone kills the Translocator of Seeker. Seeker has to replace it. They can't make an engagement because Seeker's not there to hack or like follow up with damage. Like a very, very small, minute thing that might look unimportant for the most part actually kind of trickled into London getting the point there.
And a lot of percentage, it's still counting. Valiant are starting to come up in the ultimates, the nano boost, the EMP, but both sides are going to have these tools. So you can see London Spitfire just happy to sort of look at each other over the top of this roof, but in goes Hardy.
There's the nano. No whip shot. Oh, post bomb onto CJ. Now lies alone. Very sad, very sad. Crowy didn't get a nano in. CJ dead. Oh, good sleep.
Gonna
on the
get
exit.
staggered.
Is that stagger?
Yeah.
It is indeed, yeah. There's the nade from Landon. Oh, and goodbye Translocator again. Right into the health pack, that one.
As much as the first round was
Save Hardy.
completely one-sided for the Valiant, this time Spitfire firmly in control. They haven't had to use almost any ultimates so far as well. And it's last fight for the Valiant. They're going to have to pop almost everything, Jack.
I mean, this is a complete reverse of what happened last round, where like it's just Valiant shutting them out. What? What is Backbone doing?
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah,
Touch the spawn door.
actually touched the spawn. He's looking for the Translocator. I guess he spotted it in the spawn, so he can't actually shoot it because the barrier. EMP? Only hit Hardy by the looks of it. Now Seeker's trying to get in there. Get a manual hack. There's Seeker.
Back into spawn.
All the way back. Yeah, he's too scared, man. Backbone's always trying to hunt to those Translocators. I mean, it's going to take him a long time to get back in, and Hardy just popped Primal, by the way. So they didn't even get anything with the EMP. But Alone Spitfire definitely did. Nos and Crowy get hacked, and then Crowy can't even use Primal Rage. Nano boost on the Tracer, but there's a rally going on. I mean, Spitfire, they've lost Admiral, yes, but this is just an upwards hill fight now for the Valiant. Good bash onto Sparker, but he's got a pulse in 10. Stall time now for the LA Valiant as Hardy and Backbone are pretty low. Have to regroup in cage. So let's give enough time for Valiant maybe to cap that point, and the flip does end up coming through as Nos and Crowy rejoin the fight.
Yeah, London Spitfire, it felt like they had the man advantage, but with Liar's rally just going for that much longer, it didn't feel like they could do anything about it. As finally, the Valiant start to get some percentage here on the board. But man, I cannot believe that EMP from Seeker. He threw it in so early, then translocated it all the way back to spawn. That's how good of a job Backbone is doing on this Sombra of just shutting down everything Seeker wants to do. And that's an interesting look here for Backbone and the London Spitfire, because in the past they haven't been that good at the Sombra, and Backbone hasn't even been playing as of late, but Spitfire coming back in with the Nano Boost onto Hardy.
Oh, Nano Boost looked like he was in the bubble there, but I think his head was poking out of it. Lego's landed. Hardy jumping straight back in. I mean, just an unbelievably ridiculous backline to dive. I mean, luckily the bubble there separates them both, but still Nos with the re-engage. Nice nice play by Nos. Don't want to go too aggressive. You've got to help your backline at some point. Only Liar ends up going down, and now Valiant are up to 50%.
And Nos has been the man of the last few minutes, at least on the Tracer. He's been finding all the final blows, that opening pick onto Landon with the Pulse Bomb as well. This is what they need from him. He's going up against Sparker, someone who's not known as a great Tracer player. He's solid at it, but he's not known as a great one. If he can win that advantage, that's huge for the Valiant. As 70% now for the Valiant. Seek has another EMP, CJ with another Nano.
All right, where's the Translocator? That's the question. There's the EMP on the backline, landed super healthy. He didn't even fall below 50%, yeah? Zero follow-up there. And now Crowy's in. He's in super late. Has got Primal though, luckily. He's going to unleash it, but I mean, the issue is here again, no follow-up, and you're just getting farmed now for ult charge. All right, what do London Spitfire have in response? They got an EMP of their own and a Primal Rage, but an unbelievable nade leap onto the backline. Crowy just flattens Admiral and Landon. I mean, this might just be it. I mean, Primal Rage from Hardy, Admiral and Landon are spawning at the same time, but Hardy needs to be able to touch a boop onto CJ, but doesn't quite get him in the well. This is London being flipped completely here.
Hardy's trying to stall as long as he can with this Primal Rage. Just give time for his team to come back.
Rally for Admiral, pulse for Nos, he throws it on the bubble. A perfect one from Hardy, stopping his supports from going down. Sparker dead, and that rally still going off for Admiral. A later one, remember, compared to Lyre. So Lyre's one just not in effect right now at all. Enables the kill onto Crowy. Hardy does get anti, but might be able to get out of here alive. Nos hounding him down, but a good nade from landing keeps him up and are available to go back in. Nano boost onto Hardy. He's a walking forward, gets slept. As soon as he gets woken up, though, he can jump straight back in. Straight onto Lyre, but no touches for the LA Valiant. Crowy not back in time, and Lyre too scared of getting pulse bombed by Sparker there.
The Valiant, even though they had that great dive with the Croy Nano boost and the anti-nade, what happened is the London Spitfire just had so many ultimates to come back. They had the Backbone EMP, Hardy used the Primal Rage perfectly to stay alive, and eventually they come back with the ultimates to close out that round. As you know, if you're the London Spitfire, that one almost fell away from you. There was no reason that round should have been that close. But now we move on to the next one, and you can justify playing a Reinhardt on this point or a Ramatra. You play Symmetra, teleport onto the point. Are either team going to opt for this one?
Ooh, Hardy switching Queen?
Queen instead of the Reinhardt.
Oh no, shouting out and then pinning with Ryan? Okay,
oh,
yeah,
interesting.
Nice little speed boost there. All right, so London Spitfire are playing Pikmin right now. Olimar and the gang, the little Pikmin just running onto the point now. Just want to stick as a group, play together. But the LA Valiant doing the complete opposite, going...
Explosive specialist.
Yeah, the explosive comp. Junk and Farah with the damage boost.
Nos is just going to shoot down the chimney for the rest of the round, just hoping people run into
Honestly, not a bad strat. Someone is going to walk into those mines eventually.
So for both of these teams, the London Spitfire, as you can see, they're anchoring down on the point. They just want to sustain and live as long as they can. While the Valiant, they're going super high damage. Sheikah does trade for Backbone. Can Lyre find the res?
He's 1 HP. Oh, Lyre's so low. He's getting rolled from the... just from the outside. I think I was potentially landing shooting at it.
Still wants it, but it doesn't look like the Spitfire are going to let him have it.
Yeah, expired. Seeker's come back from spawn, and it's all a waiting game now. LA Valiant needs to find big value with this barrage and tire, but Nos isn't really doing that much damage, to be fair, Scott. Look, only 50% ult.
I can't believe the chimney strat's not working, Jack.
That's great. He's not even on the
chimney.
chimney. That's why it's not working.
Seeker is back. He's going to be shooting down rockets, but every second that goes on, the Spitfire are getting percentage on the board, so they need to close out this fight as quickly as possible.
Barrage straight in the back. There it is. Ice Barrage straight on top. Seeker kills the Lamp and Sparker. Ends up making his own life on the shield of Hardy. But still, getting them off this point is so difficult, Scott. I mean, they've lost one, yes, but with Landon surviving there and popping down the window, that's so many heals. Like, good luck. Unless you have a tire or more damage, there's no chance you can land anybody there.
That's because the London Spitfire are experts at dealing with this Pharaoh. We saw the San Francisco Shock yesterday try and play the Pharaoh themselves to little avail. Spitfire just understand how to play so safe, play protected, and punish anyone who tries to go in, exactly like that Nano Pharaoh. 65% and counting, and Spitfire still have a lot of ultimates. I think Seeker's Soul falls off the edge as well, so there's no chance at a Valkyrie res either.
Do that, Soul going straight down to Tartarus, bro, where he belongs. He's getting damage boosted in this game. All right, tire available from Nos. I mean, they've got Valk, but look at the awesome London Spitfire, man. They just wait until they get on, they wall, they blizzard, they shatter, they beat. Like, it's good luck, man.
Okay, let's get spicy
here.
here. Tire
We go.
through the window.
Oh, there's the Rip Tire. Straight off the map, straight back on. Sound barrier comes out and kills the Lamb. CJ ends up falling. Oh, dearie me. They just teleported off the point. A little hoodwinks from the London Spitfire. And good luck getting back on now. There's a blizzard and a wall in front of your face. Man, the London Spitfire, they do it like nobody else. There's the shadow onto Crowley, who was primaling. There's even a window in front of him too. He manages to kill Sparker, yeah, but again, who's touching from Valiant? I mean, maybe Lyre. Nos has fallen. Another barrage from Seeker's coming up. Even a nano for CJ. Luckily, actually, just in time, manages to get it online. Maybe that was the saving grace. Those turrets taking down Lyre's HP pretty low. Healed up by CJ, and now Hardy's in trouble. Eventually, the LA Valiant managed to wipe the London Spitfire, but not after a clutch nano from CJ.
Yeah, the nano. And honestly, that Croy getting that Primal Rage, knocking Sparker off of the edge was such an important play. If Sparker stayed alive, might have been too much damage for the Valiant to really get that flip, but that was such a sick TP by Sparker. They just understand this matchup so well, better than any other team in this league. But now the Spitfire, they're the ones who have to try and find their way to get back to the point. Seeker trades his life for Admiral, but if they can't find the res, I don't know if that's worth it.
Look at this F1 jet. This is Mach speed jet like floating around the map. Maybe they could have got the res, Scott, but I'm not sure they're going to even try to do it now. You need healing onto Nos is what you need.
Nice
Maybe a little
anti.
bit of damage boost. Anti's good, but nah, not good enough. There was no focus there, unfortunately. Wow, by the way, the cross maps from Backbone are just crazy on the right clicks. I mean, that's 100% for London Spitfire. And like I said, no one does it better than London on these maps.
And you said it yourself, Backbone, his accuracy from range with those icicles
It's kind of crazy.
is incredible. That is one of the reasons Spitfire used to find so much success playing the Reinhardt comps. Just playing this way and style that no other team really has any idea with how to deal with it. It's definitely by no means the best style, but if it works for you and the power of friendship gives you that buff, why
Hey,
not?
I don't care, man. As long as you're having fun and it works for you, get it. I mean, speaking about the accuracy, there was a kill just halfway through that last round where he double tapped the Pharah out of midair.
Yeah.
Seeker's soul, like you said, ended up falling down, and you can't res that, and it just delays even further. It's just a little bits of chip damage that you really need to look at the Pharah for, and just to make sure she can't get decent angles. I mean, look, they didn't end up taking the dub on the first map. Can it work on more? It feels like it can. It very much feels like London can play this style wherever they want. I mean, the confidence boost too, by the way, coming out of a win versus the San Francisco Shock. I mean, you're feeling so good.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, Mitch said it yesterday in the cast against the Shock. This is the London Spit. This is a great TP, by the way. Look at this tire rolling in.
Boom.
Beat nobody to be seen. And the level of coordination on that as well, because that has to be communicated. Everyone has to respond instantly, otherwise someone would have been left behind, someone would have fallen. So Spitfire, they are back to their original selves that found them so much success last season.
You can do it on a lot of these maps, man, I'm telling you. Iconvalder, Dorado, maybe not
Dorado's
Dorado as
hard.
much, yeah. You can, again, TP up to high ground, TP, I'm thinking about second point, you know, when you cap first. You can TP up to the high ground, you can TP to bank, then take height. There's also small, and you can even TP top right, to be fair, as well, to that high ground, but it's way harder to get it done on that map. Colosseo is a very good map for them too. I mean, map pool looking great for London currently. Iconvalder, again, bit iffy on second, but we'll have to wait and see. London Spitfire, they just know how to make it, man. They just know how to do things different. We're going to jump to a quick break. See you in a sec. Yeah, they were spitting fire and match chat before the game started too. London Spitfire taking that first map. Oh yes, of course they're playing Ryan. Who's really surprised at this point? Scott. We're going to Icon Bowler next. I mean, honestly, just keep playing you. Just keep doing you, man. Just keep doing you. It's working. It's going to work for the rest of the season, eh?
That's an ambitious call there from you, Jack. I don't know if it'll work forever and ever, but honestly, for the London Spitfire, one of the decisions they maybe double down with the Reinhardt is, you know that there's a big patch coming in Season 6, there's a new hero, that might shake everything up, so go for as many wins as you can get while the rest of the, while this meta remains. If I'm the Los Angeles Valiant, do I look at this, recognize they're going to play Reinhardt? We saw them play Reinhardt yesterday against the Shock. Do you just play Ramatra and have confidence in yourselves? Because they had a massive difference over them in that first round of Control.
Maybe just bet on the Ramatra. Although Ramatra's, again, it's good here, but like the Winston is just dominant. Looks like they are going for the NOS on Echo for the defense. Very old school.
End of Mercy.
Yeah.
Here's the thing I feel about this. The idea is great, and that's the same reason that the Shock did this. But they had little avail. I feel like the Spitfire understand very well how to play against this Pharah Mercy,
Backbone
Echo Mercy.
is goading them into peeking.
Oh yeah, of course. Backbone is the master troll.
Little life weaver grip too.
Croy's just waiting
That's a
for
free
him.
10% ult charge, baby.
Easiest blizzard of his life.
Easy, honestly. You did give CJ 10% ult charge as well.
Let's see if the Valiant can make this Echo Mercy work better. Sparker is just so accurate on this Cassidy. If he has any room to shoot, it's just so difficult. He'll just pick you out of the air. CJ's so
dead.
aggressive. How did that happen?
Backbone almost 3-tap Liar. Well, there you go.
Well,
I mean, how do you deal with that? You just can't play that far forward. I mean, London are just going to run over you. You know that's going to happen. And there's the point. That is ridiculous.
The Valiant were going for some form of like anti-nade strategy where they like nade everybody and they get purple and then you win the fight quickly, but that happened the opposite way that they wanted. Valiant just losing the first point in record time.
That's crazy. Insane stuff from London to start us off. That was good. I mean, Sparker's on the cast too. It's going to feel a little bit worse for NOS, even though he does have the pocket. I mean, even the magnetic grenade too, if you land that onto NOS, that dude's going to sink down to the floor. And just an easy pick off for the rest of London. And also, escorting the payload as well, Scott. Not the worst for this Reinhardt. You just hold shields, you perma escort it. It's up to Valiant to really touch it and try and contest.
That is the hard thing. They're trying to build up ultimate. CJ's trying to get to the nano. Seek is so slow on this EMP because of how poor that first fight was. And even slower now that headshot and recall happens.
Yeah, has to recall. You know he's going to be hitting these. Wow. Too scared to stick around as the Echo jumps straight to the Mei. Window also being thrown down by Landon. I mean, this duplicate found absolutely nothing and they've killed Lyre already.
Oh, there's the damage. There's the kills there for the Valiant.
Nano's
absolutely
good.
what they needed.
Nano's good. And that's what you're going to have to do to win some of these fights, man. It's just throw that Nano into Crowley and just all dive bomb the backline.
And now it comes down to Seeker. Start that ult cycling. Next time that the Spitfires start committing, they go onto the point. You drop the big EMP. You even have the counter to the Blizzard as well. EMP will cancel the Blizzard. We don't see it very often.
I think we've seen it once or twice, I think, in the Overwatch so far, but it can happen. That was an update. That was a patch.
I don't want Seeker to go too early. You're not in any rush here. The Spitfire aren't going to find these random-ass picks. Drops it.
3, man.
Ooh, there's the follow-up, though. Yeah, that's what you need.
Yeah, that's what you need. Resurrection, all good. But don't worry, though. Hardy and Backbone are pushing the point.
Hold the line.
I mean, honestly.
I'll see you, Backbone.
Oh, Seeker still gets that kill, unfortunately. I think Hardy was hacked, maybe, as he fell off the map. Well, Backbone. He's melting in that river down there, unfortunately. I mean, not the worst thing in the world. That payload moved a fair far distance. Just got to be careful. If you're Los Angeles Valiant, don't want any shenanigans. Sparker switching over to Sim, TP high ground.
Yeah. Hack goes through.
Look, you just ignore it. It's all right. There you go. There's the TP. You're going to TP across. Teleport is dead. Thank you very much. And now they charge the point. Again, they're putting Valiant in a spot where they have to touch him. There's the solo shatter. Just absolutely gapped there. There is the resurrection from Lyre. Maybe if he can get onto Crow, he's going to be good because he has primal rage. But Hardy is just guarding this body, guarding this soul, refusing to let that res go through. NOS, Blizzard, thrown out from the copy. It's good enough for 2 kills on the back line, and Krawi has made his way back to the point.
Yeah, and even though the London Spitfire felt like they had control of the card, that's for sure, they're slowly losing numbers.
Okay.
And it gets so difficult here for the Spitfire because it takes them so long to close that distance, and there's so many ways that they can lose members, let Valiant charge ultimates, that the cycling just continues. Croy didn't have to use Primal Rage. CJ has another Nano. Seeker's coming up on an EMP. It's going to be so difficult for the Spitfire to really get anything done. TPing once again into the castle.
Oh, that would have
been nice.
That was close. A big right click from Sparker and then a headshot or a body shot from Backbone might have done it.
Landed so low.
Forced a lamp, forced a shift. Not great.
So they're going to have to slow down. He doesn't have the tools to be able to stay alive.
Oh, there's landed dead. Surely. Yeah, he's getting chased by the nano boost on Krawi. The Blizzard on the point is going to stop Krawi from touching, at least for the time being. Landon obviously dying's not great for London right now.
Off.
Someone is off the point, but just the Blizzard killing Seeker. They do use Wall too. There's a lot of damage on London's side right now, especially with Huddy still being alive and Krawi super low with no heals at all. Are London going to be able to put it in? A copy? No, the counter pin from Huddy is so good. The touch from Nos couldn't go through because Huddy hit the counter pin on the duplicated Rhine. London Spitfire are going to be able to unlock the gates. And this is the best point for their comp too.
Yeah, they're in a great position now. Seeker fell at 99% to the EMP.
Yeah, and you might as well call them crypt keepers as well. They were stopping Lyre from getting those reses off.
Yeah.
Lyre couldn't dash in, get that res, because Huddy was just sitting there just swinging. So rough for Valiant.
And you said this Reinhardt composition gets better. Valiant agree, switch over to their own rush star playing the Ramatra. We saw them find an advantage here on Ruins.
You know he's got that shatter. Oh, 3-man shatter. Lamp does come through. There's a nice little boot there as well. Huddy just getting EMP, but don't worry. Landon's got Lamp. He's alive. He's swinging. And now Seeker, Nos, and Krawi are going to have to back up. A headshot from Sparker. Pins Krawi to the wall. Nice little block there. Stops you getting insta-pinned, but you're going to go down in just a moment. Sparker claims 2 minutes to go for London Spitfire as they move to the best point in the map for their comp.
Yeah, he's just rolling in. 2 minutes remaining. Admiral still has the sound barrier. Seeker over to the wheels. Bastion.
Nice boot.
Ah, can't get there.
Nice boot from Admiral. You saw LA Valiant was struggling to get on the right side because Backbone had lit them up with that Sonic arrow, so they don't really want to walk into those arrows, and that boot from Admiral sealed the deal.
And the cost of switching your composition, so many characters so late in the game, just cost the Valiant.
Dude, that's not a C9. Well, actually, 5 alive.
According to YouTube chat, that was a C9.
That was a C9. I mean, kind of not wrong, right? 5 alive, not touching. You got booped off, but you didn't step off the point, right? So it's not a C9.
Yeah.
Actually. I'm going to actually the actually, right?
Actually. So everyone just be clear, it was a C9. Okay?
They got off the point. Look, at the end of the day, the point got capped. 1 minute and 57 seconds.
If you want me to defend the C9, call it a little bit. If Seeker had switched to Tracer, he would have been able to touch the point.
Sure.
So therefore, there was an opportunity for them to touch, but they didn't.
Bro, just actually to actually.
I pushed up my glasses and I had to define it for everybody.
Crazy.
But now the Valiant, it feels like the Valiant are running into the same issue that we saw the Shock run into against Spitfire. They don't have an answer to the Reinhardt. It's just everywhere and nowhere all the time, and it's just brute force, fight after fight. Even though Valiant are getting a lot of kills, they're winning a lot of team fights, Spitfire are just coming at them so quickly, and the way that this Reinhardt style plays is so objective focused that they're always pushing the progress of the cart. They're always getting more objective time. Let's see if Seekers goes over to the Farah and have more success than he did on Lighthouse.
I don't know, man. Backbone, Sparker, so accurate enough. They might be able to pay Seeker a little visit.
Not only that, but Landon on the Baptiste is underrated for this team. His Baptiste is so accurate, does so much damage. That was a cute little, did you see that wall pin there from Hardy and Backbone? Dude, these guys
know all the techs, seriously.
These guys are in sync.
That's what you love about the London team. They've out-rotated themselves by the looks of it, but Krawi's dead. Just isolation kills, nice lamp. Saves him from getting 2 hits, but look at this out. The aim there from Lamp is just too good, but CJ picks him out of the air as he's using his exo boots to get some more height. 1, 2, and 3.
Now Croy's going to the Orisa. They have stolen the Krusty Ham moment. I don't know what they saw from the match yesterday that the Shock played and were like, yeah, let's do the same thing.
He's swapping again. What's Crowy going? Okay, they've gone Winston now. All right, Crowy, Winston.
Okay, let's see how the Winston works better. I think it's going to be difficult to really do anything. And Croy just doesn't really have any idea of what hero he wants to play. Seeker's not finding enough value on this Pharah. He's doing damage, but what happens is him and the Mercy are playing behind the Spitfire. And Spitfire, as soon as CJ starts stepping up, they can isolate him. So CJ either doesn't step up or he gets punished.
Good lamp though, good enough to save him.
Oh, there's a first pick, that's important.
4v5. Still can't count London out just yet. 2 people on the payload. 2 ticks for Spitfire. Also for Valiant, sorry. There's the barrage on high ground, but they just, they just walk away from that one. That's a classic.
Point.
There's the window. Oh, no point. Oh, no touch. Are you kidding me? No, London!
Yeah, there's got to be some C9s in chat.
Yeah, after this fight's finished, you know they're typing C9. They hit an enter. Seeker about to hit enter mid-air. They're still getting kills there, which is kind of nice. And I'm going to be honest with you, they could probably hold forward here. Yeah. With 2 kills like this on the both the TPS, 3 in fact for Sparker, I mean, you're holding forward for sure.
Because it's so hard for Valiant to get out these doors.
Yeah, good luck breaking this.
Yeah, because you can only go out through like these 2 small doors, and Hardy's going to hold one, Backbone's going to hold the other. Croy is out, Seeker over to the Bastion just to put out a ton of damage, apply pressure, realizes he can't play the Pharah if he can't get out the doors.
All the information in the world from that Sonic Arrow. The shatter.
Spawn shatter.
Are you kidding me? You're shattering in the spawn. Hardy completely unfazed, as always, of what just went down. I mean, you can also let the Winston tickle him too. He's not really worried about that whatsoever. The high ground control for Seeker. Good beam onto Landon. Okay, that was what they needed. Just get up into the bar. Hardy can't touch him. But I mean, they're still killing him. I mean, Backbone's just up there on his own. Set up a little ice fortress.
Yeah, the advantage that you have if you're the Valiant is trading is effective here for them. They don't have Landon, they don't have Sparker. You would assume the Spitfire are going to disengage at this point, but it looks like they kind of want to hold. Is Admiral going to drop the sound barrier to hold? No, he goes down as well.
Bro just dropped the Blizzard on high ground. Like, what is this? I mean, honestly, you take that to the Valiant. Honestly, you take the Blizzard out of it, but to be fair, who's that Blizzard really here?
It doesn't do anything, yeah.
It's a big ult normally, but against the Valiant comp, who all have mobility tools apart from CJ, who's probably sitting in the background.
Backbone was switching, that's why he dropped it. You know, he's going Sombra. You know, maybe that's the excuse
honestly.
He's using to the rest of his team. But the Sombra is effective here. You can hack the Echo out, you can hack the Mercy.
There's Nano Boost on Crowy. Oh, wow. Almost an Ajax. There's the dupe onto Lucio. Seeker Lucio moment. Okay, 3 beats. Sparker's already dead. She needs some extra damage though. Lucio, one of the slowest characters to charge ult in the game. Nice boot. Oh, headshots coming through as well for Seeker. Beat 1%. There's the sound barrier. Oh,
it instantly wears off as well, unfortunately.
Instantly goes away, and he even gets taken out straight away as soon as he went out of that dupe, in fact. And now they're just going to hold this castle.
And
Resurrection's good.
Is why you don't duplicate Lucio most of the time, because it's very hard to find that value. But obviously he did it in desperation, just needed to stay alive. But it's this looks so frustrating to play against.
He's going to pin him. Oh, he's going to shut it.
The Reinhardt is not a great pick, but it's just Spitfire so well trained and executed in this composition. They understand what their win conditions are. Valiant just don't really have an answer to what they're facing.
Lion switched over to Kiri. I mean, maybe Kiri TP to Seeker, maybe he finds an additional angle. All I can think about right now. I mean, Hardy will shadow the spawn doors.
He will. He's done it before and he'll do it again, even though it didn't do anything last time.
Yeah, well, you know, sending a message.
Oh, big nade.
Big nade. Oh, okay. Actually forces them to back up. There was someone on the point too. I believe it was Seeker touching. So London Spitfire couldn't really hang around there for too long.
And you need to send at least 2 people, so you don't want to weaken both sides.
All right. Oh, Seeker gets found out. No EMP. No danger of an EMP going on there. Seeker does end up falling. Crowy jumps in with Nano. Lamp goes down for Landon. He's still got Exo Boost, can get to high ground, but he's so low. No regenerative burst either, so he ends up falling over. And there you go. The spawn hold has been cracked for the 2nd time. And 45 seconds to go, Scott. This is looking real rough for Valiant right now.
And Spitfire, they have the ultimates, they have an EMP, they have the sound barrier. Hardy has the shatter. I don't know what he's going to shatter. Probably spawn again at some point. But
honestly, you just hit a one-man hit. You just hit Crowley.
If you can shatter Crowley, that's 100% worth it, especially if you can take him down before he gets the primal rage off.
Shadow into a hack, potentially.
We've seen CJ.
I mean, they're rapping on height, mate. They are actually just rapping on height. Lies, hacks, Sparker takes him out. There's the EMP, it's good. And the Shadow hits two of them because they can't use their movement abilities. EMP straight into the Shadow. It's feeling like a solo queue game, and oh boy, is it juicy. LA Valiant, they're going to have to touch. I'm not sure. No, I mean, it's just CJ. He teleports over the wall to Liar. I mean, he got landed. Great, great. Where's the touches? They aren't there. The London Spitfire with a 2-0 lead over the LA Valiant. Just their comp, undeniably a London Spitfire comp, but undeniably annoying to deal with. The Valiant just can't find swaps to deal with it. Like Orisa, JQ, they swapped to Ram. Okay, we swapped to Kiri and the Sombra to get touched to force them to relocate, but it's like, London is just wheeling down this time because of the amount of spawn holes they're going for.
And this has been something that has been common throughout the history of Overwatch. When you have a specific team that plays a specific style that is so unorthodox that any other opposition team doesn't really have a great understanding of how to deal with it. No one else plays Reinhardt Symmetra or the composition that London are playing anywhere, especially not on Eichenwald. So what this does is the London Spitfire, they have played against Winston Sombra comps, they have played against Dive, they know how to deal with the Pharah, they understand what their win conditions are against all of these styles, while everyone else is trying to adjust. Well, great boop. Everyone else is trying to adjust around and playing things that they have not practiced against the London Spitfire. This is, been common. The 2019 Shanghai Dragons, when they decided to play Pharah against Goats, that was the same advantage that they had because no one knew how to beat the Pharah, and they were just so much better at playing against Goats with it.
Yeah, and you're going into the scrim saying, oh, can you play this Ryan Sim May against us because we need practice because maybe we've got London coming up, right? But no other team is playing it like London does.
At the same level, cannot execute it, understand the win conditions. Hardy does things no one else can do. Backbone's accuracy is better than anyone else can do. Sparker Cassidy, top tier every single time. It's such a curveball and it's so hard to deal with, Jack.
I mean, these games, seriously, cinema, for real.
Yeah.
We're going to jump to a break. See you in a bit. It's going to be a good one. You are currently in the cinema. You're in the middle row, middle seat. You're witnessing greatness, 4K, IMAX, and this is one of the parts of greatness right here. Mr. Sparker on the Hanzo in that game on Eichenwalde. Low death, decent damage, decent limbs, final blows. Most of the time, he was just picking at Seeker, picking at CJ, just making sure they couldn't do anything on that Pharah.
Oppenheimer, Barbie, Sparkle.
I already made that joke, Scott.
All of the greatest movies of this year are happening. You can see all three of them right now.
This weekend has been crazy.
It has been crazy.
For games.
Honestly, the matches, you can't ask for any better.
Yeah.
Everyone's excited to see this resurgence from the London Spitfire, and Sauna coming in for Sparker. Maybe this is them showing that they're going to do something different on this map, because we spoke about it when we were talking about the map pool. Dorado is difficult to play Reinhardt.
It really is. We said, like, you can go to second, like, you can TP high ground, like, left or right. You can, like, TP to the bank and then wrap. But, like, it is difficult. Like, you're going to get torn apart. There's Pharah, Echo, and, like, Eichenwalde, where you can control high ground. Echo and Pharah have, like, decent damage from, like, range and stuff. But then there's Dorado, where yeah, there's high grounds everywhere. So I'm curious on what Sauna's going to play here. Would it make a lot of sense just having on Tracer, potentially, and then Backbone? Again, it's kind of hard. I'm imagining we're going to a Tracer Sombra, Winston for the London Spitfire. I mean, hey, you're 2-0 up, right? So in theory, you have maps to give.
Yeah.
Colosseo is going to be the map after this if the Vegas end up winning. So you can play Ryan, and your Ryan comp there.
Yeah, and you can play, like, there's lots of different maps. I believe they go to Antarctic Peninsula for map 5 as well, another map where they can play the Reinhardt. So you are, the coach like Christopher, as the head coach, you can be like, we can give this one away if we really need to.
Yeah.
But, I'm really excited to see Sauna come into this team. He hasn't found that much success since the trade.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time seeing him in. Unfortunately, by the way, we are in a brief tech pause, so we will be jumping to a quick break. Someone had to reset their PC, so they're just booting that back up. They're going to put a fresh hamster in the cage and then just make sure that reel is spinning. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We've got Dorado coming up next. Everybody, welcome back. Sorry, we are still in a brief pause, but we're going to talk about a few things before we jump back in. Liar actually lost power, by the way, to his whole house, so hopefully he's going to get it back in just a moment. But Admiral is someone we wanted to talk about coming into this next one. We are going on to Dorado as soon as we get back from the pause, Scott.
Yeah, we're going to head over to Dorado, but we want to talk about Admiral on the Lucio on Eigenwalder. Admiral is kind of a silent assassin for this London Spitfire team. Lucio definitely feels like one of his best heroes, but the way that he understands how to play, Lucio, moving your team around, he really enables Hardy to be chatty, right? Like, he is that important piece that moves him around, always following him up. And you look at the stats, they don't lie. It's very hard to not die as a Lucio in these type of compositions, especially when you're playing against the Pharah and Echo. So Admiral doing a great job. Yeah, you get picked off so easily if you make a small misstep, and you need it if you're the Ryan comp. Like, Admiral is a key component to the team. Yeah, decent stuff from this last one. I mean, as well, not only just like sound barriers and stuff, but like booping even Krawi away from the back line, like booping Nos when he goes for a TP, or like, no, sorry, not a TP, like a copy like we saw here. Nos transforms into Ryan, gets booped off the map. Like, just these small things that sometimes you don't always see from Lucio. And it's like main supports, man. Like, sometimes they're a little bit invisible, but your job is so important. What do you mean we're invisible? Okay, main support is a super important role that everyone needs to keep an eye on and are incredibly impactful. But you are right, it is sometimes hard to see that value in the server when you have like spectators and there's so much going on. But main supports really are the crux of it. Admiral's supposed to have great calls as well. Main support players are usually callers because, as you said, they're not the most mechanically intensive, but they have the ability to change the flow of the game. And I think that's something that London Spitfire really lean into when they play these Reinhardt compositions. Change the flow of the game to enable your team to catch the other team off guard. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Liar was also showing up pretty big the other day. Exactly. I mean, in that map 5 banger against the Gladiators, right? Like, he showed up huge, and that was a point in time where you're like, okay, Liar just filled the kill feed as Lucio. They're going to win this fight, and they win the series off the back of it. So, yeah, it's definitely a role that, when it comes to like Ryan comps and stuff like that, it's a little bit more invisible. You're not permanently on the kill feed, but it's just the small micro things that you're doing just to make sure your team is like staying alive, hitting good beats, hitting good boobs and stuff like that. And like Admiral and Liar, it's actually a pretty decent head-to-head, honestly. Yeah, both of these guys have really been starting to make their names. Neither of them are, known as like the top echelon that we have in the Overwatch League as main supports, but you see them time and time again, filling that kill feed, making those important plays, and that's really what you need. And I also wanted to hit Landon as well, another backliner for the London Spitfire, because I talked about him a little bit on Eigenwalder, but he is so strong at this Baptiste. The amount of damage that he puts out, his timing on his lamps and his, regenerative bursts as well. The timing of all that can be very difficult because if you use it at the wrong time, all of a sudden the rest of your team becomes exposed. Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, the BAP 2, like, you've only got 2 abilities to help yourself survive and help the rest of the team survive. And Valiant did a decent job at trying to stop him from getting free value on the BAP by just existing, by throwing Krawi and getting nanoed and throwing him, just trying to make sure he uses his shift, uses his lamp like super early on. Let's have a look at Backbone's May stats. I mean, why not? We're still in the break, unfortunately. Still waiting for Lara to get back to his PC, or not get back to his PC, get back from the junction box down the road. He's gonna, unplug the whole thing. He's gonna rewire everything, and then his house will have power again. But I'm in. I'm in. Hackermans, I'm in. Yeah, and Backbone May, we talked about it already in this series, because he hasn't been playing ever since the Tracer Sombra. His Sombra, honestly, just gonna call a spade, his Sombra wasn't very good in the spring stage. And it's one of the reasons that I think the London Spitfire as a whole are moving away from this dive style, because he was struggling. So they go back to something, oh my God, my face. Jesus! That is not exactly what I wanted in my life, and that will haunt me in my dreams. But hey, at least he's a great May player, which will also haunt me in my dreams / nightmares. Okay. Well, whatever that was, the game's ready. Thank God. Liar has rewired his entire apartment. So, yeah, he's providing free power to him in the neighborhood from here on out. Yeah, take that, electrical company. Dorado up next. We're getting in. All right, London Spitfire. They made a sub in the break. Sauna for the team, which means probably a little Backbone Sombra, a little Sauna on the Tracer, you'd imagine. Even though you just called them out for that. That's crazy. I would imagine. Yeah, I did just say that. That's crazy that you're just repeating things that I said louder. Tracer and Sombra is likely to be played. It's such a high ground orientated map. It's so difficult to play anything where You are stuck on the low ground, the Mei, the Symmetra, as much as you can TP around in a similar style to Eichenwalder. It's just so open, it's so difficult. And Pharah, I think, actually gets more value on this map than it would on Eichenwalder. So,
oh yeah,
we'll see if that's what they decide to go for.
Look, okay, I wanna point something out what's going on right now.
Okay.
In the chat. Hardy is giving away strats. But it's like I'm going to do this, guys, and then they're like, they're not going to do that, that's a troll, and then you actually do it, and they're like, wait, they're just telling us what they're going to do.
It's Hardy, of course he's going to play
Ryan.
That's
crazy. He was like, no, we're not going to play Ryan, but yes, we're going to TP. And they're like, okay. Are you seriously? Or,
yeah, no lies.
Mind games.
Pinky promise.
Pinky promise. Let's have a look at Valiant, though. Defense playing Seeker on the Ashe. I like this a lot. And we lie on the Brig.
I would expect this Ashe to be sort of hedging their bets against the Reinhardt. If they did come out on the Reinhardt, they have the Dynamite, they have the consistent damage from range. But Spitfire are actually going to come out on the Winston, the Sombra, and the Tracer, as you successfully said, Jack.
Yep. Well, we both said it.
Well, no.
I said it first, then you repeated it, then I repeated you.
I said it first, then you repeated
said it first, I repeated it, and then you repeated it, then I repeated it.
Yeah, you tried to take credit for the first person who said it. I'm just, okay, sweet.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
That's not what happened. Nice move. Nice move from the coach coming from Seeker. It's just a slow slugfest. I mean, the benefit of the Ashe here as well, Scott, is that you have a ton of range, but like you're dynamiting people on these corners, and it's so annoying to deal with Diana in the Brig. Both Tracers do end up dying though, and there's the one-shot headshot from Seeker.
And that's something that Sorna's going to have to be careful of. Seeker on the Ashe, if he hits that headshot, it's a one-shot. So that's so much damage that they're going to have to respect. Spitfire should be able to find an effective dive. They have the Sombra and the Tracer. If they can get on top of Seeker as a team, then he should fall. You can see Valiant willing to concede positioning, willing to give it to the London Spitfire just to put Seeker in a more defensive position.
Yeah, CJ's super far at the back too. A lot of free damage for the Ana. Not damage that can be understated either. It's a fair amount, especially if you're hitting those squishies, can really aid in the dive. Nice nade, hit Admiral Shields. Now landed with the Nano in 20. Just pumping Hardy full of heals. Rawi not getting the same treatment.
It's a lot of damage coming out from Seeker. They are coming up to the Nano boost. Backbone's almost at the EMP as well. That's what both teams are waiting for.
Yeah, Payload's moved a fair distance though, but here is the ults. Nano, Pulse.
Oh, wide. Wow, that Pulse.
Oh, wow! It's still got Landon? Really? Wow, that looked like a miss by a mile, but hey, you take bomb available in a couple of percentage points at least. Yeah, okay, so they don't want to go, they know Landon's there, they're just trying to make picks.
Hardy primaled as well.
Yeah, Hardy primaling.
That's the Nano boost and the primal rage there for Hardy. That's going to be problematic moving forward because now, if you're Hardy, how do you enter into the fight? You don't have the sustainability of the Nano boost, you don't have the primal rage to give yourself more health. So it's going to be on Backbone to find an effective EMP that enables Hardy to get in. But as I said earlier, Jack, Backbone Sombra, finding those EMPs has been a struggle so far for him this season.
Yeah, he's got to hit Lie here. You've got to Lie it and then instantly collapse. You stop that rally from going on.
But if you don't deal with Seeker on this high ground, as soon as that EMP goes down, he's going to drop the Bob. He's going to be pumping out damage.
It's true. It's a tough call. Which one do you want to go for? Right, they know Backbone is lurking currently. Oh, there's the EMP. It did hit Lion, but instantly hits Rally. He got it off on the frame. That EMP came in. Postmo on the floor, and then Seeker's Bob is going to do the dirty work, I think.
Yeah, and Hardy just doesn't have the sustainability like we talked about. Both teams popping the Rally and Spitfire. 1 minute remaining, Jack, and they are out of ultimates.
Out of ults, out of time, and out of Rhine, sadly. You can't play the Rhine on this map. We already talked about it, man.
Maybe they should have tried, because right now this dive is just not looking anywhere up to snuff.
I mean, hear me out, right? Look at the bottom of the screen right now, right? You go up there, you TP onto that little ledge, you drop over, then you run point, right? Tough though, tough. Give me that.
Croy still has his primal rage. Nos with the pulse bomb. He found value last time somehow, but let's see if Spitfire can come up with some magic. Hardy trying to take some space, but as I said, he needs to be careful.
Oh, space not taken. What a pulse too on the bubble, so it didn't wake Hardy. Just trade it with his life, but with Hardy dead, like what? Admiral touches, great. Gonna deal with primal rage. It's gonna be so mad. It's gonna be so mad to get back into this. I mean, yeah, look at that. I don't think there's much that needs to be said, to be honest with you. Yeah. There's just too many ults. There's too many people on the point for the Valiants. Oh, first hold for LA Valiant, and honestly, this is where the point that you get back into the series, right? You are in a situation where, yes, London Spitfire are on match point, and you are going to more favored maps for Reinhardt, but you got to keep on fighting.
Liar saying what everyone's thinking. Stick to rush.
Yeah, stick to rush.
Disrespect here in chat, but honestly, he might not be wrong, because the London Spitfire dive just not really coming up with anything, unable to find even the first point. You know I love you. See, now Liar's backtracking. You know, he's like, maybe that was a little mean.
Hate is a strong word. You're my enemy now. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. Later on. Maybe they'll become friends as soon as this this match ends. Don't hate, only love. So true.
If you're the Spitfire, do you play rush on defense? Because Dorado is
honestly, yes,
a hard point to fight. If you're the Spitfire, you can hold close, similar to Ike.
Well, they're not gonna.
Sad. So they are going to stick to the Trace and Sombra, maybe without Sparker in the lineup. That sort of limits their ability to do it. Sauna's a flexible player, but Sparker's hit scan, his Hanzo, his Cassidy are really an integral piece of that composition.
I have no enemies. I've read all of Vinland Saga. Lai was trying to convince me and Connor the other day that he wasn't a weeb. And he was like, because Connor's like, a vast this is. He's like, I hate anime. I hate it.
Of course he does.
It so
Connor
much.
hates fun.
And then Lai was like, yeah, I'm not much of a weeb. And he was trying to pin the blame on everybody else on the rest of the team. He's like, nah, Crowie's the biggest weeb. Crowie actually got me into anime. He's like trying to sling the blame. I'm like, you know, it's okay to say that you like it, all right? It's okay.
No, Liar is he's gonna stand strong and stand by his morals.
Well, no morals for London Spitfire, sadly. No Ryan. It feels like maybe they should have done, because this close hold, it might be harder to break if you're the Ryan comp, but then you only need one like nano barrage, right, from the LA Valiant, or like a good EMP. So going with a little bit more neutral fight here for the London Spitfire, probably better off for them.
Yeah, and you can hope, you know, defense is a lot easier for this composition. You don't have to be taking as much of an initiative. You don't have to be as proactive. You can play reactive and have the advantage of your own dives. Both teams really jostling for position, trying to get some ultimate charge up. Landon 80% to the nano. CJ's lagging behind, only at 57%.
Backbone is just walking towards Crowie there.
Backbone EMP is actually going to come up really quick here for the Spitfire.
That's a lip level EMP in terms of charge. 95% already, 193. Wow.
Let's see if he can find the value this time.
They're conceding space, Scott, a lot, but you kind of have to in a way, because Sombra EMP, especially if you're going forward, it's pretty tough to actually land it on multiple people.
They also want to bait the Valiant in. Bait them in just a little bit. Maybe their backline walks too far forward. Croy jumps in trying to take space, then you can EMP him.
Oh, there it is. There's the EMP. Bait, hook, line, and sinker.
I only found Seeker, so it's not the worst thing in the world if you're the Valiant. Doesn't feel like any more trades are going to come through.
It's good to back up.
Yeah, he has a pulse bomb.
That's got pulse, which is great news. Bad news for Liar if it lands. I mean, you really do have to be perfect, but 2 minutes down already, Scott. Oh, there's the pulse. Floor pulse. Floor pulses are just built different.
The new meta.
New meta. Hit him on the floor, man. Honestly, worked out.
Just hope people jump on them like eggs,
yeah,
as Brent
exactly.
likes to say. There is going to be a window here where Seeker has the EMP and Admiral is not up to this rally. So if they can find that timing, find that window, it could be important for the Valiant.
Oh, big discovery here.
Backbone's going to try and charge this up this EMP as well. He's going to try and get some poke damage, so he's probably anticipating a moment. Where is he? There he goes.
There he is.
They
Now he's
found
in
him.
trouble, yeah. Screaming for help. Help me,
Didn't
help.
get
No help. EMP for Seeker now. That's a bad loss. There's the EMP. Follow up onto Avril. I mean, Crowie slept that whole time. The Winston couldn't follow up on that. And now Hardy playing goalkeeper for Avril and Landon. Seeker dead. 1 minute and 17 seconds to go in a very winnable situation right now for the London Spitfire. LA Valiant do not have the Primal Rage, no Nano, no EMP, but they got a Pulse and a Rally. Can they get this Pulse landed on the backline? Apple's playing fairly far up. Rally's going to come out. A stick onto Hattie is good.
Too much damage.
And a Pulse bomb? No, from Sauna. It ends up hitting Liar's shield. The anti-nade's good, but now Nos is just hounding down Backbone, trying to hit the recall. A couple of meters, and that'll be it. Map number 4 is on the cards for London Spitfire and the LA Valiant. Going to Colosseo. Not the best map for London Spitfire there, and LA Valiant really proved that.
And exactly as we said, London Spitfire definitely not that comfortable playing the Winston Tracer Sombra, but thinking that they have to do it. Valiant not great at it themselves, but they have a little bit more coordination, able to make it look that much better here against the London Spitfire. But it's more about the maps that we're moving onto for this series. We go over to Colosseo, and then if the Valiant are able to close out that one, then we go on to Antarctic Peninsula. Both maps that we could see teams play the Reinhardt or the Ramatra.
Oh my. That was a very nice shot. A legit quick scope there.
Yeah.
Onto the head of the Tracer.
How did this happen?
Oh, he just actually sat on it like an egg.
He
like
threw a nade at
actually,
it.
well, boom. You were a goose.
Throwing it at like holy water on the ground.
Yeah. Please. He's hoping that the grenade explodes and just fizzles with the circuits inside inside the pulse bomb.
Only Lion can do that. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Colosseo is the map up next. Antarctic Peninsula too, Scott, a pretty decent map for this rush. How are the LA Valiant really going to come back on Colosseo? Because this is one of the maps that London really made a name for themselves. Well, a name for themselves again on the rush comp. Like one of the maps where they were like, well, you guys are playing dive. We can play this rush. We can TP into the back line. We can TP onto the high ground. The Symmetra is very useful in these long sight lines where you can't really close the space with big cooldowns like the leap or what Tracer like blinking in. You can just teleport onto people. So I would imagine we're going to see a sub again. Sauna coming out and them just reuniting with Sparker. Colosseo could be the final map for London Spitfire. Valiant want to take it all the way to map number 5. So you had some crazy bangers over the last couple of days. I want to keep it going. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. Back after this. Welcome back. LA Valiant taking Dorado. We're going to a map number 4 now. On your screen, beautiful faces. Crowie is head-to-head with the Hardy a minute ago, and he was coming out on top. And yeah, 0 deaths. That's how much he was kind of dominating on Dorado. Very quick map, though. Dorado getting held on first.
Yeah, Crowie. Honestly, he's made leaps and bounds on this Winston over throughout the season. You can really see the improvement of being able to scrim against top-tier Overwatch League teams and players. He's just really able to find his stride, understand his limitations. Obviously struggled a little bit against some of these top teams, but against a team like the London Spitfire, looking right at home.
Oh yeah, right at home. And we speak about it all the time, but even after their first win with the LA Valiant, like, they're tenacity and they just want to go hard every single game. They want to get in there, they want to have fun, mess around a little bit, but also just start bringing the pain, bringing the heat. Spark is coming back in, Scott. So yeah, like we kind of predicted there. Probably going to play Sim and May and Rush. Or Rush, please.
And Colosseo is, as you said, Jack, a map where you can play that Reinhardt, where you can really optimize your positioning. I talked about the Reinhardt composition, how you are very objective focused. London play that objective on push better than almost anybody because they know where the fights are, they know where the pain points are for the composition, but also where they can take their advantages. Like, how many times have we seen teams contest from the high ground, holding that bot just for that little bit longer? Reinhardt is exceptional at doing that because he has a big shield, he can contest from a long distance. So if Hardy can find his opportunities to utilize that, it could be big. But the big question I have, I'm going to pose it again, Jack. Are the Valiant going to play Ramatra?
Yeah, I love the match, man.
They're just
like, oh, we're going to play this comp, by the way. So, all right, okay. Like, we'd scream, so. You remember this comp, son? Remember this? Remember this time that I played this comp?
Yeah, I'll play Junkrat again. Try the chimney strat. Maybe no chimneys on this map.
There's no chimneys on this map, man.
Can't play Junkrat then.
Oh, man, no chimneys. It's not like the chimney really worked out for him in the end, anyway.
It could have, though. It's not about if it did. It could have.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, bro.
Yeah.
All right, what are we saying? What are we talking? I don't think Hardy's... Well, actually, Queen?
No, he's going to shout out like he did last time. Pin.
There we go. No Sim, though. He's going to go with the Hanzo. A bit more consistent damage. No TPs, which is going to kind of suck, but, I mean, the consistent damage from Hanzo and also the one-pick potential is kind of crazy. And what are they going to do? Yeah, they're going to wrap you up like a little present on your backline.
Wrap you up like a present. We'll see if that pays off for them. I think the Spitfire were anticipating the Ramatra to come out. You don't want to play a Symmetra against the Ramatra. You'd rather have that long-range damage and that pressure of the Hanzo. So good reads from both sides, and expect to be here for a little bit, Jack. There's going to be a lot of poking and prodding. Both teams trying to find any opportunity or any window to go in. Oh, there you go.
I was about to say, the stall will commence. Seeker taking out Sparker, taking out Seeker. This is what you need. Just this start off, like, where's the damage now?
Yeah.
For the Valiant, there really isn't much. I mean, maybe you land a couple of headshots with the icicles, but Sojin really the main damage dealer. Oh my god, how he didn't get pinned there. It didn't matter. How he just swings through Lamb, swings through your whole family tree line, honestly. Scott?
We got booped away. I think he wanted to stall the point for just a little bit, but Hardy gonna play the smart style. With the bot moving, he wants to hold close. He doesn't want to stand on the point.
I mean, again, how do you really push up against this, right? You have to dislodge Hardy, and then you have to get to the bot. The bot is going to get so much more free space. Plus, yeah, if Sparker lands another log, great. But even then, you could just wall them off this point too. Like, this is such an odd, well, it's a frustrating situation for Valiant to be in. The window's been dropped already, and Seeker's already dead to some storm arrows.
I don't really understand why the Valiant dropped. Why is Crory playing from this low ground? Oh, because the backline of the Spitfire, can they play under the bridge exactly like this, spam for free, and Crory just doesn't really have any legs to stand on, and this is going to be the bot being pushed under the bridge, which is an important checkpoint. They even might get the actual checkpoint as well with CJ going down so late.
Okay, I'm gonna break it to you.
Okay.
They're gonna get checkpoint. They have Shatter Blizzard Dragons. Like, you're not getting past them. I mean, maybe not
50% to another Amp Matrix as well.
He was doing damage.
Yeah.
There you go. Checkpoint unlocked. All right, London.
That's theirs.
Dragon Strike to count the enemy window. No one randomly dies. All good. Seen far too many of those random deaths. Nos on the point. Okay, they have a Blizzard of their own, and Amble takes a body shot.
A proper.
They do, and they do end up stealing the bot. Can Hattie actually contest? Yes, they're going to contest it from high ground, and Seeker and Nos are already dead.
Oh no. That was so unfortunate for Nos. He went for the flank blizzard and he accidentally tossed it into the wall, the corner of the wall.
That's twice that's happened.
Yeah,
I think
as I
Proper
said,
did that
it's
too.
called the Proper from these days. You know, we gotta bring him back down to earth a little bit.
What are you saying?
No,
Bro's trying to make
he's got every accolade under the sun. We need to bring him back down to earth. It's now called the Proper. I'm patenting
He's
it or something.
coining it right now. He's live on stream. He's coining the Proper, okay.
But the Spitfire do still have the bot moving, and that was a big ult. The Blizzard out of the way. Croy does have the Annihilation, should give them some level of aggression.
That window is very far forward for Landon. Little ambitious. There is a lot of AoE happening. Annihilation, there's a Blizzard. Hardy is just protecting the rest of his team with his giant shield. And, well, it's up to the team to clear up the rest. Oh my god, I mean, London. Is this really going to be a completion with 0 meters for Valiant?
At this rate, it is going to be. Seeker does get Sparker, but then trades his
Funny
own
enough,
life.
no ults, Scott.
Yeah.
London Spitfire have Sound Barrier. They also have Dragons. How do you come back from this?
And Laya gets picked later. We have, you know, Landon just charging up even more ult charge. I can't believe Admiral was able to hold on to this Sound Barrier. There's only one final blow so far in this map to the Valiant.
A single kill. All right.
London are chilling here as well. They don't really have to do all.
Oh,
he got caught.
Yeah, that was an ice call and an arrow there on Admiral. And he's glowing the rest of his team up as well with Sonic being in them. Okay, there you go. Comeback starts now. Hardy going for the random pin. Landon still kills CJ, by the way. Is he going to kill more?
He's so sick at Baptiste. I have to say it again. But at least the Valiant find themselves a fight win. Admiral just getting caught at the tail end of that rotation.
They're going to get forward spawns. They might even, yeah, they're not even going to get a single meter, I don't think, because London are going to be there.
And London don't want to let them get it to the middle because they then lose their forward spawn. In an ideal world, they can hold on to that one in case they do lose any members.
Nos is chilling around the corner. There's the window. A May wall up for offensive purposes, trying to stop Hardy. That tracks.
That was an ultimate from CJ that didn't really come to anything other than a little bit of positioning.
There's Blizzard in the small room. Hardy trying to charge out, and he gets one! He gets Nos! He charges out of the Blizzard and takes Nos with him.
Oh, that's so bad.
Oh, the LA Valiant. They got 1.6 meters. Shatter available from Hardy. Doesn't even need it. No, he didn't need that. Oh, it's just pain added to the torture. Oh dear, straight up on the wall too. Hey, we're back.
It's so seamless the way these guys play the Reinhardt composition. Hardy, without even breaking a step, gets onto that wall, gets onto the high ground, and now they're once again in position against the Valiant. Hey, Admiral still has his sound barrier as well, Jeff.
Yeah, he does. And they've got Blizzard too. They know Nos doesn't have his. There's the Dragon Strike splitting the team. Crowie's in a little bit of trouble, can't get the heals from across the wall. A Dragon Strike to buy them some more time. Just a Hanzo's looking for picks, and well, Backbone's not a Hanzo, but he's almost finding picks. And the Blizzard from the high ground might just seal the deal if they're not careful.
Croy does have an Annihilation, so Backbone might be saving him for that one. As soon as Croy pops the Annihilation, drop the Blizzard on top of him.
Makes a lot of sense. Backbone with Nerves of Steel. There's the, well, no Annihilation, but they're going to stop Crowie in his tracks. I mean, they just take him straight off the map almost. That was a perfect isolation. They used the Blizzard so CJ and the rest of the gang cannot help Crowie. They do end up trading there, Scott, but still, the overwhelming presence of the London Spitfire can just step up.
Sound Barrier comes out here from the Valiant, just giving them a window to enter into the fight.
Oh my god, what an aggressive window, too. The Admiral, Baptiste, is going a little bit crazy right now. His aim is so clean, actually. Backbone does end up falling to CJ, but Hardy is still in there, and he's still fighting. Double kill for Landon almost. Hardy's in the back line, almost touching the spawn doors for a second time this series. If Landon survives, this will be just insane, but no, Liar's got the aim, and he's got the Lucio speed to take him out. They're just buying time for themselves. 127 meters to 1.6.
Yeah, the London Spitfire, as much as they'd love to finish this map out, I think they're just holding the Valiant, keeping them there. Fortunately for Croy, he didn't use that Annihilation when he did get split by the Blizzard and pinned by Hardy, so able to hold on to that one, so that could be a window to them finally finding some meterage.
Still got forward spawn, Scott. They didn't let it touch that middle. Whoa! Oh my god, how is that not reset by now? Oh, there it is. All right. No more forward spawns for the London Spitfire. They got a shadow though, and I think that's got Crowie's name written all over it. There it is. There's the Annihilation. How about that one, son? He does get lamped, but Huddy still hits the fire strike. Cross map kills Nos. Annihilation's good for a lot of damage, but Crowley permanently on the back foot here, holding S the entire time. Because Landon on the other side of the point there, Scott was using the window. Crowley couldn't get anything done. There's no follow-up for the Valiant. Seeker can't get much presence either on the point. Nos has got Blizzard, but once again, London Spitfire off just the back of 2 ultimates, able to regain control of this bot.
Nos was an incidental casualty of that Earth Shatter from Hardy. Puts him on his back, follows up with the Fire Strike, and then they didn't have the Blizzard to close out the fight. Fire going exceptionally aggressively.
Fire going super low. There's the window from CJ.
And he goes
but
down.
no, he goes down, yeah. He's just chased out of the whole thing. Blizzard's going to isolate Crowley yet again. I mean, Hardy was pretty low. 2 of those grenades were thrown towards him by Landon, healing him full up to HP again. And Blizzard, there's only one person trapped, and I think his backbone, he just pops the block.
Oh, Hardy's
available for Admiral, amps it up, 4% away, but Hardy goes down before he even gets the sound barrier available. But again, it's all about stalling. Sparker Backbone still find kills, but with Crowley back, it's going to be a tough fight for the London Spitfire.
I want to see Admiral drop the sound barrier just as a style
Just do it. You've killed Seeker. Just throw it in. Crowley's low. CJ's one shot pretty much. He ends up backing up. 30 HP. Picks up the mini. Goes up to 100. All right. Not quite that Chad. Chaddy's not around. Tell a lie. He's back.
He's back, and they still have this sound barrier. So smart of Admiral. I would have popped it for good memes, but they're going to go in with this advantage now. Seeker has the overclock. Maybe Admiral just wait for that one to be popped and then go aggressively as soon as Seeker rips it. Oh, never mind, he's dead.
He's dead. Yeah. His head's got an arrow through it now.
And as you said, Jack, London Spitfire, they're more than happy to take a slow fight.
What the hell? So
aggressive.
What is this? What is happening right now?
Okay, a little bit of trolling.
Well, we do a little trolling here. We do a little trolling in the Overwatch League. Well, there's the window. Lamp 2, LA Valiant. Control of the bots. And Seeker from the high ground. I mean, they got 13 seconds to go, Scott. They may be in control, but this game is looking insurmountable. I mean, 128 meters. They almost full cap.
And London Spitfire, they're just so confident in themselves. Even if you ask them, they're probably getting a little silly. They agree with it, but they should be able to win this. Last time Croy had this annihilation, Hardy just drops the Earth Shatter again.
Look at Seeker's positioning.
You got to go for something different, go for something special, give yourself an advantage.
Hardy's got a hammer and he's got a shatter. There's the sound barrier from Lyre super early. Okay, Hardy pulls back. Doesn't want to lay it down just yet. Wait for that overhelp to disappear first. Seeker found the kills. All right, there's the picks that they wanted. Didn't cost them too much. Only the annihilation and the sound barrier, which is quite a lot.
That is quite a lot.
That is quite a lot.
I didn't want to counter you on that one, but those are 2 big ultimates that the Valiant won't have anymore. Nos Blizzard is really going to be the thing that's going to have to get them over the line. Valiant smartly stepping up, trying to play aggressively in the same way that the Spitfire did. Don't allow the Spitfire to step up, use their own Blizzard, use their own Shatter. Make them uncomfortable.
Make them uncomfortable. Ain't that the truth? I mean, they've both been trying to do that in match chat this entire time, and Addy can just donk on their heads right now. Look at this. Straight down to the low ground. Oh, good luck pushing the bot now. Although he has got too much shield, so maybe he doesn't want to hang around too long. God, this rotation is just crazy. Charges through the Blizzard. Is going to get out of it. Seeker's already dead. Hardy in the back line. Yeah, Nos, you've got to be careful. There's the Shatter. There's the kills. The Valiant are done. The London Spitfire. No one really does it better. Stick to dive, Backbone says. A 3-1 victory over the LA Valiant. We knew it was going to be a good one as soon as we saw it on the cards for the day. A nice victory for London, and you know, Valiant don't get their second win, but they made it interesting, they made it fun. But London's rush with the Rhine, with the Sim, with the May, even with the Hanzo, right? It's just so hard to play around when it's so unconventional right now.
It's such a weird resurgence here from the London Spitfire, because when we saw them make changes in the mid-season break, we were like, oh, they're not really making upgrades. It feels like they're taking a step back to what they once were. None of us realized that would be an actual upgrade because they go back to what they once were. Right. Chardy on that Reinhardt playing aggressively, the rest of the team really helping him do what he does best, and the Valiant just not able to withstand it.
I mean, they just play their own game, man. They play their own game. It's really scary when you face them in the servers because you know they're going to do one thing and it's like, okay, so we know what they're going to play, but how do we actually get around it? And the LA Valiant, unfortunately, weren't able to get around them today. Not around that large hammer anyway from Huddy. Let's have a look at the player of the match, though, for this one. It's going to be Sparker, in fact.
Yeah, and this is likely because of not only this sim play, which was sick, like the timing of that and how quickly it all happened, But Sparker, he's kind of this unsung hero, which is kind of funny because he's a DPS player that he doesn't really do much to aid the Brawl comp, but he's just pumping out so much damage. Like, how many times did he get an opening pick onto Seeker, find value of just taking someone out? Yeah, exactly.
That last fight, and this first one too, where he also picked off Seeker at the very start of the round. Like, this is a consistent factor that you need in these teams, and yes, he wasn't aiding them in the brawl, in the rush, right, with the Ryan, like you said, because he's not on the sim here, but just his Hanzo play in general is just so clean. And the London Spitfire, yeah, they're a little bit unorthodox at times, but honestly, that's really why people love them, because they play this crazy, like, we're just going to run with you at Ryan. Like, that's it. We know we're really good at it, and we're just going to dismantle you.
And we're just going to die on this hill. Like,
yeah, exactly.
And here's the thing, you know, and I don't want to, you know, break the illusion for a lot of Spitfire fans, but it won't always work. But you need to relish in these moments that it does. You know, they've had a 2-0 weekend where they look really strong against teams that a lot of people were betting against them. So if you're the Spitfire, this is a massive resurgence to where you were this season.
Yeah, and we're closer to playoffs every single day passes, right? So it's worth keeping in mind that, hey, the London Spitfire, they pick up a 2-0 weekend. Maybe next week they pick up another dub, maybe a couple of losses later down the line too, but still in good stead. That middle of the pack portion of the table right now is so competitive, and the London Spitfire, yeah, again, making a name for themselves. London, they take the game today. We're going to jump to a quick break though. Don't go anywhere. We've got 2 more games coming up next. You don't want to miss it. See you in a bit.
I'm out of it. I'm out of it.
I'm out.
I'm out of it.
I'm slowly
I'm
further.
dead. I'm sure.
Nice.
Walk up, I look shatter.
Full parking you.
Big shatter, big shatter, big shatter, big shatter.
Melo.
Nice
Nice,
shatter, bro. Nice, gosh.
It had to be done.
Nice.
Good job.
Yeah.
The excitement, emotions running high for the London Spitfire. Taking another dub. We all knew it. 50% in chat failed, so there's that. And Costa was wrong, which is the most important thing of all. But let's talk about how they got it done. London Spitfire once again heavily relying on their bread and butter, which of course are those rank comps.
Relying on the Ryan compositions, but as I said, I think if Valiant wanted to win the series, they needed to kick it off on Ilios, but they pulled out the Junkrat Jake with the Pharah. Nice TPs here from Sparker, of course, attacking the backline, but yeah, it was actually a really interesting map because London Spitfire, they also won one round playing Winston, for example, so they showed some versatile looks. But overall, the map pool was just so difficult. You're going over to Eichenwalde, for example, where Reinhardt and Symmetra is really strong and you can navigate point B really well. Playing Reinhardt on this map is really just a treat, so it was funny seeing Hadi just having the time of his life. It felt like an uphill battle for Valiant throughout the entire series, really.
It's the lore advantage for Reinhardt.
The lore advantage.
Classic.
Lore buff. Homeland. It's just 50% more damage.
Inspired.
I like that they did play dive on Dorado.
You did?
I mean, I do think that they showed signs of life. I mean, they almost hit the counter full hold here. Like a couple fights go differently. I think they could have made the hold. Kills like this ended up being really pivotal. This is a fight that I think London could have won had the pulse not come in. So I think on Dorado, I mean, Dorado is like even crazier than Gibraltar, I think, for playing a full rush comp. Like it's going to be really awkward to do. And
they might not play dive there anymore, Jake. They got full held against
honestly,
Valiant.
I mean, I want to see them play rush just because, like, I don't know what you're supposed to do on that map playing Ryan Sim, but maybe that is the future for London, is just bringing out everywhere nonstop.
Hadi said he could make it work.
But I think you do add in a variable where, like, for instance, on Ilios Well, right? Like, Valiant rolled out on a counter rush comp. They're playing like Mercy, Echo, Ash, and then they went back to spawn to swap when London was just playing Sombra Tracer Dive. And then that gives London a huge edge on that map. Like, they start with the map in control, they get up to a big lead, and they almost lost that, but they did win it in the end. So I think it shows that you still have to keep your opponents guessing a little bit, right? If London is like 100% one-tricking, everyone is going to start rolling out with like some weird hyper counter to you, and the game could get awkward. I think Valiant just made a misread like that Junkrat. This is not the right hero.
No, I say just go full Ryan Rush every single map.
Hey, you win some, you lose some, probably lose a lot eventually, but you're gonna, do it until it doesn't work anymore.
Right.
But of course, the most integral part of that Ryan Rush comp has to be Hadi on that Reinhardt, and we talked about Shadi so much last season, and here he is again, Johnny.
7.1 final blows per 10 minutes, 2.3 or so kills. I'm curious what like the charge kills and those numbers are on this stat card, because like Hadi, he's so good at utilizing the charge against these dive compositions to not try to like pin people, to like kill people offensively, but to like navigate around the maps. And we saw that on Colosseo many times where Hadi will sometimes use charge as a movement ability to really boost his position and get into the back line or turn corners around. And I think that is a really instrumental part of this. Like, you utilize the charge in a very dynamic way, whereas, traditional Rhino players in ranked, for example, like, you're just like going in. Where like, if you utilize the charge as a movement ability, just like here, this was exactly what I had in mind. Amazing, perfect highlight. But Hadi is so good at this, at like navigating around the map. What movement abilities are you using? Winston leaping, how can I capitalize on that? Speed boost, all these kinds of stuff. So Hadi just has like a great Reinhardt brain when it comes to like how to navigate around what the dive team is doing and how to play defensively when they're diving in, how to peel for your backline. I mean, charging back to your backline, but also how to like go offensively without full committing and like going way too deep.
He does have a preternatural ability to like pin flankers that like shouldn't ever get pinned by Ride. I mean, he's pretty impressive at like the read of the game to anticipate what they want to do. punish it on a moment where I think as most players, like, you just don't expect the run to go for those. But Hadi, he's tricky, because if you mess that up, you just die. You lose the fight. Like, you know, it's a high risk ability.
And he does sometimes.
Hey, well, I mean, we don't call him chatty for nothing.
You got to take
right.
risks.
Yeah, you got to take a lot of risks, and your team needs to, you know, follow suit and back you up. And he has that trust of the team. We talked about that with Landon yesterday. He said, like, you know, I just have full trust. And we have one more teammate of Hadi joining us now for a quick chat about their victory, and it is no other than Backbone. So first of all, of course, congratulations on yet another dub, and most importantly, a happy birthday from all of us, a belated one.
Thank you.
Let's go. I mean, hey, yeah, happy belated. Did you do anything fun on your birthday? I mean,
winning.
Winning? Other than winning?
You know, it's just played Ryan.
Nice.
Right. I wanted to ask you, you know, because today's your opponent, LA Valiant, was another team that likes to use a rush comp, right? Of course, it's not Ryan, but they like to use a ram rush. Do you feel like, as the OG rush kings, you sort of asserted your dominance today against Valiant?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, the ram rush is just dishonest rush anyway. You're playing that, you don't deserve to win against Ryan. Like, it's just dishonest man's rush. You just gotta.
Ryan is the integrity.
Pick up the Ryan.
Yeah,
Ryan is real man's rush.
Real man's rush.
No bias, no bias. Well, I wanted to ask a little about your play on the Mei. I feel like you've been a key asset to the team, as you know. I mean, like, a lot of Meis in the Overwatch League playing at a high level, they know the team play aspect of, like, okay, we're gonna wall and like run at them. But I see you finding like a lot more value than most players do on the Mei in like your picks and sort of Mei as a sniper, you know, shooting out of that rush bunker. And so I'm just wondering how you prioritize what you want to do. Like, how often are you looking for those walls, the team play rush, versus like your own value finding picks? Is it just fully natural to you, or is there something you're looking for to punish?
I mean, it's mostly natural. There's some cases where there'll be like a set thing that I've got to do this, I've got to do that. But I mean, I used to OTP Hanzo for like a year or two straight, and Mei is basically just Hanzo. So anything like shooting people is just autopilot, and like I just play the game. You know, I call what we got to do. Like any kills and picks I get, it usually just autopilot.
All right.
Yeah, it definitely adds a lot.
Yeah. I want to talk about the decision that led to, you know, going and playing more Reinhardt these days for you guys as well. So you did play actually quite a bit of Winston, you know, in the first few matches this stage, and you've been trying, especially in the spring stage as well, to play more Winston, but it felt like something just like you just couldn't get there with the Winston composition. So what did the conversations internally look like that led to the decision for playing Reinhardt? I mean, oh wow, we all are laughing. But I'm curious, like, what were some of the things you weren't able to accomplish with the dive composition that ultimately led to you just pursuing the Reinhardt compositions?
So there was one really big thing with dive that we couldn't accomplish that made us swap, and it's called winning.
That's a good one.
So you know, it's kind of, you look at the score, you're 2-8, you're pretty good at Ryan, you're not that good at dive. Why not just go Ryan? Like, if you can't win on dive, why force it?
So what was it with the dive composition then that like you weren't able to keep up with? I'm just curious if there was anything, you know, teamwork, or was there anything that you kind of felt like you were lagging behind, and then you were like, well, we might have a better chance with Ryan here.
And if you want to like throw a teammate under the bus, like, it stays between us.
free.
Don't worry about it. They'll never know. They'll never know. Yeah.
I know. I think across the board we all just kind of suck, and I think when no, that's too harsh. But it's not our comfort. It's not what any of us have played a lot of. So it's a lot easier to like compound mistakes and get to a point where no one even wants to play it. No one's having fun. Everyone just wants to stop playing. Like no one wants to keep playing when all you're doing is losing like 6 hours a day, and no one's on anything they find fun or comfortable, compared to Ryan, where it's like it's heroes that all of us have played for like so long now. Like, and even on like the worst day of Ryan, everyone's still just having fun, because I mean, it's just a lot easier to have fun on when you're playing heroes that you're good at.
Yeah. 2-0 was pretty fun. 2-0.
Winning is fun, turns out, and it's a lot of fun to watch as well. Same, man, same. Well, and we hope to see a lot more of that. So Backbone, thank you so much for chatting with us, and best of luck in your next game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Backbone.
There we go, backbone from the London Spitfire. No better time than right now to grab your London Spitfire team jersey. They are on the upswing, and we have up to 20% off right now in our shop. So head on over to shop.overwatchleague.com and grab your newly revamped team jerseys right now and get yourself ready for the grand finals in Toronto. You know, repping your team or all the teams. That's a look as well. Little patchwork. I'm not telling you to cut them up. I'm sure there's like a sacrilege about that.
It's a crime.
Is it?
Is it? Against laws. We're making up laws. That's our new vibe.
Yeah, right. That's right. We started this morning, so might as well follow through. Well, now we did play charades earlier, speaking of laws and rules. And we did ask the chat to judge who performed better because yes, there was an actual score.
You just had to do
but,
this.
of course I had to. Because...
It's a respectable 45.
Thank you.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Yeah, thank you guys for being honest. I just want to say.
Because we're going up against Jake in a fan vote, and literally he could have been the most garbage player. People would still vote for him.
True.
They would still vote for him. So winning against him in a fan vote.
You guys did better. You guys deserved it. You guys had a great performance up there.
No, we crushed you.
Yeah,
like we
wonderful.
wore you like a sock.
It was wonderful.
Like,
I hate this. I hate the way he's saying it.
It doesn't even feel like
it's
winning.
like, oh.
I'm happy for you. I'm
So
happy for you
slappable.
guys.
So slappable. Unbelievable. Well. Moving on from this glorious victory, which now really doesn't feel like one. Thank you, Jake. Let's take a look at our schedule once again to see what's coming up next. Atlanta Reign are angry. They got their first loss of the season, and they're going to come back for vengeance. Toronto Defiant, unfortunately, will be on the receiving end of that. Or maybe they're surprised at all. Maybe Atlanta Reign will crumble. Maybe that was just too much for them to take. Because we haven't experienced those players taking a loss. Right?
They boomed 10-1.
that might happen. Maybe the whole team didn't have a mental boom right now, and that's why they lost yesterday. But it's highly unlikely, right?
I gotta set it up somehow. You know, like stakes are high.
I mean, I just feel like they're so right now. Like this is the most dangerous time to face a team like Atlanta Reign. If they're on a giant win streak, you could argue there's a feeling of complacency that can come into it. You know, all the players are trying, but maybe you're just like not coming that extra bit harder. You know, maybe you're not trying to clutch those difficult fights and okay, let's just reset. Like you're just not on that next level that we've seen from the Atlanta Reign. They take one L, and I think that's just exactly the kind of wake-up call you want as the Reign. Honestly, for the Reign coaches and the staff, I think you'd actually rather this type of an outcome rather than just like going undefeated all season long, because then a meta shakeup comes and maybe you're complacent, you're overconfident. And so for Atlanta, now for Toronto, this is like about as strong as I think Atlanta is ever going to be. This is going to be a really tough time to fight them.
Yeah, I don't envy the Toronto Defiant. And that's why I went full on Atlanta Reign. Not that I ever needed a reason to pred for the Atlanta Reign and make it a dominant one as well. But I mean, lost or not, I don't care. Atlanta Reign are still arguably the end boss of our league until more than just one team can take them down.
Yeah, I also agree. I went with Atlanta Reign. I think yesterday's match was a good wake-up call for the team, and I think they're going to be, we're going to see some angry players on the Atlanta Reign side today.
Yeah, I think Reign are still the top dogs, even with Houston taking the upset. I still think Atlanta are our favorites in the league. Yeah, tough matchup for the Toronto Defiant to pull here. But, you know, everyone's got to play the Reign sometime.
Yeah, I got Atlanta too here. No surprises there. It is going to be interesting though, because I mean, they surely rewatched the Houston match. What did we go wrong? What can we improve upon? But even if you're trying to improve upon something, like Toronto Defiant is like not the team you're trying to improve against. You know what I mean? Like Atlanta and Houston are so far above Toronto Defiant that like you don't even need to make adjustments for this series. You should just play the game like you've done all season long, right? So 93.7%. I mean, that tells the perfect story, really. It should be all Atlanta, but don't overcomplicate it.
They're not.
I don't know who those 7% are, but
the true believers, baby.
Good luck.
See you in Toronto. 7%.
Well, I mean, listen, London had 9% yesterday, and they won their match. Just saying, sometimes, every once in a while.
Don't trust the chat.
Exactly. Don't trust them.
Just kidding. I love you guys.
Don't trust us either.
These are your people, Jake.
They turned against me.
Well, there you have it. Thank you, chat. You're our people now. And speaking of our people, Costa,
You're still upset at me? You went on holiday. You're still upset at me? It's been 6 months, Zoe.
I'm holding grudges really, really well. But I still love you guys. Mitch, Costa, I mean, Atlanta Reign, they're the obvious favorite. And what is the takeaway for the Toronto Defiant after watching the match yesterday? Can they copy some homework of the Outlaws?
Yeah, a couple of things. I think, first of all, Atlanta looked really fallible in the rush comp. A lot of concerning signs. Obviously, that's probably where Houston are going to be able to derive some advantages, but we don't treat the Outlaws like the rush team either. So on Control, where they got to play those comps, I mean, especially that last round, that was absolutely brutal, right? Atlanta really struggled again in the Ramatra mirror.
And I think that's what you're looking at if you're the Toronto Defiant. You're like, they have good rush players. They can play that style successfully. It's definitely not their bread and butter either, but Atlanta Reign, that's really the only weakness, because if you're the Toronto Defiant, you're like, oh, okay, Atlanta Reign's about to take the heat onto us, playing the dive setup. How do we find our own advantages? I actually don't know exactly what the map pool is here, but it could go in Toronto Defiant's favor.
Something we noticed as well, Lip and Donghack a little out of sync yesterday. Dorado was like a good example of this, where like the Sombra timing with the dive wasn't quite there. There's one point where Lip has EMP, right?
Yeah.
And they're on the attack, and you know, Donghack turns up as if there was supposed to be a dive. Lip doesn't EMP. And then Donghack goes and gets killed after Lip translocates out.
And that was sort of the big thing about the match against the Houston Outlaws for the Atlanta Reign yesterday is they can bleed, they can make mistakes, because so far this season they've been flawless in a lot of respects, especially in that grand finals when they were going toe-to-toe with the Outlaws, but maybe some cracks starting to show, maybe some complacency, like Jake was saying. They're getting overly confident in their ability to just close out these other teams. So that's why I'm afraid for the Defiant, because they could come out angry.
This strikes me as a team, though, the Reign, even at like 10-0, are probably still getting 3 blocks a day of scrims in. You know, I'm more concerned about burnout for these guys than I am for complacency, frankly.
And that is a valid concern, because, you know, these guys, they're living in a foreign country. It can be hard, and that can take a toll on you. Even though you're having this, you know, ridiculous amount of success, there's always that level of burnout of like, oh man, I got to show up to scrims every day. We're not getting that many days off. And then at some point, you're just sort of taking your foot off the gas, just even a little bit, to the point that Outlaws can punish you for it. Now the question is, how far did they take their foot off the gas? Can a team like the Defiant also give them a run for their money?
A different beast, and also want to bear this in mind as you watch this game, that the road ahead for the Atlanta Reign, they're going up against a lot of these top teams. So they're going to be facing the similar gauntlet to what Houston did in that first week, right? Going through the mayhem and the uprising. So we will continue to see this Atlanta team tested heavily. This is probably one of their, you know, easiest games, I think, for the near future, I'd say, on paper.
And I think it's almost nice for the Atlanta Reign coaches and team of, they're like, okay, we just took a beating, we fell back. Fortunately for them, they didn't have to go up against the Boston Uprising or Florida Mayhem. It's hopefully that match where you come in, okay, let's beat some guys down and give that confidence back to ourselves that we know we can do this, so then you can move on to those other teams through that gauntlet like you were speaking of.
Exciting prospect, though, this guy right here. Spectra, one of the sort of these 3 players out of South Korea coming as rookies, like Knife, of course, being one of them as well, who have really impressed us, right? The Echo looks really good from Spectra, but also, of course, what we've seen on that Trace. I mean, this guy's a player to watch for sure.
There's so much firepower and almost new blood that comes into a team that sort of revitalizes. You know, the Toronto Defiant have great players, but the question was, it wasn't synergizing. Adding Spectra, adding Opener has really given them that firepower, and also the flexibility of Spectra. He can play the Tracer, he can play the Echo, he can play almost anything, and that frees Hydron up to play his own strengths as well. So many great things for the Defiant to build off of. And if you were ever going to take down a Juggernaut, this has to be the one.
Let's bounce back to Donghack a little bit more now. Let's put this guy under the microscope, because of course we know there's quite an impressive hero pool there. The Winston, look, at times we knew this guy when he came in, especially when he first started with Atlanta, he was unrefined, I think, very aggressive. That still is there, but I mean, mid-season madness, he was really clean, able to sort of have that aggressive edge, but also be able to get away with a lot. 3.9 deaths per 10 as Winston yesterday. It's pretty good considering.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but that's also not where he's usually been. He's usually been a lot lower so far throughout this season playing the Winston. And there's so much conversation back and forth about Donghack of, he is probably the most successful rookie this season. Does he deserve Rookie of the Year? Considering he has probably some of the best players in the world around him. He hasn't really fumbled, so you can't really argue against that. But yesterday, maybe that's when he started to meet his match, going up against Houston and Fearless.
A 13-match win streak, one shy of the record in the Overwatch League, was snapped yesterday. The Atlanta Reign now have a blemish in that L column. It's still a 10-1 team, still arguably the best in the West. Atlanta now look to re-establish this unbesmirchable reputation.
And we go over to Oasis, City Center first. Looks like they are going to stick to what they're usually going to play. It's their strength. They're not going to just lose one match, move away from what's given them so much success this season. But the Defiant, they recognize their own weaknesses against the best. They're going to play the Junker Queen, the Torbjorn. Jack's loving it right now. And this has been a pick that we've seen from multiple different teams against the Winston. The Queen can punish the Winston for playing too aggressively, hit him with the knife, pull him back. And it's also quite difficult to punish a Queen as the Tracer Sombra.
We saw this in the Houston Outlaws yesterday. They were eventually forced to switch back to their own Winston dive composition. So we'll see if the Defiant can find a bit more success here. The Torbjorn, a key point of difference to what we saw from the Outlaws last time on City Center. Chio still occupying the high ground here. And Toronto actually get the cap early here as Atlanta are working for the periphery, but Stalker trying to deal with this Torb. Such a pain for Stalker to find flank routes here.
Exactly. They have just anchored down in this room. They have the turret. They have so many different ways to stay alive. And with that flip, they don't have to do anything anymore. They can just hang around because they're getting the advantage.
Just rotate a player onto the point when necessary. It's Kaluj playing inside that pavilion. The ultraviolet kill on Woods Lip is huge. Sometimes a kunai yields a huge result, and there may not need to be much more of a fight here.
And it wasn't only a first death by Lip, he only had 40% ult charge, and that's why he's actually made the switch over to Echo, realizing against a Tracer, against a Torbjorn, he's not going to be able to get the value he usually does.
Now he can outrange that turret and still pressure it from long distances. It is inside that small room there, so not as easy to get purchase on it. Stalker is doing this the hard way now. Donghack going to join up with him for the dive though, and Spectra goes low, forced to recall now.
Yes, the pulse bomb. Holding on to it though, he doesn't want to throw it too early when they're expecting it in a way. Kaluj is still trying to stay on this point, but with Lip with the beam, he's going to fall so much faster.
Trade though, Kaluj is down. They get fielded for their troubles though, when Chio gets caught out. Spectra is able to work his way through him. 58% and counting now, Scott. It's a good sign for the Defiant. Again, they don't have the best tools to deal with Lip's Echo, but Lip hasn't been able to do too much outside of get rid of the turret twice now.
Yeah, he's doing lots of poking and prodding, but hasn't been able to execute players like you would want to as an Echo. This is a hard fight to take, but Spectra not willing to risk it there. Once again, in the driver's seat, they don't have to do anything. They have ultimates. They've barely used anything.
Toronto is sitting back on this veritable war chest, waiting for the opportunity, trying to make use of it. It's going to be a Katsuna rush here from Ultraviolet, peering in from the periphery, but it's going to be Hydron finding Stalker. What an opener! And the Pulse Bomb held by Spectra eventually finds its mark. Fielder is down, and both supports for Atlanta are missing. The Rain start this matchup much as they finished the last. They are shaky, they are maladroit, and they need to find their footing here. Primal Rage for Donghack, and Lip can't get close to the action.
They're just trying to hold on, keep the overtime wick going, give time for their team to get back, but they're not going to have much to deal with it. Chio has the rally that's going to give them the overhealth to hopefully take this fight.
Look at that. I mean, Donghack tries to drop in, looking for Hydra, but Hydra hits the Iki and just goes wild. It's going to be a duplicate of the Junker Queen here, and Chio's able to find Spectra now. The rally for the Atlanta Rain, playing with only 4. Lip with another 7 seconds of dupe here. Unlikely he'll reach that rampage, but still a force to be reckoned with here on the point. This will allow Atlanta Rain to have an opportunity here as we have Axplos traded in the front line. Kaluj goes low on the stick, is good. Opener out of the picture now, but Ultraviolet finds the kunai. What a trade! Chio had to get involved and dig a little bit deeper here. Hydron in the central pavilion. Swift step by Ultraviolet to try and rescue him, but the Rain managed to squeak it out.
Only just though. As I said, that rally from Chio just really giving them a little bit of standing to be able to go on to the onslaught of the Defiant on the point. Kaluj only just gets this rampage. He's done nothing this entire round except be that threat on the point that they can't dislodge. He does have it now, so if he can find a way to get to Chio and Fielder, hit them with the rampage, that has to be the opening window.
This is a variation on Kaluj's Roadhog that he played on this map last year against ball compositions, right? To stay in the pavilion, be very hard to shift, be a real threat to the enemy tank player. Kaluj loves to try and counterpick his opponents when he doesn't want to play the mirror. He might be thinking about a rampage here though, as Hydron's turret is down. Chio has the shield bash backwards, but he can't dodge the pulse. Kaluj comes in, he connects with Fielder, and Fielder's going to bleed out here. He'll get what he came for. The sleep dart may have connected, but now Lip has to stand up in the stead of his teammates. The Defiant with a player advantage want to rotate to point here. Lip fell by a turret, not ideal. Here we have overtime.
It's going to be the same thing as last time. Arena just going to be juggling onto the point, wait for their backline to stay alive. Can Stalker hold on to his life? Same with Donghack.
Donghack almost gets chopped there. Doesn't want to get too close to Kaluj. A respectful distance now as he heads to the high ground. Hydron's lost his turret once more here. A lot of pressure occurring in the backline care of Stalker and co. A pulse bomb for Kaluj. Yes! Just with the doctor order for Stalker. Gets rid of the enemy main tank, and Lip sticky bombs fired their mark. Nicely done. Another Torp turret removed here, and Spectra trying to do something about Lip, but it's not to be, and Atlanta able to flip it back again.
Rain are just a nuisance that will not go away. The Defiant, they seem to always get control, but as soon as fights break down, that's where the Rain want to be. Lip, Stalker, Donghack just all over the place, and Defiant not able to hold on. Hydron moving away from the Torbjorn over to the Sombra, realizing he just can't do anything in those types of fights. Kaluj also over to the Winston.
Yeah, the Lip's a problem, I think. They really want to try and put some pressure back towards that Echo. Lip sticky bombs, no good there. Hoping to maybe get Kaluj lower to get a focusing beam kill. Dupe up here, focusing beam coming in. Winston bubble in the way, but they're able to find Ultraviolet. Atlanta fully commit onto the one player, and now Donghack actually gets to do something. He can play completely differently now in a Winston matchup.
Yeah, this is where he really finds his element. Defiant, they need to reset. They cannot get staggered. 88% coming up. Rain have so many ultimates. They're going to have 5 in this fight, Mitch.
The Defiant may have let this one slip away. This is their last chance to try and close this round out. Atlanta have been roused, shaken from their slumber, and they're ready to party. Stalker a little bit low here. Sound barrier had to come from opener, but look at Chio. He's holding onto the rally. Donghack gets the primal rage just in time, and he's looking to pressure the Lucio down. Perhaps Ultraviolet's an option. Swift Step should be available, or not!
Not enough.
Ultraviolet turned into paste on the walls there, and now opener will be the object of scrutiny. Lip's able to find a sticky bomb connection on a Collusion, and it looks like the Defiant let this one slip away.
Oh, they had control of it. They were so far ahead, but the Rain. Honestly, the presence of mind to keep their ultimates close to their chest, it felt like Defiant every time that they needed to close it out, Rain had an answer, and that's what they do better than anyone else. Rain just understand when to utilize the ultimates, when they need to go aggressively, when they need to play defensively. They had 2 overtime moments where they had to touch the point, just stay alive, only to barely hold on. But that's, as much as Defiant lose that, gives you confidence. We can be a match for this Rain team. We can go head-to-head.
Kalusha's hard to kill in those situations, especially like 3v3s, but also hard for him to find kills, to sort of snowball advantages when he can't really reach Donghack, or Stalker was staying out of his range with those frequent blinks. We're going to see the Echo mirror here. Stalker versus Spectra. And outside of that, mirror comps.
Rain have this great freedom that Lip can play Sombra and Tracer, and Lip's an exceptional Tracer as well, so this should be another comfort composition here for the Rain. Toronto, they're going to lose the position off the bat, but Kalusha's trying to take it back.
Sticky bombs get stymied by the bubble there. Stalker going to have to spend some time outside of the fight here as he tries to work his way through that one, and in the meantime, Spectra seizes the opportunity to get rid of Donghack. The Defiant play from the low ground to start with here, but Kalusha does well. That one bubble on the high ground did a lot of work.
And he just made himself a threat. He went up, made everyone look at him, forced the positioning of the backline, and what that did, he was never going to punish the backline, but what it did, the rest of his team punished Donghack for playing too aggressively. Donghack's going to need to be careful. That will happen again.
Ultraviolet with a commanding view of the situation here. Sees Hydron come a little bit low, can't do much to help him right now. Not with Donghack knocking at the door. Sticky bombs and Bionade force him down, and Lip looks to try and follow up. It's going to be hop, skip, and jump over the pulse bomb. Can't quite finish the job on the Ana, so Lip needs to now set his sights elsewhere. This is going to allow the Defiant to get further ahead, but another nasty Bionade coming in from Fielder from the low ground, no less. This time it's more than the Defiant can handle.
Yeah, and with the nano boost coming in from Donghack to follow through, there's nothing the Defiant can really stand up to. Fielder's nades, was that 2 or 3 biotic grenades that hit the backline? Even though for the first 2 it didn't result in anything, there's a lot of macro things that happen over the map when something like that happens. Everyone has to play more defensively because the backline can't peek. So it had this cascading effect that led to Rain winning for only just a nano boost, as they're now the ones in control, 20% and counting.
And hitting those impactful Bionades from the low ground, it's a very difficult angle to get value out of that. You have to basically have to throw it into the doorway from the low ground and hope it splashes on people. And so it did. Spectra's going to get the nano boost here, and he wants to maybe peel Donghack off his backline. Should be happy enough at least with forcing the primal rage now. But the Defiant haven't made any real progress towards capturing the point here. Sticky bombs on Donghack, he's able to get away with plenty of health now, back to the high ground and somewhat of a reset here.
Trade ult for ult. I think you take that if you're both of these teams. Huge stick on opener. He stays alive with the rally.
Hanging in there. Donghack trying to pursue the brick but can't finish the job. Either is going to be Stalker with a duped Ana straight to the point, but he took a face full of damage from Spectra to knock him out of that form. Opener's having to deal with Donghack once more, and so the Toronto Defiant can get back into control here. Now this is quite the back and forth affair with mirrored comps.
And you can see Defiant, oh wow, that's a great sticky bombs onto Chio. But the way Defiant want to play this is force away the backline, recognizing Chio Fielder, we're not going to be able to dislodge these guys. What they're going to do, push them away, punish Donghack. That's the second time they've done that in just this round. And Defiant now the ones who are able to close this fight without using many ultimates at all. The big advantage that the Reign do have, Chio's still holding on to this rally.
Opener had to use his to survive the pulse bomb previously. Nano boost here, this is for Stalker. Yes, he's able to use that to play a bit more aggressive, secure the kill indeed. Finds a second as well. As Hydron is just trying to even the odds somewhat. The Toronto Defiant haven't given up the point yet, and Hydron returns to see Lip attempting to force Kaluj away. He's very low though, healing is a big problem right now for the Defiant. Stalker, well, he maliciously abuses that fact.
Stalker just went absolutely crazy with that nano boost, gets both of the backliners, lives to tell the tale, and is able to punish the rest of the Defiant, and that was an expensive fight as well. Defiant really only having the nano boost here for this final fight, but fortunately for them, Reign have absolutely none.
Nano maybe for Spectre again, to guarantee an instant kill, maybe on Fielder or someone similar. Ultraviolet trying to maintain some form of line of sight to him. Here we go. In goes Spectre. Let's see what he can get done. Force back, maybe a whip shot there to send him towards his team. It could be Donghack the target. And he gets him just with the edge of the focusing beam. That is a brilliant pick. Now you need to convert. It's an 8-point difference in just a moment here as the Toronto Defiant moves straight to the point. Stalker going to be duplicating a trace now, arguably just for survivability. If anything else, he'll be knocked out of that though as Hydron comes knocking. Sticky bombs to force Kaluj away.
Flip comes through, ultimates coming up for the Defiant, opener 90% and counting. Reina have their back against the wall once again.
Here it is, we're going to be in 99 territory here. Oh, nice. Hydron! Can't ask for much more than that, can you? Beautiful pulse connection on Fielder, but Lip is able to reciprocate. Both Arnas receive special deliveries, and Hydron can't stick to Donghack the way it would have liked to. Finds Tio though, gets past the shield and knocks him right on out. And Donghack is trying to occupy the space with a Mega Wood spawn, but he scanned seconds too late. He will fall, and now it's just going to be Lip and Stalker trying to keep this alive. Diva could have get out of themselves to be sure, but Lip is too low to contest properly now. Bionade was good, but the Defiant stay alive in his first map.
Blood's in the water for the Defiant. You can see them, they're feeling it. Even looking at the cams in the bottom right, they're ready for this match. They're ready to go. In that Echo matchup, even though Stalker went crazy, Spectre was doing the exact same thing on the other hand. Hydron hitting some big pulse bombs. They've come to play.
Stalker, 10-4 right now for the Atlanta Reign. A huge round for him on the Echo. Frequently the beneficiary of the nano boost to try and charge on in and find a kill. The kill distribution much more even over the Defiant side of things though, and hey, it might be time for that rush comp.
Yeah, and you said Defiant could find an edge in the rush composition because that's where the Atlanta Reign faltered against the Houston Outlaws. And for that reason, the Reign don't even seem to want to take that duel. Even though Ramatra is usually favored, they'd rather play something they're comfortable with and take down the Defiant that way.
It's going to be tough to get through both the Ramatra and the Immortality field, the Ice Wall, the Ice Block, you name it. There are a lot of survivability methods on the side of the Defiant here.
Both just posturing for a position. The Defiant wanted the high ground, Reign take it away. Toronto, what they're going to try and do is get the capture, but Atlanta's going.
Yeah, good hack there, but Lip's attention gets diverted away from Hydron there. Maybe he expects that Stalker's going to be enough to finish the job, but Lip unable to make use of the damage boost from the hack there, and Hydron just clears Donghack.
Kaluj is so low, but just able to get topped up by Ultraviolet. They have the tank advantage, and now they're running through with it. Geo falls next.
But here's the issue, right? This is such a tanky, durable team with a lot of immortality frames as well. It's so hard to break through here if you're Reign, where you need to kill the first target you stick to, otherwise you lose in a protracted engagement.
And that was, Kaluj was the target. He was the guy they tried to take down, but he popped that Nemesis form, has that overhealth, but then the Defiant make a massive mistake, over-aggress trying to punish the Reign. They're gonna lose it for almost free, and that's such an enormous mistake because all of a sudden, now the Reign are in control. You have to enter into them, and Lip's got an EMP.
I mean, the fact that the Defiant give up the point without forcing at least that from Lip is going to be punishing, and that's good to the tune of maybe 15, 20 more %. Every one of those counts.
How are the Reign going to use this one? Yeah, you can see they want them in the open.
There it is, Lip gonna hose them down. Immortality field for Ultraviolet, can they keep Kaluj up? Yes! Amplification Matrix from Ultraviolet, so a lot of healing going the way of the Ramatra right now. Stalker wants a first kill, and he gets it on Opener, who just seemed to trip over the bomb and get caught by it there. Colosseo the intended target, but hey, the result was what they were looking for. They get rid of both supports, and now the Defiant crumble.
The follow-up wasn't there for the EMP, but the rest of the follow-up from Stalker with the Pulse Bomb was. It did cost the Reign more than they would have liked, though. It cost them the nano boost as well. So the Defiant, as much as that's a lost fight, that was expected. Now you come back in with ultimates of your own. Hydron with the overclock. Spectra, Blizzard, could drop that as soon as Donghack goes in. And then Colosseo, if he pops that Annihilation, just needs to be able to find a target.
Atlanta is starting to put together the ult cycling, though. This fight will be Rally and Primal. Could be big for a difference maker. Lip might just build another EMP in the next few seconds, but great Blizzard on Donghack. Great reactive play from Spectra.
Yeah, they've been catching Donghack time and time again. Chio's going to rally to try and keep them in this fight.
Ice Wall here. Kalu's going to work Chio's shield down in a Nemesis form now. Opener clutching on the sound barrier. Has to hope that he doesn't need to use it, but Hydron goes for the overclock just to secure the fight win.
I don't hate that. Just guarantee that you're going to close out that fight. Stepping forward too far once again by the Defiant. Maybe not expecting this EMP from Lip.
Yeah, they thought they had the fight won. They thought they were in the clear. But they stride straight into Lip's EMP. And maybe if you're tracking that, you're expecting Lip not to have it until like midway through the next fight. But he built, at the start of that fight, he built a lot of charge. He wasn't really involved because he was busy with M1.
Defiant, just second mistake on this round, and it's costing them so much. 81% and counting now for the Reign. This could be final fight if they don't find any footing.
Zorka going to take his time. The Vortex is in his way. Colosseo doesn't know. That big primal from Donghack held on to that one. Maybe in his first of the round here, and the Defiant had to get moving. That one critical mistake at the start of the map when they walked into an EMP might be their undoing here. They have the Annihilation. Colosseo needs to get really good connection from it, and he's going to wait to fight on the point for it. But Stalker's Pulse Bomb could take out a key healer. It could all be over. I don't mind the Kiriko switch here for that extra survivability, and of course, the Pulse comes in. No good though, Colosseo's able to shrug it off for the most part. Donghack's going to get the nano boost now, and look at a Pressure Spectre away. Hydron is in trouble. Absolutely collapsed upon here as the rest of the Defiant were on the point itself. And Colosseo can't do too much but throw his dukes up. Susie gets used, they do get Colosseo out alive, but they need extra help. And with Spectra eventually being forced to succumb, the Atlanta Reign should have this one locked up.
Defiant just try to find any target, anybody to isolate and punish, but that doesn't fly at against the Atlanta Reign. Reign just able to bend back against the ultimates, hold on to their lives, and then come back with an even heavier punch. And we talked about it, Atlanta Reign. They are the strongest team at playing this Tracer Sombra dive, confident in themselves. And Toronto Defiant, I said they saw blood in the water, but it might have been a bait.
Stalker has more final blows than Hydron and Spectra combined. He is 18-5 after that map.
He's just so good, absolutely making an MVP bid this season. We saw him on the Seoul Dynasty last year, and no one could have anticipated he was going to hit this level of power this season for the Atlanta Reign. Everyone thought Lip was going to be the powerhouse DPS of this duo. Absolutely not.
Look, I mean, really feel like this last stage here was decided by EMP.
Yeah. And it's not just EMP, even the first one that happened where they overstepped, it wasn't even an EMP, it was just Reign recognizing hubris from the Defiant, thinking, oh, we can get maybe one more pick, a little bit more percentage, and just got punished in a big way. Look at that EMP. Defiant just had no answers for it. Well, they did have the answers, but they got caught by the EMP.
That's it. Well, let's hope they have a couple more questions for the Atlanta Reign, because we're headed over to Numbani. A great chance for Spectra again to reassume that mirror matchup on Echo against Stalker. Stick around, everybody. It looks like the Defiant have got a little bit of something. Let's see if they can make it work in-game. it's a spirited back and forth on the map of Oasis to start this series off. For the Atlanta Reign, they prevail. Stalker leading the way. Pretty disgusting. Whether the Echo or the Tracer, the guy has 18 final blows for that map. It's, pretty insane stuff. This is just his Tracer play.
That wasn't even when he took over on Echo on the Gardens map as well. He's just everywhere all at once. And as I said earlier, MVP bid is in full effect. He has been almost the tip of the spear on the damage, just playing the Tracer, playing the Echo, playing anything this team requires of him. And man, just the numbers speak for themselves. He has such low deaths. It's very Proper-esque of he's not that guy who's just full committing 100% of the time.
Unless he has nano.
Yeah, unless he has nano. He's just always a thorn in the side of any team he faces.
Great start for Atlanta. It was shaky though, at times. We questioned about how they go up against the rush comp, but they made the right choice, sticking to their guns, playing dive, and again, I got helped out a little bit by the Toronto Defiant, who at times had a good fight. They'd walk up, maybe try and stagger out a little bit, and they all get caught in a 5-player EMP and get absolutely crushed. And that story replays itself again later on in the round as the Reign are able to exploit the hubris, as you put it, from the Defiant.
And the Defiant, if you're very happy to see Numbani come into this pool at this point, you know you're at a deficit going toe-to-toe playing the Tracer Sombra. That's not your strength. Your strength is when you can put your player's Spectra over onto the Echo. So this is a better Echo map. We will see the Stalker versus Spectra head-to-head once again. So Defiant potentially having an opportunity, because you just said it yourself, Mitch. The Reign, they got the win, but it's not as clean as we've seen it from them in the past.
Yeah. Might be everyone catching up as well, because even in the dive mirror, Toronto looked pretty good on Gardens. So, they've got a reason to feel relatively confident about playing this back. And I think a lot of the detractors definitely pointed fingers at Kaluj on Winston and said, we don't think that this is really going to work for our team. Obviously, Defiant fans may be a little bit pessimistic, given, well, but still, we've seen him really stand up in a big way and able to combine, of course, with, Open now on this squad, Spectra coming in, another team that gets a facelift after mid-season, showing us what they're capable of now. Power friendship, not necessarily. You're going up against an opponent with strong business relationships there in the back line, so you'd best look to emulate that if you want success.
Friendship is overrated. London Spitfire in shambles, but the Reign showing business is the way to go.
And business is good.
Business is good. Business is popping and booming. The economy's looking strong as Defiant come out here on attack first. Exactly what we expected. Both teams playing the Echo.
Spectra's avoiding Lip right now.
Yeah.
You notice he's like poking main, throwing some sticky bombs out. Oh dear.
That is an interesting look though as well, because Lip is on the Echo, not Stalker. Makes sense because this gives Lip the freedom to move over to the Sombra if he is required, maybe on second and third point. And that's just a testament to how stacked and deep this roster is.
These quick snaps from Fielder.
Yeah.
Every time Spectra, comes around that corner, instantly quick scopes, gets that free 70 damage.
Best Anna in the world, not even a hot take.
Okay,
Slick
bubble
goes
here.
wide, never mind.
What does Kaluj do with this space? Not a lot. Just bubbles the supports, hoping that cutting off the healing might make a difference here.
He just needs to be careful. If he gets a little bit low, Lip can come through and execute him, especially if he uses his bubble as early as he does. Just a lot of posturing, waiting to get ultimates up. Both Echoes having coffee soon, and Lip's going very, very early.
What an interesting choice. The Winston dupe here.
Almost unnecessary.
Yeah, maybe looks much better if he's able to, derive a big advantage for his team out of this, but maybe we're not...
Oh, okay.
Okay, he's going to lose that in just a sec, yeah. Maybe we're not looking at the primary Echo player for this team, so fair enough. Look, Lip, he waylays the Defiant pretty well. Okay, 2 nanoed Echoes right now. This is about to get extremely volatile. Great bubble. Kaluj intervenes in that Echo 1 versus 1 with the bubble to completely shut down the beam and still can't save Spectra after the fact.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hydron does go down before that fight really starts to, pop off. So even though the nano boost goes on Spectra, they don't want to commit any more ultimates. Just cut your losses at that point. And Lip is charging an incredibly quick duplicate once again. Maybe just throwing them away because he knows how quickly he can charge it.
Yeah. Maybe hard to line up an Ana to duplicate from this position. Might force you to overextend and then be on a very immobile hero. Maybe why I choose the Winston, which is more a thing of the past, if anything else.
It doesn't feel like Defiant have been able to put any pressure onto this backline. Now Kaluj is going. He's getting up to this primal rage. Is he going to get there?
Oh, he's a little low. Should be okay. Echo can complicate this, but now we have an unaduped from Spectre. But he doesn't have the high ground to get a good bio, so it's a rushed one on Donghack up close. And already the Defiant have lost Opener and Ultraviolet. This is looking ugly.
Yeah, every time the Defiant have tried to do anything, it stopped. Just responded with nano boost from Lip onto Donghack. You know, once again, not a single useful duplicate ult, but they're there. Good job, Lip. We're all really proud of him.
I'm sure he bioed someone. Yeah. You know, I'm sure he got value.
Importantly there, Fielder hit a biotic grenade to take down Ultraviolet, so Fielder once again not afraid to go aggressive and use those tools aggressively to find themselves an advantage. And now, a minute remaining, Mitch, and Defiant, they've used a lot of their war chest, as you like to say, only the nano boost from Ultraviolet.
I stole that from ZP.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's his line. Fielder, sticky bombs, fires himself, backs away, sees Stalker and Spectre are locked in a deadly duel. Or Hydron, rather.
Lip goes down, Hydron goes down, but that's okay if you're the Defiant.
Donghack, oh, good. Okay, good timing there from Ultraviolet, but now how do you work around Donghack? You're not going to be able to kill him, so wake him up. He heads back to the high ground, and the Land of Rain look none the worse for wear.
Yeah, and they still have both of their support ultimates, so even if they do come under pressure, they have the answers for it.
They're looking for Lip, but he got nanoed straight away. Just, I think, his Spectre is trying to find the kill. Beautiful pulse. There's just not much more to say about this now. With 12 seconds left, it's not with a roar that the Defiant are going to go out on this attack. It's with an utter whimper. Completely steamrolled by the Atlanta Reign, showing us mastery of this composition. And that's maybe what we expected at the start of this series, but we're getting it now, and I'm sure fans aren't complaining.
That's more like the Reign that we've come to enjoy this season, just not giving any team, any quarter, just absolutely shutting down the Defiant. Mitch is looking at the stats.
The stats are not good. That's
one final blow from the Toronto Defiant that was by collusion. That's exactly what we saw on our screens. It didn't feel like Defiant were ever able to get into an even fight. Every time that they stepped up, they were losing something, or it was costing them too much to get there. That gave Reign the opportunity to pop their ults in response. I don't even think Chio and Fielder used the nano at the end there.
Lip was playing pretty safe, to be fair. We've seen some cases where, like, I want to think back to like a Washington matchup where I think Alpha Yi was playing on defense, and he just runs at the Echo. Like, the Echo was positioned a little bit too far forward defensively, and he just stickies them. He just comes out of nowhere. Here, Lip gives like a huge amount of like distance, and it's just really poking until he has the dupe, and then he dupes a Winston at first, right? So maybe not taking any undue risks here, and this is kind of the hallmark of our best teams in the dive. They can be proactive without being risky.
It's almost like they're playing a tower defensive. As soon as you walk within their radius, that's when they go. They're waiting for you to walk into dangerous territory, and Reign just play it to a T. They know all of their advantage, and their players have the mechanical skill to pull it off, and Defiant just not able to hold a candle. Maybe shades of some of the struggles they were having on the dive in the previous stage coming through.
I mean, this is the kind of team we expect those weaknesses to be exposed against. The Atlanta Reign able to really exploit them here. Okay, we actually have the pocketed Echo set up here for Lip.
This has been something that some teams have been posturing around with.
Shock.
Yeah, the idea of like, you're essentially giving your team an advantage in this Echo mirror. So Spectre's not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Lip anymore because there's a damage boost, there's consistent healing.
Virtually 7 players because Duplicate is a whole extra health pool and Hero plus the res. So can be pretty robust here.
One of the weaknesses of the Mercy we've seen late, that's a great nade into a follow-up. That is just masterful, and now do all the dominoes fall. Donghack does trade his life.
Oh, Lip, he's in trouble. Hits with the bio. It's going to be a res here for Donghack. I don't know if you can really make use of the opening here. Okay, Ultraviolet makes a correct decision. Instantly drops down.
Yeah, fortunately they were able to get that res out, so the Atlanta Reign are able to stay in this fight. Donghack's in positioning, and now the Defiant, they're kind of stuck on the low ground. It's not where they want to be.
Toronto don't want to match Echoes here. We sort of mentioned Spectra on the Sombra. Ultraviolet's playing very safely here.
Yeah, maybe losing that Echo duel, realizing he's not going to be able to go toe-to-toe anymore. Maybe he can hack Donghack, utilize him, maybe punish him for playing too aggressively.
Oh, that's dangerous. Spectra got caught inside the Winston bubble, able to get out of there. Ultraviolet now can't get to the high ground. He doesn't have any time. If he tries to go up there, he's got to be out of line of sight for too long. He may as well be in spawn. So Stalker now gets to do this.
Woo. That was almost a nice one clip. Pulse Bomb goes wide as well. Defiant are alive.
No, he didn't find that stick. Stalker in trouble there, gets caught out in the open without a recall. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock. You see Donghak still trying to occupy that high ground and make it very hard for Toronto to re-establish the setup they had at the start of the round.
And that's the problem the Defiant have without playing the Echo, as the Hydron Pulse Bomb doesn't find anything, is because they're playing a Sombra, they can't get Donghak off of this high ground. He's able to stay there and jump back up and down whenever he wants, and then get healed by Fielder just like this.
It's a very defensive spot to be, oddly enough, even if it's behind enemy lines. Here's that EMP by Spectre. Is there a trades here for the Rain? They've lost Fielder, but we have Valkyrie, so we have enough healing throughput as for the Rain to sort of withstand this. Bradley from opener though, and Chio brings Fielder back into the fight. Kaluj instantly stops by and just lets him know he's there. But the Defiant don't overextend here like they did in that first map. Back to the point, play safe, but the Primal in their backline could be a problem.
It cost Rain a lot to stay in this fight, but now Donghak's starting to get some punishes. Ultraviolet falls with the nano boost.
Donghak's hacked here. Translocated down for Spectre though, so a little bit dicey for the Sombra. Pulse on the Fielder.
That's huge. That's such a huge pulse bomb. They have to save the boy!
Oh, please! Oh, opener knows. Yeah, he knows. It's a tough one.
That hurts. It was ticking up so quickly. Atlanta had 3 players on it and just stepped off for a little bit too long. That could have been a fight that Toronto could have taken and evened up the score.
That's rough stuff. Spectra comes out of that map with 0 final blows. Tries the Echo on attack, finds nothing. Tries it on defense for 1 life. Gets blown up by Lip. Switches over to the Sombra. There was an EMP there. It was fine. Allows him to, I think, kill Fielder, who eventually just got rezzed by Chio. And again, the Valkyrie allows you, the Mercy in general just allows you to keep the pressure on, right? Yeah. So if you find a trade kill, hey, res it, you've got a player advantage. You know, they have to come back off spawn here. And you notice that Ultraviolet had to spin the whole defensive round playing from the low ground.
Yeah.
As soon as he dropped, he never got back up.
He just never had the time or the opportunity to take it away from Donghak. And as you said, Mitch, when they did that EMP dive, it was a great execution onto Fielder, but unfortunately, they can't hold that positioning, hold that aggressive style, so the res just comes through and it invalidates the entire dive. But man, this could have gone either way. That's so hard. Such a hard loss there for the Defiant. Potentially they might have lost that fight anyway, but it's almost like a mental thing that you've just lost of, you know, now you're working uphill, you're down 2 maps against the Atlanta Rain. How do you come back?
That lip clip there with the duplicate was play of the game if you were wondering. Nice work from Ultraviolet, but again, once he had to drop low, the sight lines are not nearly as good. All of a sudden, your Winston actually can't be aggressive on defense because you can't see him. When Kaluj dives into main and you have the low ground, you can't do a thing about it.
Yeah, that was the C9 that you were just about to see on your screen. The producer's really helping us out, cutting that one off, keeping the Toronto Defiant fans' sanity at least somewhat intact.
All right, Defiant fans, keep your heads up. Another chance to stay alive and kicking in this series. Circuit Royal is on deck for map number 3.
breeze. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget my peace. We take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the.
Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. And stop for the talking. Like fire on the pine. If you wanna touch my please use caution.
Vibes looking a little grim in the 6 as the Toronto Defiant struggle to keep their head above water in this series against your top team in the West, the Atlanta Reign. So, it's time to make a couple of substitutions, Scott.
Yeah, if you're trying to keep the vibes up, Sir Marged is the guy to bring in.
The drip and the vibes, baby.
Exactly. We go over to Circuit Royale, so we all know what to expect. Sigma, double flex support, so Sir Marged is coming in alongside Ultraviolet. Baptiste and the Zen.
Chio's got that upper deck player card of Lip there. That's the MVP edition, just quietly. Hey, put that in his sleeve, my guy. What is this sack? Actually, you were playing Commander without sleeves earlier, so I guess you're probably on his side, Scott. But
you're really going to throw me out like that? There's going to be some fans coming out.
Those cards are getting dinged. I'm freaking out over here. My goodness.
Hey, I'm worried about this card. This is going to be a classic sometime soon of Lips, just Shanghai Dragons run and when they were so dominant, but now he's playing for the Atlanta Reign and he's one of the best hit scans we have in this world. We haven't seen him play hit scan much this season, but Hydron's going to have a handful.
I'm glad you sort of whet our appetite for a bit of hit scan from Lip coming up because it's Circuit Royale, everybody. Hawk also gets substituted in here, so that is pretty telegraphed of what the Reign are looking to do. Hawk, obviously, a bit of a specialist now, comes in on that Sigma to really make the difference. And Marged says to us, we're going to see some Zen.
Yeah, and Sir Marged is the most aggressive Zen since the beginning of time.
He was the most aggressive Lucio and Arno of time, but yes.
I'm seeing a trend here for Sir Marged's character pool, at least to say the least. But, as you said, Hawk versus Kaluge on the Sigma. That's an old school rivalry. These guys have been in North America contenders for an incredibly long time. They've gone toe to toe. Very rarely do we see them go up against each other being able to play this hero.
Hawk is someone we get less opportunity this year to talk about, but a really successful prospect that came up from that Atlanta Reign Academy squad, right? So got to show what he was capable of at that level in contenders and all of a sudden hit the Overwatch League and ended up being the kind of player you build your franchise around in many aspects.
Yeah, it's a testament to how strong of a player he is. When Atlanta Reign did a complete rebuild, went this fully Korean roster, acquired Chio Fielder, Lip Stalker, they were like, no, we want to keep Hawk here because he needs to be... Okay, Fielder, please, I'm making a point.
Fielder's just tickling the ivories, baby. He's going to work out his creative urges here before he sticks to strict flowchart Overwatch, right? Yeah. Don't even breathe unless you're told to.
This is what they've been doing in their free time. They haven't been spending time together. It's just been rocking it on the piano.
All right, Lip starts on the Widow here. See, he has to peek from fairly telegraphed locations, so takes his time.
Interestingly, Stalker isn't going to play a Sojourn or a Hanzo like his traditional. He's going to play the Genji. This is something that we actually saw from... My mind is blanking on it. It was Decay. Decay came out and it looked terrible. He couldn't stay alive. He couldn't find any execution. The way that Stalker's going to want to play this Genji is be that front threat that if anyone oversteps a Zenyatta or a Widow, he can dash, engage, try and find that execution.
Obviously, the ability to traverse that verticality quite comfortably is going to be a boon to him on that hero. Lip, I mean, leading from the front here. Hawk is spending some time recharging his barrier, but Lip is still surging ahead, looking for these shots. And tell you what, starting to play whack-a-mole with the Defiant. They have to keep their hatches battened.
Yeah, Lip found the first pick, finds a second pick onto Spectre as well. This is record time on the first point. Are the Defiant going to be able to hold with a disadvantage? Sir Marged going down, there's no chance.
Midfielder, not the kind of player you associate with the Zen role normally, or at least not in recent history, but my goodness, he's dishing it out at long range. The Atlanta Reign have done, they've got one kill. That was Kaluge, obviously able to find one there, but they are struggling here on the first little stanza of Circuit Royale.
And Spectre's just having a bad time right now. 2 deaths just getting picked out from across the map, and there hasn't been a single bit of resistance so far from the Defiant.
Atlanta Reign ignoring all the white flags being thrown in their way.
Fielder has Transcendence already. He's going to be the first one to get to Ultimate. That is ridiculous.
Yep. Achieve Enlightenment, and in 2 weeks all your money back, apparently.
If Hydron gets seen here, he will get taken out by Stalker. He wants one free shot and he missed it.
He gave himself away and he cops a little bit of a kiss there from Fielder, who goes for the Transcendence now, which won't protect this team against the Widowmaker, but they don't need it. Hydron's under extreme pressure and Stalker closes the gap. We're dealing with 4 minutes and 27 seconds still to play, and that first checkpoint is looming real quick.
And they're just going further and further forward. The Rain recognize, take the high ground, make it impossible for the Defiant to make it to this point. And without Margette having the Transcendence, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Hydron going, this is not close.
Oh, I'm straight up not having a good time, says Hydron. Unsuccessful in most of his forays on the Widowmaker so far. Kinetic grasp here for Hawk to create that space for the Rain to fall back in, but now Spectra decides to try and take the game into his own hands. Hawk's going to be forced away. Spectra knows he can double back and deal with him at any time, but it's 5 minutes and 20 on the clock for the Rain. That is an astonishingly large time bank.
And the Rain, you're more than happy to let Spectra pick up the scraps. They do stem the bleeding, start to hold, but Rain, they haven't really had to use anything so far to get this, you know, record-breaking time and attack.
It might be close.
It might be close. So much it does have the Transcendence. Stalker has the Blade, but it's going to be difficult to find any value against this Defiant setup.
No one can.
Okay, Lip holding on to his infrasight there just to match it with Hydrons. Kaluj gets caught in the gravitic flux there, but is actually happy to just drop back down, give some ground. That M Matrix is pretty scary. The Defiant are making use of everything right now, and all these ultimates may amount to squat. Stalker goes upstairs and was able to find Hydron, and with the Blade, he says that's more than enough.
He gets one with the Blade against the Transcendence. Sir Margette pops it, but he wasn't close enough to his teammates, so the damage was done, and the Defiant have to fall back. But as you said, Mitch, Defiant also used a lot of ultimates to try and take that fight to no avail.
4 of them.
Yeah, 4 of them. Now Kaluj is the only one. He has the flux. But Fielder's coming up to another Transcendence. He's charging them so quickly.
Liv spots Hydron there. Gets away with just a free haircut, nothing more. Spectre also living dangerously here now as Hawk's going to get caught in the gravitic flux. Chio can't save him with the rally. It's going to have to be the Rain in full-scale retreat for now. 4 minutes still to play.
I don't know if I've just missed this entire round, but has Chio been on Brig this entire game? Have they been playing Brig Zen? I didn't even realize that. I just assumed Chio would be playing the Baptiste.
I think it's, odd. I think it might be the Genji. Maybe they hope to give Stalker a bit more rope with those heal packs, but even so, an odd decision. I don't think it was Baptiste earlier on.
I don't think he was either.
Well, they're going for it.
If you have the Transcendence, you don't need that extra healing from the Baptiste. Chio takes down 2, just running down the backline, and the card is getting ever closer, Mitch.
Hawk moves into the cul-de-sac here at the end of the map, and the Defiant, look at the clock. It doesn't tell a great tale. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in the round here as Stalker fell. Spectre and Ultraviolet's forced to fall down to the left-hand side of the point. The accretion from Kaluj comes in too late. And the Atlanta Rain able to get over the line with a whopping 3 minutes, 15 seconds left.
The Rain say no healing, no problem. I guess you don't need to heal anyone if everyone dies.
What if they don't shoot you?
That's true.
You know?
Yeah, if they never get an opportunity to shoot, because Lip just, you know, we have our questions of, does Lip still have it on the hit scan? Is he a Sombra one trick? You know, you always hear those mutterings on Reddit and social media, but Lip once again proving why he is an MVP candidate every single year he's in the league.
Lip, 4 final blows, 0 deaths, 60% scoped critical hit rate. Hydron, 0 eliminations, 0 final blows, 5 deaths, 0% scoped critical hit accuracy.
Ooh, that's not great. Also, you guys can't see it on your screen right now, but Chio's currently holding up the Lip card to his camera, just really making sure the fans know. Oh, that's just... come on!
Yeah, to punctuate said point, here's a very unflattering graphic. At least Hydron's good looking.
Yeah, hey, he looks great while he's doing it, though. That's what you need to keep an eye on. But he is definitely struggling so far in this match, and he struggled the last time they had a match this weekend as well on this Widowmaker playing Circuit Royale. He just hasn't really been able to sort of go toe-to-toe with these juggernauts we have in the league. Last time it was Bird Ring. This time it's Lip.
Toronto Defiant used to try and force maps like Gibraltar last year to leverage Hydron's ability to get value. Or rather, it was the Mayhem, excuse me, with Hydron on that team. He was really impressive there. Not quite able to reach the form of yesteryear today. He's going to have a go again.
Now it makes more sense. Chio over to the Zenyatta, Fielder on the Baptiste, Stalker on the Sojourn. This is a lot more traditional of what you would expect from a team playing this composition. Maybe that was just sort of like a pocket pick one-time strategy that just kept going.
Give Stalker more rope. Like, just give heal packs only to the Genji.
Yeah.
And then I guess hope the Zen heals you up enough. The Brig on Circuit doesn't make a lot of sense, though. There's just not a lot of close quarters sort of throwdown. But
when you pair it with a Zenyatta as well, maybe Brig Baptiste I could get behind, but I don't know. Hey, I'm not going to argue with you guys. You guys are the best in the league. I can't, and you can't argue with the results. Stalker's trying to hold down this statue. He wants to hold this fight. Sojourn versus Sojourn battle. Stalker's getting so low and does get taken out by Marjed.
Yeah. Out in the open there, if you have to leave one of those cubby holes, you do expose yourself to poke damage from your opponent. So the Defiant able to lean in the Stalker. I think Stalker goes to blow up the poison mine and actually gets hit by it.
Yeah.
So revealed and has that tick damage, which really disadvantages him in that protracted duel.
And Reina now just sort of bending back just a little bit. Hawk is going to be able to stay alive and just contest this point, waiting for Stalker to get back. Hydro finding a big pick on Fielder. He needed to come alive, and now he is.
Yeah, more of this from the attackers. Good signs from the Toronto Defiant. Expeditiously make their way over to this first checkpoint with 5 minutes to play, and they are straight up the hill, no questions asked.
So the question now is, can Defiant do what the Atlanta Reign did to them? And that's what they're trying to do. They take out Stalker. All of a sudden, Chio's on an island alone in this old spawn. Good luck, buddy.
Tries to give him a cheeky Cossack kick in the bread basket to move him out the way, but Kalush had that kinetic grasp up and was unperturbed by the rest of Atlanta trying to save Chio there. So exploiting the lack of mobility from Zenyatta, at least in that window.
Yeah. So now they're Reign. They're trying to step up. They want to find ways to get out of this choke point. Fielder is coming up to the amplification matrix. Hawk is going to have the gravitic flux as well. Kart's getting ever so closer as well, Mitch.
Yeah, pretty wide angle from Lip, but it's relatively telegraphed. Headshot on Kalush, but it's just going to be incidental damage for the time being. Okay, Air Matrix here. Yeah, Kalush has to get out of the line of sight, but still Hydra's able to find Chio. So another huge support pickoff for the Toronto Defiance. Finally, that investment starting to pay off. Spectra knocking heads together here with this overclock.
And he also won the 1v1 versus Stalker, and we talked about the record pace of the Atlanta Reign. What about this record pace from the Defiant? Kalush pushing where it hurts, and that's going to be a second point push there for the Defiant now, and they're the ones with 5.5 time bank.
And look, just 2 kills from Hydron so far in this attacking round, but they've been the important ones. First Baptiste, then Zen. So take an integral part of the enemy backline out of the picture, whilst Kalush is taking a lot of space for Spectra to work with.
Yeah, and you can just see the Defiant feeling a lot more comfortable on this offense. Hydron understanding the angles that little bit better. Now the Reign, they're actually going to give up the first half of this point. A lot of teams do. Just opt to keep your backline on this high ground, make it impossible for the Defiant to assail into you without taking this outside route against you.
Lip's been silenced here over the last couple of minutes. Hasn't been able to find any angles. Look at him here, look how far back Lip is currently playing. He's not trying to wrap around here, he's not trying to use this window in front of Kalush. Infra sights pop by both sides now, so the game changes. Full information for both squads.
Both teams just poking and prodding, but I don't think any supports are going to poke their head out. Spectra might.
Oh, absolutely no. Straight through the barrier, the railgun pierces Lip, and now the gravitic flux comes down. It had to be the immortality field deployed by Fielder hastily, but the transcendence now from both sides. Fielder's lost that immo. Hawk under pressure, but both teams with full healing for the time being. Ultraviolet has an air matrix from the backline, but Lip is able to fell him, and that's a huge opening for Atlanta. A pressure release valve for the defenders.
Without Ultraviolet, they don't have the healing to sustain through this fight. It's just such a good pick there from Lip. And one of the hard things about third point Circle Royale is you can't really lose any members at any moment, because you're either going to lose the front line, your damage, or your healing. And if you lose any of those, with how close the spawns are, you're just never going to win a long, drawn-out fight.
Still a lot of time here for the attackers. 3 minutes and 40. It's questionable whether they'll be able to equal Atlanta Reign's time, but it's still a pretty healthy bank, to say the least. Lip, little shakier this time around, under a lot of pressure from Hydron, has to reposition to the right, and Hydron looks to mirror him.
Hydron is not afraid of Lip, and he shouldn't be. Takes down Lip, another window, another entrance here for the Defiant.
Fielder can't heal Lip from where Fielder's playing, by the way, so Lip just gets body shot there, and that's it. Spectra's pushed very deep, and Chio's under a lot of pressure, but Chio can heal without having to look at his intended target, so Spectra looks to maybe try and push forward even more aggressively here. There's a scary prospect up close, though.
Yeah, he's trying to be careful of Lip coming back from the spawn. That's why he keeps looking to that spawn door. Doesn't matter.
1 for 1. Zorka's able to trade that one back there, and Hawk's found Collusion in the front line. Now, the Toronto Defiant starting to get grounded to a halt. They've got to invest a little bit more heavily. You can't protect yourself from that with Transcendence. Lip and Stalker both find headshots. All the healing in the world won't save you from that level of burst damage. And now a wheel's starting to come off the cart for the Defiant.
We talked about Marjed being a bit of a firecracker, and that Transcendence was one of them, really believing in himself and his teammates to stay alive. But
Loses 2 teammates in the middle of it.
Instantly, that's the problem with the Transcendence Sustain ultimate against a Sojourn and a Widowmaker. They don't care if they have infinite healing, they only need to do 200 damage.
Yeah, like Zen is good in a poke comp offensively, but his ultimate actually doesn't combine with dealing with poke very well. If there's any burst damage, Pulse Bomb obviously has the same effect, then the ultimate's essentially useless. Okay.
Spectra switches over to the Genji here, realizing that, hey, we're not going to win the sniper duel. We need to find a way to execute more targets.
Hawk is creating a lot of space. I mean, the map also makes it hard for the Defiant to close here. But hey, Hydra's have a Defiant Stalker. So that's a key pick.
That's a huge pick. Stalker keeps getting caught first. He does have the overclock, but they just can't get through this archway, Mitch.
Gravitic Flux here, Ultraviolet. Keeping himself out of the fight for the time being, and out comes the Amp Matrix. Might look to turn this one aggressively, but he's caught in the flux. He does get the Immortality Field down just in time, but it gets destroyed before he touches the ground. Now it's Stalker with the overclock. He's got a safe alcove to work from here, and Hawk is protecting him with that barrier. 90-second warning for Toronto.
And this is the problem that they're having. They can find the opening pick, but they can't capitalize on it. As soon as they find one, every time they step up, we saw them use the Gravitic Flux against Hawk, but there's no punishing.
How are you converting on these picks, though? Like, there's so much space. Hawk's just standing in front of you with a shield.
Exactly, and his healers are standing right there. Chio has the Transcendence, and this time, the punishment, Termargen didn't have that Transcendence. By using it greedily last time, wasn't able to save Ultraviolet.
In for sight here for Hydron, and there's an opening. Lip does not have that ultimate up.
He found that pick, that would have been huge as well. He wants to use it as late as possible, give that advantage as late as possible. He does decide to opt into it. Should help them close this distance.
And this makes the Rain maybe respect them more, makes them more reluctant to peek these wide angles. Early Immortality Field usage, but I guess against the Amp Matrix, and Spectra went in. He tried to take the backline down, but Immortality from Fielder helps him stave off that assailant. Somehow, Margit gets caught in that ability from Stalker, and this is getting dangerous now for Toronto. They've got one more chance at this, Scott.
Silver lining, the Rain are out of ultimate, so Defiant do have a window to get in, but only 20 seconds. And the Rain are going to go aggressive, try and punish the Defiant for potentially stepping up a little bit too close. Spectra's so low.
Hawk, yeah, I know that expletive that came out of his mouth there. So close to finding a kill. But he backs up. The Atlanta Rain look pretty jovial now, though. It's a huge lead, and the pressure is on Toronto. The onus is on them. They need to find an opening and exploit it quickly. It might be the Dragon Blade.
It has to be Spectra's Dragon Blade. It's taken him so long to get this one up. Chio doesn't have a Transcendence. He's so low, he needs help.
Spectra gets away. 36 HP now. The Amp Matrix in the backline allows Hydron to find Lip. 5 versus 4 here as Spectra encroaches, thinking about the blade. His finger's itching, but his teammates are finding the picks for him. Hawk inside the Gravitic Flux now. He gets taken down to the Transcendence out from Sir Margit. That is going to be it. The Defiant get the map done. Just. And they get that 1 minute extension, but the Atlanta Rain going into overtime with 4 minutes plus. That is a scary prospect.
That kind of sucks there if you're the Toronto Defiant, especially when you
succinctly put.
Yeah. Especially when they had 5.5 minutes to push through that third point, and it all came together in just such a random manner at the very end. They found one pick, and this time they were able to close out. They didn't even need the Spectra Dragon Blade. They were using celebratory ults at the very end, but that's the nature of Circuit Royale, and now I will give some hope. Overtime pushes are actually quite nice when you're on the offense, because when you're in overtime, spawns get increased in duration. So, as much as Atlanta Rain has more time to work with, when they do win fights, Toronto Defiant will respawn faster rather than if they're in overtime. We've seen
the spawn advantage exacerbated, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Toronto Defiant, as much as they only have a minute, that's not always a massive hindrance.
Saw it yesterday. Watch point Gibraltar between the San Francisco Shock and the London Spitfire. It was a bizarre match, but the Spitfire had like 3 minutes or so. The Shock had 1. San Francisco able to win that map in that overtime. Right? I think so.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a 3-1, I think.
I was agreeing with you, and then you made me question as well, and then I'm like, I don't know if I...
Yesterday was one of the most ridiculous days of Overwatch I've had in a long time, so... Yeah. Hazy on that one, I'll be honest.
Atlanta Rain sticking with the same defensive composition they played last time, Defiant doing the same. And we saw how quickly Defiant were able to capture the first 2 points last time they attacked. If Hydron can find the same angles, find the same picks,
hello.
Never mind, Spectra will do it.
37 seconds left, but Spectra finds a very important opening here. In a matchup he's less favored in, able to take that Widow down. How do you convert it here? The card's too far behind for them to surge ahead. Slowly, Kaluge will start to scale up his goal.
Oh,
what was that? out of absolutely nowhere. Stalker down, Spectre pulls a rabbit straight out of his hat.
And you said last time they weren't able to surge forward. This time they absolutely are. They want to find any other picks. If they find one more, they should capture this first point without really taking a team fight.
Kalush, the trebuchet, sends that big old rock upstairs. But Hawk might be the real issue now. They need to be able to get through this Sigma if they want this checkpoint. We are in overtime. If the Defiant get off the car for any reason, the round will end instantly. 1.94 meters. The rain, Hawk's a little bit low. It's getting scary to try and contest. They've already used that immortality field now, and Hydron is peaking, starting to get a little bit more cheeky with it. It's going to be Spectre getting that key kill on Hawk. Eventually, he just runs out of healing. Lip able to find a kill, but you can't convert that into a defense. And so back, the rain get pushed.
Those are some massive picks by both of the DPS of the Defiant, just able to give them a window of opportunity. And now we're in that overtime push. Look at Chio's slow bar moving up as he tries to find...
Get me back
just,
in there,
yeah,
coach.
just wants to come alive. Defiant haven't been able to find a second punish just yet. Ultimates are coming up for both sides. There's going to be a lot of ultimates used in this next one, but ultimately it'll come down to who's going to find the snipes. Lip pops the visors early. Hydron doesn't have one to respond.
So Lip at least able to convert that one kill in jump time to some advantage elsewhere. Oh, this is rude.
That's sweaty.
Speculative at best there.
Spectre
opens
again.
up the account once more. Fielder falls, immortality field from Ultraviolet. I think it served its purpose well and truly here. Spectre wants to get close here and guarantee these kills with the overclock. He's the player to watch right now. Kvik Flux is going to catch Kalush, but March is going to be there with the Transcendence. Hawk's already being pushed away here, and it has to be Chio's Transcendence. He finally gets back to the fight. He finally gets that ultimate online, but Spectre's looking dangerous now with a full rail charge, and he goes for it. He and Stalker trade blows. Kalush is low. He's barely hanging on. The shield gets thrown up, and now the immortality field has to be used. Fielders goes down first, though, and Spectre's still a problem on this off angle, but Kalush is getting surrounded now. They're bullying their way through. The Toronto Defiants, they're not done.
And this is where the overtime gets dicey. Spectre has just been nuclear so far in this overtime push. He's winning every duel, finding every opening pick, and that cost Atlanta Reign everything. And now the Defiant keep it rolling onto the third point.
To step off of this car for the slimmest second is to invite the end of the round. The Defiant know this well. Kalush, impossible to shift. Indomitable defender there right outside that checkpoint. Helps the Defiant squeeze their way through, but Hydron now looking to be proactive.
Oh, he's looking, waiting for the first person to peek. Oh, Lip takes the first shot. This could go either way. Stalker does switch over to the Hanzo, saying, I don't want any more of that noise on Sojin.
Spectre needs to serve up another kill. That's been the key for the Defiant, that first pick to start these engagements off.
We're going to have, once again, this corner is going to be held. Jostling for position, who can find the first pick?
Stalker backing up here. Sonic gives that information. Who's standing on the cart right now? Don't need to guess though. Hawk's fallen. Now you need a pick. You need one very quickly. The Toronto Defiant, with 1 minute in the time bank, are looking to make a full completion of Circuit Royale. That would be unreal.
Spectre's applying pressure to the side so they can't shoot through the window.
Lips down! The air matrix from Ultraviolet allows him to find that kill, and it's happening! I can't believe it's happening! Kalush tries to push up here, he'll be able to get rid of Fielder, and it's just Hawk, sad and forlorn. He'll fall, the cart gets over, and with 1 minute, the Defiant have able to add 3 checkpoints to their tally. That's astonishing. And now the Atlanta Reign have got a serious, serious contender on their hands.
From rags to riches, Reign do have enormous time bank to make it through, but that's not going to help them. Even if they do use all this time to get to the third point, because that's how long it's going to take, they're going to have to win that final fight just like the Toronto Defiant did. And right now, it feels like the Defiant are the ones with their heads full of steam. Spectre is just on a different level. He's ascended on this Sojin.
Yeah, the first picks in those first 2 fights, it's a poke composition, right? So much of the fight is really predicated on that. The DPS ultimates generally aren't, as impactful as, let's say, like your Sombra compositions, right? Where those are really, where teams rise and fall. 415 though, pretty good, but tell you what, we don't see this very often. This is a very rare thing, those at home. If you're just joining us now, the Defiant have been able to finish Circuit Royale a second time with only 1 minute in their time bank. They were well behind Atlanta, but they may have found a chance to snatch a victory here.
6 points is usually a King's Row special. It's really the only one you find yourself on getting 6 points. But now we get a second look at this Atlanta Reign weird composition that we didn't catch the first time because Lip was just ripping everyone's heads off. Chio on the Brig, Fielder on the Zenyatta, that is, we're assuming, is built to help Stalker and enable Stalker to go further forward.
Limited healing throughput, which again, against like a poke comp where your teammates tend to die without a chance to heal them anyway, I can sort of see the logic behind that.
The person who is going to have to change the way they play with this support lineup is going to be Hawk. He's not going to have the same level of healing that Kaluj will.
So being patient, play that kinetic grasp, use it to let your team advance. Not using his shield at times even. And he's doing okay with just the Harmony Orb right now.
Yeah, and this is the Defiant willing to concede the first half. They want to play this first corner and the second corner. Once again, Spectre is going to hold this close statue. Kaluj gets rocked in the opposite direction. It gets punished instantly.
And now Stalker starts to scale up the map control for the Atlanta Reign. All of Toronto quickly having to fold away from this. Still, I mean, Stalker has such a wide expanse to cross here. I just can't feel like he's just favored in any of these matchups.
Yeah, you can see he's like hanging out on the right, but he's playing against snipers throwing shurikens. Is Kaluj going to be able to get back to the point so they can have an even fight? They might give it up, just recognizing that they have a long way to go regardless.
Kaluj drops, but look at that. Spectre gets caught by an accretion. Hawk takes him to geology class, and the Atlanta Reign get that first checkpoint here. Stalker with the deflex. Oh, he's nasty with it.
And that's a huge mistake from the Defiant. Instead of just being like, okay, guys, we're not going to make it. Let's just set up on the second point. Spectre touches really late, and then Kaluj drops to help. Spectre falls. Kaluj then followed up, and now they've lost the entire positioning for the second point.
So what happens if the Atlanta Reign finish the map? Does Defiant get another minute?
9-6 is on the cards again, Mitch.
Oh my goodness. What a throwback. All right. Again, you see Hawk sets the line of scrimmage right at this doorway. This gives maximum space for Fielder and co. Yeah. But again, your healing throughput is lower, so you can't let Hawk fight a neutral for too long. Look how low he is. It doesn't matter though. Stalker's able to find his way. He's the cat amongst the pigeons. Margin is down, and look, Stalker dashes up into the sky to deal with Hydron. The Toronto Defiant are getting washed away.
And that's the way that they're playing this composition. What happens is Stalker and Chio are the hit squad, apparently. They play in an off angle, and Hawk, he's taking a lot of damage, but that's not the fight they want to take. They're taking it on the offside, take down the backline, and they get the second point for essentially free.
Ah, yes. An homage to wins there from Lip, as the card gets to that 5th checkpoint now. And Atlanta Reign, by no means home and hosed. Still a minute 45 left in the bank to get the map done.
Both teams have ultimates. Both teams are going to get an effective hold, but neither team has worked out how to hold the first 2 points.
No defense here, like the average game of NFL these days.
Oh, God. But this will be hard for the Reign. You know, we saw how effective of a hold the Reign had on the 3rd point initially with the Defiant. Can they do the same level? Fielder dancing with death.
Hydron holding his infra side here, maybe unaware that Lip doesn't have it, but as the defending Widow, you've got to be reactive with that ult.
And for him, he knows that he's not going to be able to step up aggressively in this front half. They just want to hang out under this arch. That's going to slow everything down. Chio falls, so now they're going to go forward. They cannot get punished like we saw on the first map. You don't want to walk into a trap where Reign are willing to commit ultimates.
Sub 1 minute remaining here. Atlanta have to make good on that 4-minute time bank, and they're going to have to do it in basically this next fight. Kaluj plays that corner here, very aware, of course, that Stalker can wrap around. No nano for this Genji Blade. Stalker's going to have to get it done the old-fashioned way.
10 ultimates on the board, Mitch.
Infra side here, this is scary for Stalker now. Yeah, all of a sudden, the hunter becomes the hunted. He backs away, but Hydra gets baited out. Lip is able to find him as Hydra was looking for Stalker instead. Here comes Hawk now knocking on the door. The Atlanta Reign. The Dragon Blade has been drawn. Stalker controls the high ground. The Transcendence from Sir Margin looks pretty superfluous here as he gets run back into spawn. A kick from him is good, but the Atlanta Reign are going to get this map done. We're going to 6-6, ladies and gentlemen. And both teams get another minute added. We're going to run it back a 3rd time.
Maybe this time someone will learn to defend on the 1st or 2nd point. Hopefully not. This has been very entertaining. But Defiant, you have to highlight that was a bunch of different fumbles on that defense. They had a huge advantage. Fumbled on the first one after Kaluj gets rocked the wrong direction, then a late touch on the second. Weren't ready for the push on the 2nd point, and then 3rd point. Marjed's Transcendence just a little bit too late to keep Kaluj alive, and everything crumbles from there.
Oh, man, Hydron thought he had Stalker dead to rights. Hits the infra site, goes for the peek, and reveals himself to Lip, who was lying in wait for just that opportunity. But let's be frank, and looking at these time banks, the Defiant have made up 3 minutes of time here.
Yes.
Virtually, right? By pushing all that map in overtime. So 7 seconds separates these teams. It's about as close as it's going to get. And this is the Defiant fighting for survival in this series. They've demonstrated they can stand toe-to-toe with the Atlanta Reign in this sniper poke composition. Now they've got to stick the landing.
Yeah, and we don't see this very often. First double overtime of the season, 6-6. I feel like this only happens once in a blue moon. We've all had that once or twice in our Overwatch games, but very rarely at this level. Now we get to see it again. Reign are actually going to play the Brig Zen on their defense. This is the first time we've seen them make this adaptation.
Less durable, yes. Harder for Hawk to stay around in the front line. But realistically, all Lip needs is the one pick. Hydron as the attacking Widow, though, has the... Oh, my goodness. Straight into the foot there. He has the ability to vary his approach, to maybe try and come from an unexpected angle. Tell you what, lays Hawk low there, forces the Rainer back around the corner.
Stalker's got to be careful. He's going to dash out, but there's... Well, any amount of damage could have taken him out. Taking the first corner, slow setup.
How much ground can you really give here, though?
Spectra's not going to be able to make that same play onto the statue that he has been because there's a Genji on the field. If he tries to do that, Stalker will match him.
Keep an eye on those health bars. It's going to be the real teller of this tale.
Going into overtime. Lots of damage coming out. Hawk stepping very aggressive. Stalker follows up.
He's forced Hydron away very low, but Ultraviolet is able to find Hawk. That lack of healing throughput in the front line. Eventually, the war of attrition is won out by the Toronto Defiant.
And now they're trying to stay alive. They don't want to have any more staggers. Now, Atlanta Reign has to answer the same question. Do we try and contest on this first point?
They need Hawk back, but he's going to be ambling slowly from spawn. There's no guarantee that he's going to be here in time to contest. Surely you can't give this up.
I think they might. Thinking better of it. Don't make the same mistake. This is, as much as it seems, don't give up the first capture point. If they step into that, lose that fight, they could lose even more.
Yeah. Lip knows about where Hydron is standing here. Body shot. Keeps him honest at least. Headshot,
oh,
that's
there
good.
It is.
Now we have a 5 versus 4 rather. Lip sees the immortality. Oh, they step off! The Toronto Defiant step off the cart. We were in overtime, so they leave that for a second. Round's over. But taking stock of things here. Getting that checkpoint for the Defiant is huge. Only 1 minute to play with, right? And change. Tough for Hawk there. I mean, you have to wonder now, can you afford to keep pushing this Brig Zen setup here? Hawk can't hang around, and it's scary.
I like it more on the attack. They've made it work 2 times. I'm not going to knock it. If it's working, you're not going to break that. Cluj does get rocked off the point, and that's why that did happen. So big play there from Hawk to really open it up. And as you said, in these overtime situations, any amount of time off the point, it's going to fall down very rapidly. So now, maybe that idea from Atlanta Reign to give up that first checkpoint could cost them a lot, because now they're the ones who have to find that opening pick, that opening window, because last time Kaluj made a big mistake of somehow he got rocked in the opposite direction, so his team couldn't help him.
I couldn't tell if it was because Hawk walked behind him. So the two Sigmas start to cross like ships in the night, right, as they look to harass each other and each other's backlines through that shield. Unclear how that happened, but yeah, it was curtains for Kaluj as soon as he was delivered to the backline of the Atlanta Reign. 6-7. What a scoreline.
It's been a great map, so much back and forth, great play across the board, and the Atlanta Reign, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stalker on the Genji, Chio Fielder, Brig Zen. So far it's been Lip who has really opened it up both times on their attack. Can he do it again?
Fielder's picks on Zen though, the very first attack for these guys. I think you got a couple picks that allow the Atlanta Reign to advance, but Stalker actually will be the first casualty. This is unlikely to slow the Reign down too much. They don't really have the buffer to give up the objective.
Defiant don't want to step up down this corridor because all of a sudden you're the ones opening yourselves up to scrutiny and snipes. So they will still give it up, and as you said, doesn't result in much.
Hydron saw Lip there. He knows where he is.
He wants it.
Tries to line him up. No target there. Cops are pasting from some of those orbs as he drops back down. Kaluj is here with the Discord orb right now. That's a scary prospect.
Spectre is facing off on Stalker with this statue. Both have orbs.
What a 1v1. So important. Stalker's dead. Oh my! That might end it here. Spectre's found Stalker, and now the player advantage. damage. You don't have the flexibility to be able to send your Genji forward in the Atlanta Rain and have to do it with 4, Scott. This is getting dicey now.
Defiant, they want to push the objective, but they don't want to step into the crosshairs of Lip, that's why.
Okay, Spectre traded back now, the 4 versus 4. There'll be respawn coming in from Stalker now as Kaluj is hit by the accretion. The card slowly back on the move here. The Defiant, if they lose this fight, if they lose players too close to the objective, they won't have time to get back.
Kaluj gets rocked.
Accretion for Kaluj. Hydron though, key kill. Chio's down, but it's able to trade it back now. These two teams going blow for blow, but the Atlanta Rain are on the precipice of taking the map in series here.
They only have Zenyatta heals right now. Mitch low healing.
Stalker's going after Spectre again. Can he finish the kill? Spectre tries to return to his team, but he's hit with the Discord orbits. Marjet though, finding Hawk. This is huge. The fulcrum for the Atlanta Rain's been taken out of the picture now, and oh, they can't get there. The Toronto Defiant. Oh boy, they keep the series alive. They give us maximum Overwatch. And look, they're pleased to even still be in it. And Scott, you can hardly blame them.
Those are the nail biters. The reasons we love to watch and play Overwatch. It's going back and forth, ultimates, big plays across the board. And honestly, for me, the standout of that map, there were a lot, but it has to be Spectre on the Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, he was an absolute pillar for the Toronto Defiant. Saw him playing close to that statue, winning out, of course, against Stalker there on that Genji, giving his team a real shot at it. It was dicey, though. A lot of back and forth trades. Hawk, it's got to be frustrated. He plays hard all map long with far less healing resources, just, you know, in terms of throughput, than Kaluj. And still, they pull up short. A couple moments here from all of your hit scan players. It's fun to get a Circuit Royale thrown in here to see, I guess, the style of play mixed up in this series, but make no mistake, we're going to be headed back to some good old-fashioned dive after this.
Oh, and that's where Atlanta Rain want to be back, because that's really where they found their strength, even in the mid-season madness. I feel for Hawk. Every time he comes in, that's always the map that they lose. That doesn't mean it's his fault. It's just the team isn't as strong and they can be matched by the likes of a team like Toronto Defiant, because this is really the Defiant strength. Hydron can play that hit scan. Marjet's able to come off the bench to play the double flex support. Kaluj will say he's one of the best Sigmas in the world. So that's where Defiant really go and prove. You add Spectre into that mix as well. It's scary.
Can't take it away from them. Winning that, getting the map done in overtime, that is no mean feat. That's what gives them a real shot at this. I mean, that kill that was just about to happen on Spectre, or rather by Spectre, was huge. Esperanza comes up next, everybody. That's your 4th map on deck. There's a good chance we head back to dive or rush here. So, stand up, check yourself out. We'll be back after the break. welcome back, folks, to your second game of the. You're right there, Scotty.
Yeah, no, I got to do more cardio.
Right. It's a tough day on the tools, isn't it, mate? Tell you what, I don't know how often we would see a record like that set. It's not a record, but the third fastest, I think, completion time for an attacking team on Circuit Royale who doesn't go on to win the map. I think that is the big asterisk on that particular stat.
Yeah, and that was one of the craziest ones. We've seen these long, drawn-out fights, but very rarely at this top level do you see that level of exceptional play, but also some fumbles as well. And that's what makes Overwatch great. They're going back and forth. And honestly, I want to highlight both these Sigma players because we talked about their head-to-head, their storied history. Look at this. Kaluj winning in the damage and almost every other category. Hawk has fallen short. I do want to sort of, put an asterisk on this one as well because Hawk usually had a Brig Zen healing. He didn't have that, I guess, reprieve of the Baptiste consistently keeping him up, that lamp as well.
Mortality field, yeah.
So he honestly did a pretty solid job, all things considered.
Yeah, it's almost like you get your mistakes erased to some degree.
Yeah.
And you actually notice that Hawk, sometimes you'll see tanks take poke because they know it's just feeding their support ult charge. But Hawk was actually avoiding that a lot. Trying to move up the card, especially on that first phase of the map, but ducking inside the rooms and being very conservative with how he used his shield because he knew we wouldn't be able to set up on that corner until the shield was full health. So has to play a completely different game to Kaluj, but it's great to see that old contenders rivalry sort of brought back. Yeah, 6-7, you're not seeing things, everybody. It was quite the slobber knocker of a map. But importantly, the Toronto Defiant stay alive in the series, and they have a chance to force a map 5 if they have a strong showing on Esperanza.
And worth noting, you might have noticed that looking at your screen, opener back in for the Defiant, Donghak in for the Atlanta Reign, back to where we were in the first two maps. On Esperanza, I expect both of these teams to sort of lean back into playing that Winston dive. We could see Kaluj opt for the Junker Queen. We saw it in that first round of Oasis, maybe not wanting to take that mirrored head-to-head.
The last time we saw these two teams in dive comms, it was Numbani. I know it feels like years ago now, but it was a bit of a stinker for the Toronto Defiant. They were very passive, I think, in trying to use Spectra's Echo to open up advantages. I think Spectra ends that map with 0 final blows. Far cry from what we just saw, of course, on Circuit Royale. So Atlanta probably won't have Echo here. It's just not good on this map. Tracer Sombra set up maybe like a rush down. I mean, perhaps. Tracer Sombra for the Defiant with some dives seems like the most likely outcome here.
And not everyone's the London Spitfire who are going to try and just throw these wacky curveballs to try and find victory. If you're the Defiant, you just have to dig deep, find some magic to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Atlanta Reign as Hydron does come out in this Sombra to match Lip. And historically this season, Hydron has really struggled on the Sombra, and that's something the Defiant moved away from heavily, just putting Hydron on hit scan. So let's see if he's made some improvements.
That was a problem that plagued the Spitfire at times, I think. They struggled, obviously, with sort of lack of that Sombra play until Backbone got rotated back in. Start to see him now after the first couple weeks. So the Defiant need to make this work here. This is how they get that map 5. This is how they can go to a control map where they might get to play some Rush or something else that maybe suits him a little better than this.
Both teams just fighting for positioning, trying to get control of this left side. Because Stalker wins that, now he has control and he's able to play aggressively. So Defiant are a little bit on the back foot, but right now it's just a lot of poking and prodding, trying to charge up these ultimates.
Yeah, pretty tentative, I think, from both sides here. And I think a big part of this is going to be EMP generation and nano generation to start cycling those big ults.
Build is so aggressive. He's taken a very wide angle and Spectra pays the price.
Yeah, Lip gets taken down though. He was no chance to save him, to be fair. He was out of the picture, well and truly. Donghak though chases Kaluj down, gives him a zap, nipping at his heels. So even losing Chio here, you're probably still in decent shape. Your Winston's alive. You still have Fielder to keep him topped up. You should be in good stead.
Yeah, both supports going down from Defiant. It's going to mark the end of this fight. It was close. It was trading blows back and forth, but it is going to be the Reign who get the first meterage on the board. Now these ultimates are going to come to fruition, the nano boosts. Donghak's playing an aggressive style, just knows he can get up to that primal rage, be so disruptive, enable Lip time to get up this EMP.
I mean, this really should be the bread and butter for the Atlanta Reign. A map and a style they're really comfortable on here. Anything else than domination probably should be frowned upon.
Oh wow, Kaluj down without anything even really happening. Kaluj tries to take space and Stalker just hunts him down.
Well, Donghak had the bubble behind him.
Yeah.
But none of his supports can really peer in there, so Kaluj is probably acting as if he's gonna be healed quite comfortably, but Donghak does that a lot. Like, really wants to cut that Ana line of sight off with those projected bubbles.
And Donghak, on the other hand, he got the nano boost, so therefore he was able to sustain through all that damage while Kaluj was not afforded that value.
Yeah.
Now the ultimates are up early. EMP from Lip. Can he get the close onto Ultraviolet.
Yeah. You have a short window there really to find the kill. Open is able to get the rally, keep Ultraviolet hale and hearty. So you have to back away. EMP not quite working out, but I mean, Scott, you eventually got the checkpoint here for free. Think of the Atlanta Reign, you can probably throw some good money after the fact.
Yeah, maybe a little overzealous from Lip, but as you said, they're so tenured at this composition that it's hard to really just consistently win team fights against these guys. Lip's going to charge another EMP quick, but this should be the Defiant having an advantage in the short term.
Geo was there with the rally straight away. Very hard for Hydron to exploit that brief window. And now Kaluge with the Nano, looking to surge ahead here. Fielder, unlikely any sleep up at this point, but Kaluge is just trying to occupy as much of this space as possible. Steal some oxygen maybe. Nice pulse. Ultraviolet down, and that is going to be an opener here for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, lack of healing. Kaluge is the next to follow, next in line, and all of a sudden the Atlanta Reign, as we said, they just bring it back. They use their support ultimates this time. Chio's rally just keeps them in the fight. Defiant just not really able to find as much meterage as they would like. Only 5 as the cart goes back and the forward spawns tick back forward for a Reign.
Even with the Defiant, yeah, edging out in that damage. That last fight, it was the healing that made the big difference, and without Ultraviolet in the fray, easy pickings for the Atlanta Reign.
Do you see that communication from the backline? Chio must have called Lip back, so Lip comes to help against the Hydron Sombra. That's the communication that you can see and why they are so strong at this composition.
But I think it's hard to kill this backline in general. Everybody gets involved there in terms of keeping Chio and Fielder standing. Don't get hacked and slept here. Safe enough though with that Nano ticking. No bio also afflicting him. Kaluge though, he's in a scary spot. Now Atlanta know there's Primal available for Kaluge here after having
want to use it. He wants to hold on to it.
He won't get to use it then, Scott. That's the way it goes. Hit by the EMP, the body grenade comes straight on in and flattens the Winston. The Atlanta Reign now are free to continue to stretch their legs, and they're approaching the last phase of this map.
And you could see Kaluge just tossing with the idea of like, do I use it? I'm not going to be able to find value. They're just going to disengage, and eventually the hammer comes down at the EMP from Lip. Spectra falls as well. It just keeps getting worse and worse for the Defiant.
Now, staggering out those kills. Kaluge trying to, I guess, regain that high ground position, but Donghak baited him into it, then heads to the back line, so now there's a lot of space for Atlanta. They've got all the room to breathe because Kaluge was the one that had to respond to peel for the dive that Donghak started. Stalker recall here after the bio came in. Nano for Kaluge, and he does very little with it. He knows Donghak is lurking, but his opponent has Primal.
They use the Nano and the Primal at the exact same time, just out of sync. So therefore they lose both of those ultimates, and Kaluge doesn't find anything with it. Such a big mistake. Hydron now has the EMP. Can he find a way in?
Donghak got a bubble down just in time. Okay. Oh, there's the shield pass from Chigo, and Hydron throws his head back in frustration. You had a decent EMP, you thought you had an opportunity. Donghak, whether it was on purpose or just dumb luck, had a bubble in place in time and ultimately cannot be dragged off his horse.
And the weaknesses of Defiant at this composition are really starting to show their ugly head. Just not in sync, ultimate usage just isn't there, and Atlanta Reign is just punishing them at every corner.
Fielder here, just jockeying back a little bit now as we saw a disengage from Donghak. Lip is hunting.
How far back Ultraviolet is.
Yeah, opener. Looks like he was struck by that EMP, but he was too far back, I think, for Donghak to have reached there, so won't do too much outside of strike the Fear of God into the Defiant. Or Fear of Lip, really depends on what team you support.
Same thing. As you can see, Fielder does have the Nano boost, but the Atlanta Reign, they don't need to be the ones to do anything. They can play reactor, they have such a big lead.
Oh my goodness, Donghak. Oh, it's nasty. Straight up the nose of opener there as a biotic grenade connected with Ultraviolet and Kaluge respectively. Donghak now will set up residence here. He's signed the lease and he's here to stay.
Yeah, and you can see Hydron's trying to find a route around. Lip says hi, sends his regards, and this is just getting messy.
Who sends their regards, Lip or the family? Because this is an absolute hit job being put out on the Defiant right now.
And they're holding the spawn door. Defiant are going to have to rush their way through the cart to just slow it down that little bit.
High ground even Donghak. Kaluge gets the Nano again. This time, he can't layer his ultimate with the Nano because he doesn't have it up.
Instant whip, no value. Everyone just disengages from the Reign, and then all of a sudden Kaluge, he's afforded nothing with that ultimate.
He carves out a staging ground. right? And that's why Spectre is able to play up sort of where he is and start to encroach towards a flanking spot. Liv there maybe losing his translocator in the midst of the fighting here, and Blue sees an opportunity to go forward, but he's put to sleep straight away. In the meantime, Stalker's found his way in, gets rid of Hydron. Fielder and Chio being down, though, Spectre really had to go sicko mode to keep the Defiant alive.
And I think they really needed that. If that pulse bomb didn't hit Fielder, I wouldn't have been surprised to see Chio pop that rally. And then that would have been a hard fight for the Defiant to clear without using more ultimates of their own. Hydron is back up to an EMP, opener with a rally. Same on the other side for Rain. Every time I feel like Defiant have an advantage, Rain just have an answer.
Hydron here is just going to be harrying the back line from that sort of mid-map position where the health pack is. Spectre caught out in the open and caught in the fray as an EMP swallows him up.
Opener's still going to rally anyway, even though he's pretty much alone. So it's not really going to do anything. No one's even getting any overhealth. It's just him getting 100 extra armor.
1 minute 55 left, and the Atlanta Reign now are no longer really priced into playing too aggressively. They have so much of a lead here, so much high ground control, and Stalker sticks one to opener. May as well have said, kick me that pulse bomb. He gets absolutely flattened. Donghak's happy to use the primal here. Look at this straight away. Wants to re-establish his catacomb position here as the bot moves on in once more.
And Stalker's just running rings around the Defiant. He currently has 9 final blows, not a single death on the board.
Checks out.
Found a big pulse bomb in that fight as well. He's just everywhere all at once. And the Defiant just really don't have any answers. They drop the EMP, but the follow-up's not there. Just not as in sync as the Reign.
Nano on deck here for Donghak. Fielder though could be in trouble. That is a Nano Colluge. And he slept.
Too consistent. Too good.
Just doesn't miss this guy. Donghak though might be getting one now if it means keeping him alive, but Fielder pretty darn good on the old aim and M1.
He just hit like 5 hip-fire shots over and over again. How does he do it?
He doesn't have to aim in for those, it's ridiculous. So many other players would like quick scope those, guarantee the hit, but it takes too long. Donghak in trouble though. Look at the kill contribution on the Defiant. Everybody focuses him as the rest of the Reign have already well and truly backed up.
Yeah, 45 seconds remaining. Defiant do find the flip onto the bot, but they have a long way to go, Mitch. Can they find any more punishers? Stick on a Chio. That should be a good starting point.
All right, finally a chance for the Defiant to get back to this unenviable position of playing the low ground, approaching their first objective. They basically can't lose control of the push bot from here on out.
And look how many ultimates they're going up against and how many they have themselves. Hydron needs to get up to this EMP. Early pick on the Stalker, his first death is important.
Lip may have to hide amongst stealth for a little bit longer here. I mean, this cul-de-sac represents a very potent opportunity for an EMP, but he instead just goes for the back line. Lip destroys opener. Ultraviolet has to use his biting grenade defensively here. Does hit the sleep. It's going to be a trade at least. The Defiant now without opener, but Ultraviolet is going to have to step up in his stead. It's going to be a rally from Chio. He held onto it for quite some time, and Stalker delivers as only he can. Persistent perfection and consistency. That's the Atlanta Reign's MO, and it secures them another victory here, bouncing back after a harrowing loss at the hand of the Outlaws.
And we said that they were going to play angry. It wasn't as angry as we were expecting, but once again, the story is old as time in this season. No one holds a candle to Atlanta Reign playing the Tracer Sombra. You can bring up maybe Toronto should have tried something different, but on that map, the Tracer Sombra is just so effective that you kind of just need to go toe-to-toe, but they can barely do that.
Yeah, again, nice to get a bit of variation. A map where, I mean, opener, it's tough for him. He played that series close. He put his heart and soul, especially into that circuit, Royale. He had to sort of, I think he sat on the sideline, right?
Sat on the sideline watching the good times happen.
Had to watch that one go and then saw his team get a win. He comes back in and, you got to feel a lot of pressure, right? You're seeing a substitute come in and win the round and you're straight back in and you're straight back to playing in that sort of dive composition. The Atlanta Reign is the kind of team that's going to do that to you as a player. They're frustrating to play against. You've got to be absolutely picture perfect. And today, the Defiant fell short of that benchmark, it's safe to say. Let's talk about player of the match here, Scotty. Easy one, right?
There's so many options, honestly, but Stalker, he's gotten it so many times this year, but he absolutely deserves it. His Tracer is world class. He has the ability to play so many different heroes. Even on that Circuit Royale, he was coming up clutch from them time and time again, playing a Genji of all things, just applying that threat and pressure. And, I think his biggest value was shown on that Esperanza. Like, he was just never falling, always around consistency with the pulse bombs. And Defiant just couldn't respond, which is saying a lot considering Spectra's on that team.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that the Genji play was interesting and how it interacted with the backline that the Reign had. It looked like he was being sort of invested in a fair bit, to be fair, with like Harmony Orbs and those heal packs here. But we got to really see the Atlanta Reign. I think this is a team that is able to bounce back, and like you said, it might actually be a positive for them to lose a relatively meaningless regular season match, right? In order to have them re-establish their sights on that post-season success. Here's Stalker for the match, and this is his Tracer stats, less than 2 deaths per 10, almost 10 final blows per 10.
And he's just everywhere, putting out all the damage, putting out all the final blows. And honestly, as you said, this is an important win for Atlanta Reign to bounce back, but if I'm the other teams of the league, Boston's, Florida's, I'm looking at that like, there were some maps that could have gone either way. Bit of individual play, maybe our roster can topple them, and I think Atlanta Reign is starting to feel that heat because even Toronto Defiant, for that example, this was not a bad match. This isn't you going up against the best team in the world right now, and they did have some good maps. Other than Numbani, which was a bit of a stinker, everything else was pretty close.
Yeah, maybe the Echo Comp, something they'd sooner forget about here, but plenty of takeaways from this match for the Toronto Defiant. And the Atlanta Reign, of course, getting back in the saddle and getting back on that campaign for glory here in the Overwatch League. We're going to take a break, everyone. Take a breath. We'll be back, of course, with our experts to break down that match and set our sights on our last game of the week. So don't go too far. This is your Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everyone. What a match that was. Atlanta Reign is taking a W. However, there was some fight in the Toronto Defiant. Why are you laughing about
25 minutes of fight on circuit.
That's a lot of
That was
fight.
25 minutes.
Yeah, it was a 25-minute map.
That is the
That was
most
a dog
fight we
fight,
ever
that
saw.
situation. Yeah.
Exactly, but that was the most fight we saw on any push map so far this season,
Right.
and we will definitely going to dive into that one. But let's just roll the highlights and look at the greater scope of that match. We thought Atlanta Reign are going to come in hungry and just absolutely stomp Reno the opposition. But again, Toronto Defiant, I mean, they played up to their opponent.
I like the cheeky Torb strat here on Oasis. You know, I think it has legs, but this map was, for me, was like, this is why a lot of teams don't play Rush, because I think you scrim Atlanta Reign and they just eat you alive over and over again, and you're like, maybe we can't play Rush, guys. That's sort of why a lot of teams aren't bringing this out. And then again, Nimbani, I mean, again,
Yeah, this
another
one
map
was
where
It was brutal.
This one was rough.
One-sided,
yeah,
as one-sided can be.
I like that Atlanta integrated Chio on the Mercy here, getting a little bit more greedy with the value on that offense, where Brig on the low ground can kind of struggle. Great situational spot to bring out the Mercy. Esperanza, though, I mean, Atlanta has to be undefeated on this map, right? Like, they are not just undefeated. I feel like I wonder what their margin of victory is. Like, what's the average push differential? It feels like a lot. These guys smoke absolutely everybody on Esperanza.
I mean, to be fair, they have smoked everyone on every map thus far.
This map, I just feel like every time I see it, it's like, I know Atlanta's gonna win. I see it coming up. Good job on circuit, guys. But we're going Esperanza.
Okay, but we have to take a look once again at that double push, a double OT push map here, of course, in Circuit Royale. What a great fight the Toronto Defiant put up there, and it really came down to the very last few fights.
Was it 7-6?
7-6.
I felt like this map was like longer than the rest of the series combined. It almost felt like it was so crazy long. It went back and forth. The teams couldn't believe it themselves. They were just like, wow. Imagine like, wow, 6-6.
Going places. I feel for Hawk though. I think Costa mentioned that already in his cast.
Yeah.
Of course, he's being subbed in
Yeah.
lost him out, but it is not his fault. Also, Kalush got to feel pretty good about him as the self-dubbed best Sigma in the league.
Yeah.
He's showing us why though. They work so well around him.
I mean, this is what Toronto Defiant have been craving like this entire year, right? Because Colosseo is a fantastic Sigma player. So when they go over to Circuit Royale, this map caters to those Sigma compositions, whereas you're forced to play Winston on other maps, right? Spectra here with a nice shot onto Stalker as well. So this is Toronto Defiant really allowed to play their best game, and throughout the entire year they've been forced to play these Winston compositions. We're seeing more Winston this year than we did all of last year, of course. So Toronto Defiant, this is a crucial map for them. Costa's exhausted after that one. Wow. And Spectra was a standout on the Sojourn on Circuit Royale, and I really just wanted to hammer it home, like how amazed I've been by Spectra here on the Toronto Defiant, this short stint on the summer stage. Take a look here, 7.3 charge shot kills per 10 minutes, 60% charge shot accuracy. This guy's an absolute beast, and the fact that he can compete with the Atlanta Reign on Sojourn, on Echo, bring out the Tracer. Jake doesn't like the May as much, but I'm just amazed by Spectra's ability to compete with the top teams in this league, and he's just been in the league for like a month. So.
Yeah, I think his Echo in the dive mirrors on Oasis, that was the one time where it felt like Toronto can go head-to-head with Atlanta on a dive comp, right? It's not this like completely different meta. It's really just putting a lot of emphasis on Spectra's Echo, and they were punishing Donghak. Like, that was a competitive map, but Atlanta just a little too strong overall. There's just such a well-rounded unit.
When it comes to like the Winston Tracer Sombra dive, it's just...
But you still, if you are Toronto Defiant, there's a lot of bright spots there and a lot to feel good about, as you just highlighted Spectra. I mean, being able to actually push the Atlanta Reign, a team of such star player caliber, to be able to do that after just 1 month in the league, that is no small feat. So they should be very proud of themselves, and I am very excited to see more of that team. However, Danny, we're now ready for a winner interview with the Atlanta Reign. I believe you have Lip on the line. Oh, that's
I have Lip, yes.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Teamwork makes the dream work, or Lip just makes everything work. Hi, Lip, how are you doing? Lip 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, so I gotta talk about this. I know it's not something very happy, but you guys did suffer your very first loss against the Houston Outlaws yesterday. I'm curious to know, how did the team take that loss, and also like the conversations afterwards. Like, what did you guys talk about after having your first loss? 자, 일단 죄송하지만 어제 경기에 대해서 살짝은 좀 얘기를 해야 될 것 같아요, 립 선수. 일단 어제 처음으로 패배를 겪으시게 되셨는데 일단 그 패배를 팀원들은 좀 어떻게 받아들이셨고. 또 이제 어떤 얘기가 오갔나요? 끝나고 나서.
일단 어제 있던 패배를 좀 힘들게 받은 선수들도 있고 아니면 좀 훌훌 털어버리는 선수들도 있었고 어제는 그냥 약간 저희의 실수가 좀 더 다른 경기인 날들보다 좀 더 많이 나와서 좀 진 것 같아서 그냥 팀원들끼리는 서로 그냥 언럭키라고 이야기하고 끝났습니다.
Alright, I think it really is divided. Some of the players took it really hard, took the loss very hard. Others, where some of them were just like, hey, let's just brush it off and move on. But I think what it boils down to was we just made a lot of mistakes in our Houston match compared to all the matches that we played in the season. So, I think it just really boiled down to that, and I think it just really depended on the players themselves. But I mean, you guys, after that loss, you guys sort of came back strong against the Toronto Defiant today, getting the win against them. Do you feel like the loss against Houston yesterday sort of affected your gameplay today as well, whether it was positive or negative? 자, 방금 뭐 어떤 선수들은 그걸 좀 이렇게 힘들게 받아들인 선수들도 있고 그냥 얼럭키라고 한 사람들도 있다고 하셨지만은 오늘 경기에 들어오면서 어제 패배가 좀 어떻게든 영향을 좀 미쳤다고 생각하시나요? 이게 뭐 좋은 쪽으로든 아니면 뭐 나쁜 쪽으로든 이렇게 영향을 좀 미쳤다고 생각하시나요?
다른 선수는 모르겠는데 저는 일단 뭐 사람이니까 이제 질 수도 있다 생각하고 그냥 1패 여기서 먼저 하고 그냥 앞으로 남은 정규 시즌이나 뭐 플레이오프 안 지면 된다는 마인드를 더 깊게 가지고 그냥 대회에 임했던 것 같아요, 오늘은.
Alright, I can't really speak for the other players, but for me, I'm human as well. So of course there are going to be mistakes. There are times that we do lose, but I just thought that it would be better to just get this loss out of the way, focus on the future, and just not lose any more games, whether it was the rest of the regular season or in the playoffs as well. Alright, that's all the questions that I have for you, Lib, and congratulations on getting the win. 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 또 인터뷰해 주신 거 감사드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you to Lip. He is human after all. I don't quite believe it though.
No, he's not.
He's just been such a beast, honestly.
He's not human.
As scary as ever. Yeah.
But still the MVP frontrunner.
Actually.
I really feel like he's going to be a key figure inside that team. I think he didn't want to out anybody like who took the loss hard, who was seeing it as a mistake. But I think Lip's the type of guy to just stay calm in any situation, and I think that's a huge asset to his team. To have a player not only like one of the best in the world on everything they touch, but also an emotional rock, someone who's going to stay calm. Yeah, okay, we lost circuit, whatever. Like, let's go next map and crush them, and like that's the type of energy that makes Atlanta so hard to beat. Yeah. You don't really build momentum against them. You have to earn every single map.
Yeah. I mean, it must have been brutal for Dongak. That was his first ever Overwatch League loss.
One loss.
After going 13-0.
That can be rattling if you're just so used to winning.
I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding, of course.
I don't know. If we want to add some drama and steer the plot, why not run with that story?
Dongak's been with struggling teams before, so I think
he's been a really bad team.
That's how you can lose.
Well,
they're like at last place in career contenders.
They won first time in Overwatch League, but he's competed before and lost before, so I think he knows. I'm joking,
Jake. It was a joke.
It's just every time they lose, it's like for Dongak, it's like, oh no, like it's trauma. I'm gonna start losing. No, guys.
I don't feel like it's just one. Now he's a solid, reliable tank. And speaking of solid, reliable tanks, that's a horrible transition. But I do want to remind everyone that we do have the tank bundle on sale right now through August the 10th. So grab yours if you can. Diva, Jungle Queen, Zarya, as well as of course those beautiful team weapon charms, and all of that can be yours for just 350 league totals. Wow, what a steal!
That Excelsior Diva is actually looking nice.
It actually does. That is a slick look. I'm personally always a fan of any Mayhem skin in game. Always a big victory for me. So if you want to support
old Mayhem
in
skins.
and out, old Mayhem skins, they are
not available.
Not available anymore.
But the yellow and red.
I feel like this Mark Reinhardt that's how you.
Everything just looks like a banana to me if the old Mayhem skin is in the game. So I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that. However, Mayhem are playing again today. They're coming off a victory from yesterday yesterday. A very hard-fought victory against the Boston Uprising, and now they're going to face the New York Excelsior, who, according to my fellow analysts here on the desk, have been looking pretty good, or at least okay. Where are we going with this?
I think Excelsior is looking good, but this is a difference in tiers. You know, Excelsior is overperforming by being in the middle of the pack. Like, that is already a good performance for them. Mayhem are near the top. I mean, so I think there is like even though I'm feeling good about New York, how they're playing this season, excited to see what they can bring us. Florida has been really, really impressive, playing tons of strats, a very hard team to prepare for.
Yeah, I do wonder, like, what do we expect or what do we want to see coming out of the New York Excelsior? Can they actually match the creativity and the versatility we see in the compositions from the Florida Mayhem?
Well, it's been interesting because in the spring stage, New York Excelsior, they cater to the brawl compositions, integrating a lot of Ramatra, for example. But I feel like so far in the summer stage, it's been mostly about Kellan on the Winston, a hero that was his signature hero going into his rookie year last year. But last year, didn't have the opportunity to play Winston as much. So now finally let loose here in the summer stage. Do feel like Florida Mayhem are looking a bit improved, especially, you know, taking it close to the Houston Outlaws beating them, of course. We think of Florida Mayhem as like the second best team in the league, right? So this shouldn't be too much of a battle, quite honestly.
But yesterday, you know, lots of upsets. You never know, it is the Overwatch League. However, if we're looking at the predictions, I'm going to go with the Florida Mayhem. I think this is a slightly obvious one. If the New York Excelsior even just play close, I would be very impressed and a little bit surprised, quite frankly.
Yeah, I also went with the Florida Mayhem. I mean, they could literally play it all. And I have, you know, someone as my personal MVP, so I gotta support the Mayhem.
It's true.
Florida, these guys are too clean. They got tons of great strats. I think they're just a stronger team, stronger players.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
3-1. Yeah. 3-1 Florida Mayhem. I'm all in.
I see. You guys give them one map.
Why not? Come on. Give them one map.
Which map? Well, like, or which?
I wouldn't be shocked to see it 3-0. I just think there's a chance for New York to take one. Maybe especially
on a control map.
In a rush mirror. Yeah, maybe a control map.
Yeah.
Some variables.
I don't know. Even for rush, I think.
I just think there's enough power on New York. They could make something happen.
New York takes escort map.
Okay, there we go.
I don't even know what map it is.
But that was an executive call there from Jonathan. I'm excited if that is going to come through. According to Matt Mr. Morello in his little box there, he does not think that's going to happen. Am I right?
I mean, what a fantastic setup. I am so excited for this game after you guys just buried New York there, I feel like, for, 5 minutes.
Okay, you're a New Yorker, right? So you're obviously supporting your home team there then, or?
He doesn't.
Clearly, no.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I want to be right, so I'm going to take the Florida Mayhem.
Nah, you don't believe in magic over here, you know what I mean? This guy is about as practical as it gets, you know?
Yeah.
Well, then go on then. Give me the analysis then, big guy.
Well, look, I mean, the Florida Mayhem look like they could be, up there with the best in the league right now. I mean, they're 9-2 right now. They sit like in the top of like in terms of qualified teams. Like you can't afford a loss to a team like New York, which one that you should just be like barreling over, right? That's kind of the thing here, at least for me, is that like Florida Mayhem, they kind of control their own destiny for the rest of the year. Losing matches like this allows the Outlaws back into the mix, the Boston Uprising, right? So these are the type of games where you just got to come in and take care of business.
It's really hard to argue with that, Matt. I think, and the desk really emulates that in terms of their predictions here. This Florida Mayhem team are exciting, electrifying even coming into the mid-season break, and then they just got better. That was the biggest point of contrast that we drew between them and the Houston Outlaws, for example, on that sort of first outing here in the, in the summer stage, is that this Florida Mayhem team have gone up yet another level. That's exciting. Who knows where their ceiling is? New York, I agree. They had to be pretty incredible to even stay in step with this team.
Well, and to be fair to New York as well, I feel like they've leveled up a little bit here in the second half of the season. Sure. But there's multiple levels, right? Maybe they've leveled up and now they're kind of like, in the middle ground, right? Where Florida kind of is, a team that was maybe on the cusp. Could they contend on the right day with a top team? I think they've leveled up maybe into that category now.
5-6 for the New York Excelsior now, going up against one of their greatest tests of the season. It's a Florida Mayhem who've been in hot form in this half. of our Overwatch League season. Let's see what they've got to show us straight away. It's Checkmate falling first here. Ice Wall's thrown out by both sides, but trading that for a kill on Creative may be worth it. What an environmental attempt there from Jorah. Kellen over the edge. And the Florida Mayhem here is able to win it out. Bit of a brawl here. A little black and blue, but the Mayhem able to rotate to the point now. And it's an ice block desperately thrown here by Psycho, just to, I guess, waylay the inevitable.
And they're pretty fortunate there, I feel like, for the Florida Mayhem to end up winning that, because Psycho takes Checkmate out right away. I mean, you see in terms of Blizzard ultimate percentage just kind of dominating right now is the New York Excelsior May, but taking out that May first and then still losing the fight, I mean, that's kind of brutal. It just shows how good Florida played that, because the May is such great survivability. The ice wall, the ice block, able to kind of keep everybody, in the fight a little bit longer.
What is this discipline from Rupal? He doesn't actually use the immortality field there. He knows that it's going to be enough with the regenerative burst. I mean,
does he know?
Does he know? All right, Rupal going to plant his feet here. That amp matrix that really can only benefit him and him alone.
That is the most caster curse thing ever. Man, look at how awesome RuPaul is holding on to that immortality field and then basically just chucks it at a dead body 3 seconds later.
I don't think that compromises the point, I guess. But yeah, I guess it looked a little bit weird for RuPaul after.
Yeah, it actually was really good, right? It allows him, obviously, to heal tons on this someone building up towards that amp matrix, but maybe just a half second. Maybe didn't expect that big burst of damage come through at the end. So Florida does get up to 43%, does get a decent amount of percentage, but New York has some ultimates here coming into the next fight.
Psycho wants to occupy this left side of the map here, but Merritt's a problem for him at range. Kellen taking a bit of a beating in the front line now. It's going to have to fall back to where Psycho's playing from. Ice Wall might be required to give them some space. Amp Matrix thrown down. No value from that. Psycho wants to cut someone off the rest of his team, but okay! The Annihilation and the Overclock combined. Yeah, that is brutal stuff. Florida hold on to these ultimates here. They use them at just the right moment. We saw Blizzard, Annihilation, and Amp Matrix here from New York, and they don't really get much for them at all.
Yeah, that's a lot. You could see from Psycho's POV, he wasn't sure whether he should use the May wall and go back for someone or just kind of push through and try and finish off some of those players. He ended up trying to push through, but Merritt on the flank with a huge overclock picks up a few players.
Choron, 4 final blows, 1 death right now on the Lucio. Vince is over the edge. Geronimo.
I like it. Go for it. Why not? That would have been a highlight play right there. Overclock sliding directly into the Lucio there on the high ground with a boop ready.
That is heartbreaking. Chorong now here with the.
That's rough.
I mean, look, from this fight, I don't know how you really bounce back from that one. Honestly, you have the sound barrier to work with here, but you're in a pretty compromising position if you're New York. That looked dangerous for Psycho there as someone just bullies his way through. Big bad bustling in that Nemesis form. Rupal playing for the high ground here. Sound barrier up for the Mayhem.
Someone doesn't get the benefits of it.
And yet, they're still able to hang on here. Still pretty comfortable. Eventually someone falls, but the trades have favored you and you are going to close the round out here. It's convincing 100% 43 for Florida.
Yeah, New York had moments, right? But I would say I would agree with you. It is pretty convincing there for the Florida Mayhem. They just got to be careful a little bit, right? To keeping someone alive in terms of maybe the immortality field right there doesn't get hit with the sound barrier. Would have loved that to happen, but
someone.
I'd also love to know, Mitch. Danny said that someone is his personal MVP. What would be the difference between your MVP pick and then your personal MVP?
None. I actually just think that's how he worded it, frankly. Maybe he says that because he maybe
Although
doesn't.
I kind of like it because that could mean I could basically pick 2 MVPs.
I don't think so.
My regular MVP and then my personal MVP.
No, it's semantics, Matthew. I'll be honest with you. You get one, buddy. One shot at that one. I can't wait for that conversation to happen again.
Danny gets 2.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get 2 at all. Okay, this is going to be a bloodbath straight off the bat here, Matthew. Just raw fundamentals for the Florida Mayhem now. They rush into New York, and it's a May wall that cuts them in 2.
Oh, that is a lightning fast first fight there as Chorong gets his team right in the mix. Beautiful May wall from Checkmate, and everybody just starts to fall as you just see how well executed they are on this composition. And I feel like we talk so much about like the sports and someone and checkmate, great on the mate. You also have Merit on the Sojourn in this type of composition. He is just nutty on that hero.
Yeah, 6-1 right now, leading his team in final blows. I guess we haven't talked much about it because it's just so expected, but can't deny he's been in the engine room for this Florida Mayhem team. Another great Maywall here. Somehow, New York able to get over that. I can't see if that was a Maywall of their own or they just used their mobility to get up there. But either way, they're able to extract Kellen from what would have been an awfully compromising situation.
Well, Immortality Field used there pretty early there for New York. So I wonder if they're going to try and like wait for I was going to say wait for it to come back, but that is a Maywall that goes up as they try and just hightail it out of there. But they pretty much would have had to wait for that Immortality Field to come back up and challenge that again. So just another period where you're just going to have to wait here for New York to get a good fight.
I'd like to see Florida exploit the lack of sound barrier here with a Someone Ultimate. Get in there with that Annihilation and maybe play more proactively. But it's more likely that OG gets the time to build up his sound barrier and we get more of an even engagement. But someone is well ahead in terms of that ult charge. Merit has overclock from the high ground. But hey, Fitz is able to down him with a standard charge shot. Rupal, though, even before the Ant Matrix came down, is able to find that pick on Psycho, and then he drops down. It will be the Annihilation from someone, and OG not incentivized to use that sound barrier.
Yes, he holds on to it, but that's going to allow Churong to like just mirror it, right?
Yes.
You're going to have Churong being able to just use that sound barrier at the same exact time, so kind of like negates the effects of it. So how is New York going to get an advantage, and especially with this overclock from the high ground from Merit?
It's the Checkmate Blizzard is probably the scariest thing here for New York to be dealing with. Kellen, if he gets frozen up inside that Annihilation and doesn't have a chance to actually approaching it, but he can't get value with it from the low ground anyway. You've got to force Florida down. Merit here playing the off angle with the overclock. Psycho Blizzarding Merit. He even didn't believe it there for a second. They do catch someone in it, but that's not really the real threatening target right now. Merit's able to fold away from the Annihilation for the most part here, and that Immortality Field keeps Checkmate alive. Kellen only gets that Immo Field, but Fitz does work with this overclock. New York and Finauta force their way back in here.
Yeah, for a second it wasn't looking good for New York because the high ground control for Florida is so strong that New York has to like use the sound barrier to kind of get in, and Churong's able to hold on to his a little bit longer, but the Annihilation comes up big there towards the end from Kellen. So it will be a flip. New York's still in this one.
76% charge shot accuracy for Merit. Very consistent over the course of this map here. Fitz at 60. He's finding some really important picks here, so maybe streak here, but when it counts, he finds those eliminations. Psycho thinks about a Maywall here, but someone's made his way in. Now a good time to section him off from the rest of his team, but Exo Boots will get Rupal within line of sight. And now we're going to see an Ant Matrix, so Psycho can't really peek the left side anymore. So he's been very careful about it. But the Vapult not really converting.
Well, they kind of like bait someone out there, so Psycho uses the Maywall, and they don't have the Maywall to put in front of the Ant Matrix, but New York does a nice job kiting it, but here comes the Florida Mayhem.
And they just absolutely pile on in. Merit from that high ground and someone in that Nemesis form. Kellen, of course, gets the fight right where he wants it, but he's lost too many teammates by the time he puts his dukes up. Florida now at 99. New York, Annihilation, because why not? If you can clear off OG and prevent any stall, that would be the play. Overclock here to try and swat the fly that OG has been representing. And Psycho trying to peer in outside the point is not going to be able to touch. Pretty comfortable start here for the Florida Mayhem. They look comfortable as well. Obviously ecstatic with some of their recent victories, but now it's all business. It's about racking up W's. Right now, 9-2. They're in a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, not incredibly surprising results here in map number 1, but Florida just looks so good on these Ramantra comps, with that May in Sojourn in the mix. I mean, they're tough to beat for anybody. New York had moments hung in there, but still, you got to play at a different level, I think, to hang with Florida.
The discussion was the rush composition was where maybe New York would be able to find some advantages. Maybe that's where they find maps and rounds. A couple of the people on the desk giving them a map here or there. But Florida looked far too well drilled, and Churong has, I think 4 final blows on this map here. It's a big environmental plays. And that was huge. That wasn't environmental on Kellen there. He actually just clips him, but still, great start to the round for him. Merit looked nasty with a Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, just the railgun shot accuracy time and time again. That was New York's probably best opportunity there on that first point to get a round win, right? Blizzard Annihilation plus Ant Matrix used there. Yeah, this is Fitz's overclock. Not
straight down the gurgler, just
ideal.
like the ultimate. Brutal. And here, I mean, this is where like the Mayhem just piled on in, right? They saw an opportunity, they'd sped in. It was so straightforward, so basic, in fact, that New York seemed hoodwinked by it either way. Eichenwalder comes up next in the series. Probably back to some of these dive compositions to strap yourselves in as the Florida Mayhem look to extend their lead. Here we are, the Florida Mayhem take to the field at 9-2 and start in comfortable fashion. It's a rush mirror on Oasis, and we get to see quite a few of their individuals pop off. Merit, never the kind of player to attract attention to himself, still generates the hype. As on Sojourn, it's a 73% charge shot accuracy at 8-3.
I mean, that is just filthy stuff, right? Just really Sojourn, your final blows and your big bulk, your damage, right, comes down to those charge shots and being able to hit those. 73%, pretty good. Bits on the other side is a pretty good Sojourn as well, but just Merit's on another level.
I mean, Merit being the only player, I think, to get a triple kill with a single charged rail shot. That was while on the Houston Outlaws on the map of Colosseo. That comes up later this series, and the Mayhem hoping they don't have to bust out their brand of magic there and have this tied up in 3. But on the other side is a plucky New York squad, Matt, who've definitely got their tools. Eichenwalder, another opportunity for them to put them on show.
I hope we get a long one, kind of like how that Circuit Royale win that last series. Let's get like an 8 capper in here somewhere. An 8 capper. I don't know if, yeah.
The only one capping be you, my friend. That would be very unlikely.
Dude, that was pretty cool. Are you going to put that on the X app or whatever Twitter's called now?
I might put that in my casting reel. I haven't made one in like 6. What do you think? Can you look over for me?
Yeah, throw some dubstep on there and put that line.
Boom, boom,
you know,
boom,
just like you take the gameplay and do like the swirl it around, right? And like push in like crazy.
Yeah. And I need like pans and like crazy I'm gonna make it look like a
we did the cooking competition where Selly made me, Josh, and Johnny cook like cakes. We should we should make we should do like a montage competition where the talent have to edit and put together a montage for their MVP.
Jack is just going to reach into his library of the 6 that he's already made of his own frags and just bust them out. Yeah, I mean, he might not be allowed to compete because he's already got a library of them.
Well, the rumor is a lot of those clips are actually, custom.
That's what I heard, actually. Yeah, account sharing, by the way.
That's the rumor.
That's mighty cringe. Okay, Echo mirror for these teams.
Here with the Echo. Yeah, that's what's going on in the game. Interesting enough, though, Florida on defense not going to play the Winston. They're actually going to play a Ramatra.
What's going on in the game? That's my job. What's happening? What's with you?
Did I throw you off? Because I'm telling people what's going on. Interesting that New York would now decide to match the Ramatra, right? You'll have a little bit of an advantage for Psycho having the Mercy pocket, but interesting that because the Winston's pretty good here at like accessing the back line, right? And being able to kind of get around the central pillar, where the Ramatra with no speed, it's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah. Checkmate here. Obviously, not having the pocket probably has to play a little differently, and Psycho's able to exploit that window where Checkmate seems to be just alighting on the ground for a moment. Sticky bombs, though, there it is. Doesn't even matter if you're pocketed. The burst damage from Echo is such that Mercy cannot rectify it if it happens quickly enough. Fitz, though, nasty little double there on the Hanzo, and New York managed to make this strange comp work.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty clean there from Fitz, right? Able to deal with it. Oh, hold on. We got a nano boost here onto someone. A nice biotic grenade connects with Fitz, so he's going to have to back up, where someone's building very close to this Annihilation. Oh, and he gets Kellen, so you're not going to get anything here for New York.
Extremely dangerous, that Annihilation paying off for sure. Someone resets here the battle lines by throwing that shield down, and Fitz can't quite get away. Oh, just a left hook, and he is knocked out. And New York Excelsior, I can't feel good about that one. Yeah, it's a scrappy fight, but Fitz finding those 2 kills, you think they're home and hosed from there on out.
So they did have to use their Annihilation and their Nano, right? But for New York, you don't even get a tick off of that, which that's got to feel pretty bad, right? Because Fitz comes up with 2 big kills on both, damage dealers, and not even able to get like a tick on the point for it. That's pretty brutal.
Another pick from Fitz. Surely this is going to mean something. Merit there. I think he preempted the sleep coming his way. Fitz under pressure, getting healed by One's. Not going to be enough for the stick. Psycho, though, in the meantime, is able to get rid of someone here. New York definitely have the lead. And he's going to double down on that now, finding Checkmate. Again, the pocketed Echo, finding success here. They kill on someone. That's the important one.
Yes, maybe Merit will be able to get a touch here. He'll get on the point, get a touch. You have Chorong here as well. The recall, that's going to drag him off of it. Is Fitz with a Dragon Strike from downtown there, just to clear people off potentially. But some changes that happen for the Florida Mayhem. You'll have someone actually going over to the Winston here. So the Winston better to control the high ground of the castle.
All right, lively stuff here from New York on that attack. Fitz with some really important picks, and Psycho able to eventually prevail in the Echo head-to-head. So the Kiriko here, we were talking with backstage with Jake about it. He sort of quite likes it instead of Brig in some of these situations, especially just for keeping Winston standing. Someone able to deal with Creator pretty comfortably here, and Checkmate has that duplicate, but he goes for the Translocator first. This is going to make it very hard for Psycho to execute with Fitz, as Fitz, drops Chorong, chases him down.
That's a casino rush from Chorong on the high ground, but what do you think about this Echo here on offense? I mean, it just feels like you're just going to be going right up into the opposing team. It's going to be so difficult to play. I mean, look at the position Psycho's in now. He's got a Tracer to his left. He's got an Echo up in the sky. Even if he gets this high ground, it's not exactly, he's way above the enemy team, right? Oh, nice shot there, as RuPaul almost actually takes out OG walking on in.
Yeah, Psycho has the Mercy as well, which is scary. I love that. Look at that turnaround. Kellen turns up the Annihilation, but he's put to sleep, and then the Nano's given over to Checkmate, and he knows just what to do. Bears down upon the Ramatra with the focusing beam and knocks him out of the picture straight away. And that represents a huge swing for the defenders.
And look at how well they can follow up on that, right? I know you have the big damage coming down from Checkmate with the benefits of the nano boost, and then someone jumps right over the top of the building, same with Merit, and able to go in, finish off some of those players that took some big damage, and Psycho switches off of the Echo now. So I actually like this for New York. I think the Echo would have been really difficult to run here.
Checkmate, though, still playing it. Whether it's because the dupe or whether because he thinks it works, he actually gets taken down by Fitz. Very scary stuff if you get hacked out there in the open. Really hard to bounce back from it. Bionic grenade there, good connect on the back line. Pulse, though, no joy for Merit there. High ground, contested by Kellen. He opts not to linger, though, as the cart is moving. He's getting his job done. The disruption is taking its toll.
Yeah, and that's going to be Kellen getting the nano boost there as he goes to the high ground, just trying to get control of the castle. So
EMP on the high ground.
Bashed off there.
Kellen's late.
But
He's late.
But you're not going to be able to follow this up.
Bionade, that you can follow up on, but Rupal able to just bide his time, then find a defensive one. Someone won't survive that pulse bomb there. Even Checkmate as an extra Ana won't be able to make the difference now. 0 Anas on the field as he gets knocked out of that dupe, and New York have found another opening. They're very scrappy, New York, but they're making this composition work. The switch to Sombra's paid off.
And I think if you're Florida, you have to consider Checkmate switching off of this Echo, especially towards the later half of this map. I think Merit just got on there, maybe got a touch. Maybe they thought they could actually challenge that. But everybody else backs up as Checkmate will stay on the Echo here.
Again, he is bounded in the altitude that he can maintain in this part of the map. Much easier for Tracer to actually get good mid-range damage against you.
I mean, or even just get it hacked, right? Hacked and then just burnt down. There's not really many places you can go and hide.
Soma really has a big advantage against the Echo there, because she can hack you from stealth, of course, and then pop out. And even with all of your kit, it can hard to burst Sombra down adequately in a 1 versus 1 scenario. Okay, Checkmate comes forward, gets nanoed. Someone was hacked and inside a bubble, so didn't get much healing, but Merit finds 2 with the pulse, and that should be enough.
Yeah, for a second there, I was a little bit worried for Florida because they get the nano boost over to Checkmate, and someone jumps in at the same time, and he is dangerously low when that happens, but provide enough healing to keep him topped up. Now you'll get control here over the choke. You're the Florida Mayhem. So the cart will move backwards, but for the New York Excelsior, you're getting very close to this EMP, which EMP should be a fight win.
Creative here. Sees Kellen taking a bit more poke than he otherwise would have liked. Echo really adds to your poke arsenal. Worth bearing in mind here. Can be a little bit hard to spend too long setting up. No good the bio there from Creative. But Kellen will have to wait for another opportunity to strike. The EMP should represent that. Pop, it goes. Fitz though drops into the middle of enemy territory. Choron gets the rally off just in time. He's able to stay alive here. And someone can just take a breath, get top back up and go. Pulse bomb though onto Rupal. Checkmate trying to even the odds though. Filling the Ana shoes at least for the next 10 seconds, and it's enough to keep someone standing. This is going to buy time for Rupal to rejoin the team. New York have to double down and commit, but a great sleep on Kellen interrupts him midway through, and now someone's going to come in with the nano.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful rally for Choron to keep that going through the EMP, but it's going to be OG using the rally here just to push back the Florida Mayhem, and they have to regroup.
Someone creative some space, bubble drop down as he dives in, and Merit just waiting for an opportunity for an insta-kill. The pulse bomb, he's itching to deploy it, he misses it though, just as he drops, Kellen heads to the high ground. Primal Rage there for the Winston, but still has to respect the Echo damage here. Meanwhile, Psycho found Rupal, he's down yet again. The Ana out of the picture is New York are doing a great job at fulfilling their win conditions now, but Choron built another rally so fast. The Bionade was perfect from Creative to shut that healing down though. Merit eventually has to succumb. EMP to seal the deal now as Rupal is the last to fall. And New York get the map done with 6.6 seconds rather in their time bank.
Yeah, nice job from New York getting that full map completion. I think for Florida, kind of question a little bit why you stay on the Echo towards the later part of the map. Just kind of committed to it the entire time, but really good push from New York there, and it's a huge biotic grenade, like you mentioned, from Creative onto Chorong, because he's got rally there on the cart, which you think could have extended that a little bit longer, but gets hit with that biotic grenade and nothing he can do there.
Sole Austrian national in the league, Psycho is really panning out in this Tracer role. 8 final blows for 2 deaths and some huge pulse sticks. I think, 3 pulse bomb attaches, 3 pulse bomb kills, which tells me they're probably not going towards Winston. So he's guaranteeing instant picks with that ability. That's been a big difference maker. Merit is, 2 of 3, he's doing very well. 3 pulse bomb kills for 2 attachments. So both Tracers chomping at the bit here to try and outdo one another. The Mayhem don't quite look themselves on that defense, I've got to say. You'd really expect them to be miles ahead when it came to the dive setup. Credit to New York. They are scrappy and they are able to succeed in that mirror.
What's your thoughts here for, New York potentially, right? You're going to be running that Echo, but not with a Tracer. You're going to be running it with a Sombra here. And then we'll see what Florida decides to do. They may not even go with the Echo. They may actually just kind of go with straight up dive.
They might be anticipating a Sombra from Florida for checkmate here. Sorry, an Echo, because he's stuck on it for like the whole round. So I think Florida end up getting the better end of this deal, having Sombra Tracer into this sort of setup. Obviously, Sombra's still impactful, EMP still really important, but Kellen almost suffers there, an EMP, rather a hack. He's able to dive away at the very least. Someone getting battered in the front line though. That Echo in the mix means that someone cannot linger nearly as long as he otherwise would.
Yeah, as Kellen interrupts that hack with a bubble, which, obviously for the best there for the New York main tank is, Merit Rarity to just pounce on that with checkmate.
Psycho playing high up in the sky, hard for checkmate to do critical damage to him from that altitude. Florida here trying to get checkmate in a position for an instant kill. It's going to be Merit that finds it instead. So there it is. That susceptibility of Echo to the Sombra is displayed here. Checkmate should be able to recall there. Yeah, New York didn't really have the tools to capitalize on a sleep dart for an insta kill. They're really going to wish they might have had that one back.
And what I think is great for the Florida Mayhem, right, with this type of composition here on this first point is making progress towards taking this first point here rather quickly. Is that you're not going to have to switch here if you're the Florida Mayhem, right? You can, they're going to have to back out and give this up. You can continue to run this the entire map and be extremely effective. So holding on to some of those key ultimates here as we move to the second stage of the map.
So the weakness for Kellon, if he gets hacked in that position, he gets dove and dies instantly. Just be very, very careful. But of course he can interrupt the hack. It normally would be outside of his range, but he has that right click now, so can fend for himself pretty well there. Oh, Fitz didn't expect that. Has to pull the plug, but they've already lost Chorong, the Mayhem, so only 4 players now as they try and work their way through this choke.
I was going to say, though, can they get it through the choke, right? I know just getting stuck at that door is pretty brutal, but it looks like now they kind of wait for Chorong to get back in the mix. He's got Rally, right? Double support plus your EMP, everything on the table here for the Florida Mayhem, but who do you even go for with this EMP, right? I mean, maybe you try and get Kellen out, but...
It's that high ground. I think someone's trying to set up to follow up the dive with the EMP to this high ground. Merit might have to settle for just the Ana. Okay, gets the Translocator instead. Oh, dangerous for Fitz. He gets nanoed.
Well, they have to use EMP. The nano, yeah.
They invest keeping him alive, which is quite bizarre. Can Fitz make good on this huge investment? Represents, a huge amount of confidence, I think, in him to make a difference from this position. Psycho dupes the Winston as well. Florida forcing a lot of ults and still have their shock and awe combo available to them after using the rally.
Yes, OG will pop his rally now here a little bit after, and that'll be the EMP now from Merit, so you deal with that Brig rather quickly, but 2 big kills here from New York.
Good, you're not getting up from that one, Big Son. Someone also falling. He got hit with a body grenade even after the EMP came in, and Psycho was well positioned just to burn the Winston down. This is by no means convincing from Florida. In fact, they've just lost the fight.
Yeah, Psycho's going to make the change here and go over to Tracer, so I like this. Matching them from New York, I don't really love the Echo in the second stage of the map and the third one, so I know play the Echo until you don't really need it anymore. You just kind of like use the ultimate and then kind of get some value and then switch. So really nice job here from New York. Winning that fight where it didn't look like a great start, right? You have to use your nano boost on the Fitz, but now he's got a big EMP.
I mean, they're winning the dive mirror. As simple as that. New York are looking excellent here on this second phase of the map. Fitz there in their previous fight. It looked strange to give that Sombra the nano to keep him alive, but you can see, I think they got paid back with interest.
How do you break this here?
Oh, Merit. Oh, Fitz.
Oh, that is filthy stuff.
Better get up early in the morning if you want to get the better of Fitz. He knew about where that translocator would be. He saw where Merit appeared. Great way to punish a Sombra who's just out of position.
So you have Nano here to work with here, Florida Mayhem? Do you train like go Nano to the high ground, put some pressure onto, Creative and OG? Like what is the method of breaking this castle setup? Because I know New York has burnt a lot of the Florida Mayhem's clock. Right there, they get a hack and then someone gets the benefits of the Nano and they jump right on top of Creative and then OG duck falls.
Yeah, look, it probably really had to be something like that. If not the EMP to the high ground, at least like a Tracer hack and then Winston dive follow-up. So it's a plan that doesn't exactly hinge on you having EMP. It's just been so hard to execute because New York have been disrupting Florida every time they've tried to set up. Finally, Florida actually getting somewhere here.
So Florida going to get close here to taking this second checkpoint. So I think New York has to be careful, right? They may want to try and invest in this and try and stop it, but Merit's going to have that EMP right on top of the payload. It should be pretty easy if that goes off.
Florida really respecting the primal range here from Kellen. Someone also just copying the short end of the stick here. He has to try and maintain pressure on the card to keep the rest of New York back. So Kellen does force the Mayhem to turn around and look at him, pay him a lot of attention. He's going to get Nano now. EMP's got to come out, but they're not looking for the Winston. He's too durable right now. Instead, hit the back line. It's OG and Creator falling already. Still, Kellen will be an issue, but that Nano has expired, and so does his Life Force. It will be a Mayhem checkpoint here. 2 minutes 40 to play.
Is someone going to change here? Are you going to play Ramatra? All right, so they're going to go with Ramatra here towards the final stage of the map with the Merit going over to Ash. So some interesting changes here from the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, they want to entice the New York Excelsior to dive, but then they want to punish that exact behavior. So Merit, obviously, the Dynamites are huge here.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get big value out of the Dynamite, right? Just that ticking damage consistently. Then you're really trying to just maybe bait Kellen and the rest of the crew in to dive. As it's just trying to set up a big EMP.
Merit probably gets nanoed here if Fitz EMPs him. I think that's the target he's looking at, right? Yeah. Good timing as well with the Winston dive, and Rupal gives someone the nano instead. So now you need at least need a trade from your Ramatra in the front line. Fitz buffeted away from the card, so we'll see some progress for Florida, but there's still much more to be done in terms of the engagement. Vortex thrown down to slow up the New York Excelsior, but here they come. Fire on 2 players, Psycho's Pulse though. That's a difference maker if I've ever seen one. So Florida change the go up to the rush here. They use a nano in that fight for someone, but they can't keep Merit alive. Big disadvantage to start from.
But what does New York have to use there, right? They end up using Rally, they end up using EMP, Pulse Bomb, so it's not like they kind of traded that nano boost for nothing, right? So they did get some big key ultimates out. So we'll see if New York is able to rebuild some of those ultimates by the time you're kind of near the end of the game, as Checkmate takes some big damage, has to recall, and the Dynamite next on OG, he'll have to back up, but you're going to have another nano boost here ready for the New York Excelsior.
Merit probably only gets one bomb this round. Well, almost definitely, if that. Dynamite gets thrown out now. Instantly, the coach gun has to be used to peel Kellen off him, but here comes the second wave. Psycho wastes no time in closing the gap on the Ash and dispatching Merit. And Florida with 4 have no choice but to concede the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not going to get Bob most likely here, and it's also quite brutal because you don't have anything like a big EMP, like fight-winning type of ultimate, where New York, by winning that fight, you're going to cycle basically back towards another EMP. You're going to have a full suite of ultimates.
Uncharacteristic shakiness here from the Florida Mayhem. Kellen, low and slept, has to use Primal here, and Psycho wants to try and win the 1 versus 1 against Checkmate. Force a recall, uses his own after, and both agree to back away from each other. Kellen's Primal's about to expire. Behind enemy lines now. What can he do from here as the EMP comes in and catches fire? But the Annihilation will come out in response. Merit comes back off spawn and dies instantly. Psycho again, the one that dispatches him. But the Annihilation to break through might be just the ticket here for the Mayhem. Creative, hot on his heels is someone. Vortex thrown down and Checkmate secures the kill. In overtime, the Florida Mayhem look to try and get the map done. So at best, I guess, they're looking at, a draw. Fitz on the Genji coming back out, stall things up.
This may not be over though, because OG does have the rally here, as he's going to get it off right on the payload, and this is going to be the bomb.
And the Dynamite, Fitz blocking here. Coach gun to knock him back, knock him up. It's an easy kill, excuse me, Florida. I guess with less than 1 second left, it's going to be a 1 minute extension for both sides.
Yeah, as it goes right down to the wire, where I think if you're the Mayhem, do you consider, when you're on defense, maybe not going for that Echo setup? Do you play that, Tracer Sombra type of look? I feel like it's definitely something you have to consider.
At this point, New York look to be the better team. God, almost on both sides here. Defensively, it sounds like they really played around their win conditions so effectively. Fitz, very, very solid on Sombra over the course of this map. Not someone we always associate with that role, but man, picks it up here and is really nasty. Psycho's going out to another level as well. He is 13 final blows and 6 deaths.
So let's take a look from OG's perspective.
That's rough.
Yeah, well, loses his homie, decides to just get out.
That was yeah, I mean, I can't live without him, I guess. That was the fight that really let Florida back in, I think. They were really struggling up until that point. All right, Creative. We've seen this one before.
Line up here.
Yeah, I think it's just the corner of the clock tower versus the corner of the building there at the bottom of his screen. So you just little line up, a little lower than that. Get some ult percentage early. No one to be down. Okay, that's just for the high ground. I like that. Okay, 3 connected, free ult charge. Away we go.
Yeah, a little 6% ult charge right off the rip.
Okay, doesn't suck.
Hey, in a game that's only maybe a minute long, right? It's pretty impactful.
Kellen? All right, Rupar's spending a lot of resources here just to force Kellen to eventually retreat. He does, which is opens up the door for someone here. Yeah, Creative.
Low.
I mean, someone drives a wedge between Creative and the rest of his team there. I think the remainder of New York were inside that hunting lodge. Eventually, they chase someone down. So now it's the chance for Kellen here to be the difference maker. Psycho loses the 1 versus 1. Recall just in time for checkmate.
Gets that recall off, yeah. I mean, that hack came in, but you think, though, just over time, right, with this closer spawn, that Florida should be able to make some progress on this checkpoint.
Absolutely. Okay, checkmate there, knows the Winston is close, so there's going to have to be another full fight, basically, from the Mayhem to secure the cap. Almost 2 ticks. 2 ticks now.
Close to a pulse bomb.
Yeah, Kellen, critical life total here, but going for Creative instead. He's able to get away from the pulse bomb, though. Checkmate unsuccessful there, and the EMP comes up for New York, and they come alive on this defense. Someone can only look on from the high ground as the rest of his team crumble.
Does look like, though, that the Florida Mayhem do get 2 full ticks there in terms of progress. So New York do set themselves up, though, in a position to take this map, tie this series up here with. Do you think they run the Echo with the Mercy Pocket? I mean, that's what they ended up running on their offense the last time and ended up working, but it feels like a little bit of an all-in strategy here with just a minute.
It's exploitable, to be fair. You can, obviously punish that. Even with like a non-pocketed Echo, you can at least get a trade. I think it's about stopping the res, right? Regardless of who goes down first, making it impossible for OG there just to allow his team to bounce back instantly with that ability. There's no guarantee, 69.9%. Very, very nice. There's no guarantee here that New York can get this kind of total on the point.
No, not at all. And I like the Florida Mayhem with this setup on defense. Play the Tracer with the Sombra. It's a little bit more consistent than kind of playing that Echo. And they'll actually end up using the Ramatra with it. So a little bit of more point stability, right? Being able to just kind of like play that point a little bit, with a little bit of a healthier target in terms of a tank.
So that'll be the main point of difference between these compositions. Odd to think that someone is, preferring so much to play the Ramatra here, but I think you made a good point. It's the durability and very, very hard to shift here. Kellen, though, is going to be looking to drag them out of position quite often, so I really want to see how Kellen chooses to play around the Ramatra, something that New York were able to do at times earlier on.
We'll see what New York decides to do here, right, in terms of a dive target. Do they want to try and go after someone pretty heavily, or they try and make a play for RuPaul deep behind enemy lines, as it looks like Kellen jumps up right to the high ground.
Someone gets a repair pack there. He's a little low, but RuPaul, okay, big bio on Kellen. The overextends. God, he takes the fight he shouldn't have. RuPaul punishes him there in a big way, steps inside the bubble, throws the Bionade down. Kellen gets flattened.
Oh, I mean, that is huge there. So now we're down to like 15 seconds left, and Florida just needs 1 more hold here.
7 seconds left. Florida can get it done here on defense. Saw a dive from Kellen. His intended target's able to slip away. Psycho steps up to the point, tries to get behind someone, but here's Nemesis form now, starting to throw some of these punches. Kellen's forced to jump away. Big double bio, that could be a difference maker now. Florida have to group up, cower together into that side room, but eventually RuPaul's able to get them back in fighting form. Psycho's low, he has recall available. The pulse bomb could be huge here. OG keeps him standing. Here's a pulse. Psycho doesn't get the stick. Someone going to get the Bionade there and has to back up here. Rally up for Chorong. The rally is so huge. And what timing for the Florida Mayhem. That is exactly what the doctor ordered. Now someone gets a nano and he's going to have that annihilation up, but Kellen finds Merid. There's still a fight to be had here. Kellen finds yet another one. RuPaul's down. The annihilation has to be it. Someone laser focused here on his objective, but getting knocked off the points. Are you kidding me? The Primal Rage secures the win for New
as it was just somewhat in merit there at the end as someone gets the annihilation off, and as soon as merit falls, they know they just need to dislodge someone from the point. And nice primal rage there from Kellen. Kellen actually comes from over the top. I think he actually pushed the supports and got a few kills with the primal even before that. So beautiful play there by Kellen as New York takes map number 2.
Oh man, they really had to work for it. And to their credit, they do it in a pretty, I guess, classic style, right? They're not reinventing the wheel when it comes to their team compositions outside the little variation of the pocketed Mercy play here. We saw Checkmate obviously had to challenge that as the solo echo at times. New York, man, you got to give them credit. These guys, they didn't take that sitting down. A fantastic map from this team at 5 and 6.
Yeah, New York finds themselves now in this series, Mitch. You saw kind of like their facial expressions after that. They just seem so like relieved to just win a map, right? I think if you're in New York, you need to kind of like, get back in this little kind of break in between maps and realize like you can win this series, right? It's not about just winning a map here.
Absolutely. That should absolutely give them hope here. The annihilation at the end of the round, I thought, oh, this is over. You see, this is what Kellen does. He sees his opportunity. Look at this. Gets around the Ramatra. He's able to knock him back inside the room. And behind him, Psycho capping. Stunning finish to that map for New York. They are one apiece in this series. The Route 66 promises to be the compelling affair as both these teams look to get the edge in that dive composition. Stick around, everybody. More Overwatch League, your last match of the week, promises to be unexpectedly delicious.
me see you drop. Hustle, baby, we hustle, but the oh my.
Just as Johnny pointed out in the pre-game chat, Kellen, despite starting off with a lot of rush comps, a lot of Ramatra play this year, mostly known as a Winston player in the past, we get to see him really show what he's capable of here in the dive. 24 elims, 9 final blows, 4 deaths. Very compelling scorecard here, Matthew.
Well, look, I mean, when Kellen was coming into the league, everybody was super hyped, and then when came in, the performances were not great. But I think it was more to do with the rest of the team that was around him in New York, right? So now you kind of get a completely new squad surrounding him, and you start to see those great performances we thought we would get as New York steals map number 2.
Yeah, I've been really happy with Psycho over the course of this series. Fitz has looked excellent. You see how OG and Creative really starting to work together now. This team is leveling up, and hey, what better time at sort of 5-5 coming into the second half of the season now, a chance to stay 500 with a win here. That's what your Excelsior players have their eyes set on, at least for the moment. Route 66 promises to be, honestly, a very back and forth affair here, because the Mayhem looks shaky up against New York. They don't look as clean as we saw in the past here. They're really being tested.
They really are, and especially I think it's something that New York able to win, like in like that kind of like mirror dive competition. I think that's a huge sign for New York, and just really telling about how good this team could possibly be. Is Florida will come out on defense with that Tracer Sombra look here, playing the Winston. I expect New York to do pretty much the same. Maybe some shenanigans here at the start, right? A Hanzo arrow with like a TP, like little Roadhog hook. But after that, I mean, if you just won in the mirror for pretty much most of the game, why not?
On defense will the Florida Mayhem start. Definitely the kind of map where, and the kind of hero, I guess, where, Merit gets less of the time in the sun, less of the flashiness. Doesn't seem like the kind of person that invites it anyway, but it's a very different texture of play than what we saw in Oasis here. Someone wants to dive early. Merit gets a visit from Dr. Kellen. She's probably not the doctor you want to visit if you fancy your health being good, but they'll try and stave off any attempt at some sort of spawn camp here, play pretty close, and we'll see OG. Oh, okay, not a great start here. Someone able to find an opportunity to dive on OG, who was a little cut off for the rest of his team here, so bit of a blooper out of the gates for New York.
Yeah, so you lose one. Maybe you can go back up a little bit now if you're New York, but Florida doing a nice job of just playing this close hold, right? You want to force the opposing team. Oh, you lose Fitzer. That's brutal as well. You want to force the opposing team, right, to have to use some of these ultimates to get out of the base, right? Just make it as costly as possible to get the payload moving.
We so rarely see this, man. Normally, attackers, maybe after one death or so, are able to sort of break through here. But this is a minute now, off the clock, with the card advancing only 5 meters. Someone, gotta be careful, those bubbles are intersecting there. Yeah, eventually he's able to force Kellen away and get healed. Oh, okay, here comes the Nano. Someone slept instantly, doesn't matter, fix. Just vaporizes somewhere in someone's vicinity. He doesn't care, he'll take that one. So Florida are using ultimates to maintain this spawn camp.
Yeah, I mean, and I think they're just trying to, like New York, right? You're going to come up on some of these ultimates now. Do you want to really... how terrible does it feel to invest in Nano to get out of your base,
so
right?
Bad.
I mean, that is just brutal.
Oh, we're going to do it anyway, aren't we? Creative, keeping eyes on Kellen. Psycho living dangerously out there in the open. Sleep on someone? No connect.
Someone takes a little bit of damage. That's going to be the primal here from Kellen.
Okay, so we're getting some ults here.
Just displays people, get out of the way.
Well,
still a decent amount of clock burned already.
That's what Florida wanted, right? Not only 2 minutes off the clock, that's half the attacking time bank for this first phase of the map, but getting that primal rage there. New York are trying to be very careful with the investment, but perhaps they would have been better off actually throwing some more ultimates in here, because losing Psycho is big. This means that Checkmate can go where he wants. The later EMP, though, Checkmate just gets his recall up in time, and New York are no better for having used that Sombra ultimate.
No, and it's a biotic grenade that comes in from RuPaul, pushes them back a little bit. I think it hits on the... Oh, wow, I mean, Checkmate just got deleted. It's just the biotic grenade there from RuPaul pushed them back a little bit. But now after that pick on the Checkmate, it looks like they're going to be able to move up. But Florida does have some ultimates, right? You can use this nano here, you can use rally. They're going to start with the rally.
Okay, the someone primal could be pretty big here, but they've lost RuPaul, so Fitz doing an excellent job at taking out the Ana with the rally potential in play. So Charades probably pop that to try and save RuPaul, and things are getting a little bit questionable now for the Florida Mayhem. They got a fight where they can, you know, primal, then nano the Winston. That's a huge time buy, but executing something in terms of, you know, eliminations behind that is going to be what's important.
The cart getting very close for a completion here is be someone who jumps out, tries to challenge it. They have the primal rage as well. You're going to get
Merit.
You also have the nano here too. I mean, you have a lot to work with.
They chase Merit there after he translocates away. Someone is barking up the wrong tree, you'd think, but eventually gets rid of OG. No one really intervening there at all. So Florida can stabilize now. They nano checkmate in that fight.
Yes, I mean, what you get someone with a primal rage doesn't exactly need it. You kind of want that for damage here as we get 25 seconds. Nobody really close to this EMP match. Then they come down to checkmate with this pulse bomb, right? You hit a good pulse bomb. You take out Creative, right? Who's getting closer and closer to that nano boost. Might be a first point hold here.
Oh, they're diving. They are really trying to pressure that backline down. Checkmate had one directive, that was to follow Merit to the end of the earth. They eventually have to pull back though. Pulse here on Kellen, he's thinking about it. Some ripe opportunities here for the Mayhem, but they have a bit of time to work with, so try and see if New York extend. Checkmate again, just get the recall in time, and they get the primal from Kellen. That's what they wanted. Merit's getting very close to an EMP, but Fitz gets one first. Hack the Winston, Merit able to stay on the high ground, and the bomb from Checkmate is good. He's able to stay on the cart, avoid the bio for now, but there's no healers for Florida. Can Merit make the difference? It looks like he's going to be out of the fight for too long to do that. Checkpoint comes up here for New York.
Yeah, just a little bit too late there from the Florida Mayhem, but a pretty good first point hold, right? I know that Fitz has to use that EMP there, so Merit will be able to get aggressive behind this one with the rest of the Florida Mayhem, use it pretty early on. Oh, look at this, they found the translocated, get rid of that.
Doesn't amount to much here, really. Merit playing safe at the time, so no punish. 2 minutes, only 2 minutes for this phase of the map here, though. Florida really put the squeeze on New York with that spawn camp.
It looks like Merit now trying to line up an EMP is, oh, that's actually the nano boost that goes on a Psycho there to keep him up.
Makes me wonder if they tracked that nano from Creative, knew we'd have it available, because this has gone pear-shaped in a hurry.
Too. I mean, what a combination of plays there from Creative, right? You know, getting the nano onto Psycho the perfect time once he gets hit with the EMP, and then also the sleep on the Merit.
The fundamentals are just great from New York, Matt. They're responding adequately to everything every problem, I guess, that the Mayhem put in front of them. Here's a rally, so Florida want to re-establish control of this high ground now. Fitz almost gets caught out by the rallied shield bash, but is able to recover just in time. Florida want to push on the ground here. OG's got nowhere to go. They're really trying to get rid of this brig and this rally play. They almost serve up RuPaul for it, but he had the bio nade to throw down, secure the kill.
Yeah, as Florida kind of stops New York in their tracks. Or New York, it was starting to look pretty good here. As instead of translocator, they destroy and
yeah, they saw that coming.
Yeah. I mean, from miles away. But New York actually builds up. Fitz builds up towards another EMP, doing a really nice job here on the offensive side, building the EMP rather quickly. So we just saw one a little bit ago. We'll see another one now. As you use it here, maybe Florida has another opportunity coming out of the spawn, right? To get a hold here before checkpoint B. But this EMP could put them in a pretty good spot.
33 seconds left though, so it better be a big EMP. Checkmate's the target, can't recall. Great job. Psycho makes a beeline for the hacked Tracer. And that's a player advantage now for New York to begin to leverage. Florida don't seem to want to fight too badly for now without Checkmate, but they send someone into the backline and Merit's able to help him get creative here. So we have an even legend now with a huge amount of pressure coming OG's way. He doesn't have a rally to survive this, so this primal will be the end of him.
Yeah, they kind of just gave up Checkmate, right? Who ends up dying to that EMP, and then just pushing around with the supports and someone and being able to pick up a kill. That's going to be Kellen getting rid of RuPaul, but he falls as well.
All right, well, I don't know what happened there. RuPaul seems to think it's pretty funny. Kellen less than impressed, though. It's going to be Fitz getting the nano on the cart. It's still a little dangerous here. So you see, someone peels back. Merit, though, hacks creative now, putting pressure on the Ana that is keeping Fitz in the fight. Eventually, he'll get dropped on top of Charong. A lot of Inspire procs here, charging right on up, but doesn't want to get too close. EMP has to seal the deal for Florida. They've got to execute on this. They've got to convert. And still New York able to hang around.
No follow-up.
Someone gets the nano. He was supposed to be the follow-up, I guess, and eventually Florida are getting the result they were hoping for. Kellen gets brought down, but New York are, geez, characteristically tough on this map. Eventually Florida can bring them down.
Yes, New York hangs in there to the very end, maybe just trying to play for another Fitz EMP, but someone gets the benefits of the nano, maybe a little bit late on the follow-up, but is still good enough to get Florida a hold. I want to know what happened with Kellen.
Yeah, we're going to see it. You know, our observers are much like us. They do revel in moments like that, so I'm sure we'll have a chance to see it, but for now, it ends up being a trade, I suppose, that New York couldn't really afford to make, or how extended they were. Fitz got the nano. He stays in the fight for awfully long, but it's Merit that comes back in who to me is really, you know, maybe struggling to set the pace of play as much as Fitz has. Only 2 final blows. Fitz has 3, to be fair, but, you know, 14 enemies hacked plays 10, so Fitz definitely a little bit more disruptive in this map so far. Here it is. It's a head-to-head between our Winston players, and it tells quite the tale.
Yeah, as I know Kellen, he's tried to make some plays, right? Also, they got spawn camp for a period of time, so I think his stats obviously going to look a little bit worse as he's not the one doing the spawn camping. We'll see if him and New York can put up just as good of a fight here at the start, right? Burn some clock.
It's a tricky thing to do, and it's something that we rarely see actually happen with the degree of efficacy that Florida were able to extract from the spawn camp. The Hanzo also literally spotted out pretty early, so Checkmate says, no, we're not going to get held up here. Also, Merit's able to wrap around Kellen and spot him there. He's forced away with the hack. Rupal gets the high ground with Symmetra. Yeah, Florida definitely a little bit more diligent in like playing around a potential spawn camp.
Yeah, it seems like they want to get the support set up here on the high ground and like a little bit of an off angle, right? Not make it as easy to dive because you have to go right around that corner. That Winston leap's going to put you right on the opposite side of that, and you can probably follow it up pretty easy.
Someone controlling that flanking route here. It's pretty hard for Fitz to get through, and he's just spamming that Tesla cannon. Merit's gotten himself in there, though. What's in the cookie jar today? Psycho? Able to blink away from what would have been hack and almost instant death. Kellen responding on the high ground, and someone dives on in. He loves to counter dive here. Fitz is hoping to charge that EMP up, so both these Sombras chopping at the bit, but Fitz is going to have his first. Merit's out of the fight now for the next few seconds.
Yes, he just does not get hit his translocator fast enough. Looks like there's knock it out of dodge. You still avoided like the spawn camp for the most part, though, right? That's, I guess, what you're trying to avoid here the most for Florida. Where think about New York, they got caught up so long there. They were kind of using ultimates just to get the cart moving.
Hey, I mean, in New York, we're down to like 2 minutes, I think, left by the time they really broke that spawn camp. Florida don't have much more time than that here. And this is a fight where Merit doesn't have EMP. He's getting absolutely gapped in terms of the ult charge. So it's got to be a New York win, surely. Oh, just tell me, please.
Yeah, they lose both supports. Both teams kind of trading supports here.
Someone relying on the hacked health pack here. Oh, goodness. Having to wait a few seconds. Valuable opportunity here for New York to stabilize. Merit can't get healed until he goes into Big Earls. Eventually he's topped back up as Rupal is the first to rejoin the fray.
Yeah, New York doesn't want to lose control over the top of Big Earls here, and they have Merit coming up with this EMP here very shortly, which could be quite bad, right? You get this EMP landed on the top. CC is just trying to line up the supports.
Merit's so cautious, so careful, but eventually his hand is forced. He goes for the EMP and creative. He's able to withstand it. I tell you what, little Sombra gap here starting to emerge. The Florida Mayhem running out of time and options. 1 minute 30 in the round. It's going to be the rally now from Charong brought forth. Kellen into the backline. He has Primal Rage and he pops it straight away.
Oh, and he does a really nice job there, Kellen, actually dropping a bubble like mid-flight to just break up the hack that was coming in on him, and now breaking up another hack, right? This Primal Rage just juggling Merit into the middle of nowhere, but on the opposite side, it's going to be someone with his Primal. It's going to get rid of OG, so no supports here for New York now.
Yeah. Kellen has to get out. Can't hang around here. He's able to escape. Someone gives him a ticket, but also doesn't really want to give himself up at this point. So Florida get the checkpoint. 3.5 minutes here. Bear in mind, New York did not get to the final phase of the map here. Florida want to push forward, take this space as early as they can, and now New York are the ones that have to come out of the choke.
Potentially use the nano here, right? Onto someone. Maybe you can find a hack and get an early pick off, right? Allow that cart to get around at least that first corner. That would be huge with this amount of time for Florida.
Fitz thought about following up on the Bionade on Chorong. EMP here. Chorong, gets a nano straight away. It's as if Fitz didn't see Rupal just by the double doors. Chorong's a raid boss. Deadly even without nano. And he takes Kellen down. This has gone disastrously for New York, and someone wants to make it even worse. Definitely exacerbating the issue now as New York can only trickle out from their spawn. Even Psycho's not in a position to contest, so this cart is on the move.
Yeah, someone can kind of play up here on the high ground if he wants. Really just lock down that spawn door, and guess what? When they all start to flood out, you're going to have an EMP from Merit. Just welcoming them as they do that. But maybe OG can time this rally perfectly, right? And wait, what? How did they find Kellen?
That's not good. I didn't even know who else was involved in that kill. Was there a hack? No, Merit was down here on the low ground. Psycho keeps it alive. Merit reveals himself, and then the EMP comes in. Psycho disintegrates the Florida Mayhem. So close to victory here, and a shield bash emoji has to be used to get him onto the card. Creative is like 2 HP with the bio on him. Eventually Merit realizes that and capitalizes. It's all Florida Mayhem now. They swarm over the objective and deliver their fans a W on Route 66. Bouncing back from a very odd Eichenwalde to a very, even stranger Route 66. It's one of those days, ladies and gentlemen. Tough to really put your finger on the pulse of either of these teams, but we see a big recovery from Florida there.
Well, I thought New York actually played pretty well that map. I think it's just they made so many mistakes, right? And just some opportunities that Florida was able to capitalize. And that's kind of the difference between a win and a loss against one of these top-tier teams.
Someone is 14-1. Yeah. 14-1. Nobody else on this team come remotely close to him. I don't think that's for deadlift status. I think there's enough sort of final blows on the rest of his team. But it's really close to deadlifting on a win stat, which is absolutely bizarre. But someone, again, when he has to, will drag his team kicking and screaming over the line. Nice turnaround here. Again, like Chorong getting dove there, I think, with the EMP, and then getting given a nano straight away. That's when things went south.
Yeah, as we'll take a look at some of the clips here from our third map in the set, as New York made this one a really good one. That's a beautiful sleep there from RuPaul. That is towards the end, where it didn't even look like New York was going to take that first checkpoint.
Yeah, eventually they're able to, get some more traction going in the second phase of the map, but it's so rare to see. Oh goodness, he just jumped. He just jumped. Unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes there's, a lack of connection between brain and body. It happens. Unfortunate there though as well. That really hurt them not having the Winston to fight any longer. RuPaul.
Well, he was primaling, so maybe he kind of like thought he was going to have that extra
jump cooldown,
like and just didn't, and then he ends up just kind of jumping off the side.
Right. Well, regardless, Colosseo is our fourth map in the series. Get pushed now, of course. And New York need to win it to stay alive in the series. They look like they've got what it takes. It really depends what kind of New York we see on this next map, so stick around. This one, maybe an unexpected finish. Well, pickaxes shouldered. The New York Excelsior have clocked in for another day of honest Overwatch, and frankly, they're looking pretty good up against one of the top teams in the West. Yeah, this Florida Mayhem team, players like RuPaul, it's the reason why they've got to where they are. Here, I think he's able to really exert himself in the matchup against Creative here. 4.9 final blows per 10. That's astonishing, really, for an auto player.
I mean, yeah, you can tell when we're watching it, right? Like, he just has, like, sick kill participation. Like, a few times we've seen RuPaul able to just snipe players from across the map. And I also think Creative, you know, maybe not in terms of those stats, but has had a very good series on it as well. Maybe not in terms of the kill participation, but being able to keep his teammates alive.
I think a Creative goes back quite a long ways. Was it like that 2020 Grand Finals against San Francisco Shock, Seoul Dynasty, right? That was where we really got to see him have some fantastic hype moments here. RuPaul, though, hungry and very involved. 8.6 biotic grenade kills per 10 to Creative 0.6. You can see what he's able to do with the high ground, because we talk about how important it is for Arnis to maintain that high ground, because you can get those biotic grenades in and over obstacles and hit the enemy backline without them really being able to respond to it. It's so big when you're dealing with, like, you know, Winstons and stuff with high healing, and, you know, to add that to the disruption that Sombra can bring, it's a really important part of, you know, dragging these tanky heroes off their horses.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw it there from that last clip from RuPaul, right? Really, on top of the healing, also focused on putting down some serious damage for the rest of his team. So, New York with an opportunity, though, Mitch, still in this series to force a fifth and final map. They'll have to get a win here in Colosseo.
And look, that'll be a really compelling storyline, as New York came into the second half of the season at 5-5, and, you know, they dropped a match on their way here. Whereas on the other end, Florida Mayhem go through Houston, they go through Boston. This team is like, okay, who's next? The Atlanta Reign, maybe? No, it's New York, and they are taking them to task at times. It wasn't frequent enough on Route 66, though, and, you know, New York, it looked like they struggled to establish themselves against the pace that was instantly set out of the gates by Florida. That spawn camp, Florida were ready to actually commit and invest, and perhaps they weren't expecting that. Perhaps they were expecting Florida just to try and bleed some clock without fully engaging, poke around, and then jump out when their Winston was threatened, which is what New York ended up doing when they tried to spawn camp. But Florida, they don't do things by half measures, Matt. Never.
No, and do you think if you're New York, right, do you maybe try and run like the Ramatra here a little bit? You know, we've seen them run the Ramatra throughout the series. It's looked pretty good, but it looks like at least here at the start, potentially going to run that Winston, so going to get pretty aggressive here, because Colosseo, you can kind of go either way.
Yeah, I think that Winston's pretty important to convert that first fight into, you know, giving your team a chance to make use of the ult percentage you gain by winning the first fight, because then you go straight into like a low ground scenario against the defending team. So having Ramatra there means you give the defenders so much time to set up, poke you down, and then maybe choose to dive at their own volition if they're playing the Winston. So I like the Winston here from both sides.
Yeah, and we'll see the Sojourn from both sides too, instead of the Sombra. So a little bit more long range, mid to long range damage potential here, especially once we kind of get into this little bit of dance we see here in Colosseo, where both teams don't want to be the one that gives up a first kill, just trying to find those shots at long range.
You can see that Sojourn mobility here is a big part of the draw of picking her, because normally those hit scan heroes get pressured heavily by Winston and just kind of fold when they get dived, but very quickly Merit there is able just to slide out of the way. Fitz, though, comes around a corner and snaps off a banger. Checkmate's head goes rolling. New York had that advantage here, playing this far more honest brand of Overwatch. No Sombras to be seen. Good old-fashioned clicking heads.
Yeah, and that's huge first pick, getting checkmated.
Okay.
Ooh, I mean, Fitz coming alive here on the Sojourn.
I mean, that's huge. You know, 2 fights won, essentially, off of 2 huge first picks. Obviously, New York walk into a disadvantageous scenario here, but man, if they can manufacture any of that kind of Fitz magic, they're off to a great start. We know what the stats say about the teams who get checkpoints first on these push maps, and it's a very flattering percentage.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you can get Fitz in positions where he can get, like, you know, you don't want to say easy first bloods, right? Because no first blood is necessarily easy in a fight, but you know, being able to farm up that railgun, keep that, you know, energy high, and then find those picks, that could really open things up.
Merit needs to get into the game here. Fitz has set the standard now. He has to respond. Under pressure, Psycho forcing him down. They disrupt the shot, preventing Merit from heading back towards his spawn. All right, go for a body shot there, just looking for some damage. Here comes someone, nano boost, pulse bomb. Okay, everything coming up now for the Florida Mayhem. Getting Fitz here should be a fight won easily enough.
Yes, I think for Mayhem, they kind of knew they needed a fight win in this type of situation, right? You lose that fight there with, 31 meters and counting, you're getting close to that first checkpoint, right? Which we know the stats in regards to that is now it allows Merit to get up on the high ground here, put down some damage, as now this will be the first big fight where we see ultimates online.
Yeah, we saw pulse bombs already deployed here. Those overclocks though. No reason for Fitz not to get value of it here. He has natural high ground. That's why someone already is up there contesting it. Primal Rage here from the attackers is going to be really important to disrupt the defensive setup. Merit Bionator. Oh, okay, don't touch the Winston. Leave him alone. Kellen's sleeping off that Primal. Working up there, but Creative goes down. That sleep. Rupar, man, taking it to another level here on this Ana play. That's a fight-winning sleep right there.
And I mean, also someone being able to use the Primal Rage and basically just live on his own for an extended period of time, right? Because you have Chorong and RuPaul there working to kind of get rid of Kellen.
Fitz has to play riskily here to get value out of this overclock, I think. Has to drop down from that high ground, and it's going to be a trade of kills. Both bricks fall. Merit, a little claustrophobic in these close quarters. Still able to give a good account of himself, though. Sleep on someone. Woken up now in Nano, looking for Fitz. Even with the slide, it's a scary situation for Sojourn to be in. Someone creates space, just stands there. It's all he has to do. Now it's desperation from New York to keep this checkpoint from coming up here. Psycho can touch. Mera playing that high ground. Kellen going to opt to dive there and not on the objective. He will drop down now and challenge someone who's under a bit of pressure now. Needs to be topped up. But the high ground populated by the Mayhem players, and checkmate finishes Fitz. Pulse comes in, does not connect.
Yeah, I mean, just fantastic Winston play, though, by someone, like you mentioned. Just gets into the backline, puts that bubble down, separates so many players there for the New York Excelsior, where they're not able to kind of push up. And this will be the first checkpoint here for Florida as they are rolling Mitch towards the map completion, potentially.
Yeah, there's a momentum bar, 12% in favor of the Florida Mayhem in terms of damage done, and Fitz is down again, even with the mobility. Someone is sticking to him like a bloody limpet. Here comes the Primal Rage though, now Merit on the other side of the map, the wrong side of the map, trying to slide back to safety. And yet someone seems to be outdoing Kellen every time they're in comparable situations. Once again, extracting more value from the Primal Rage.
Oh, I mean, someone just feels like he's dominating right now in terms of controlling the map as Winston is. Although he uses the Primal Rage there, guess what? You do have the Nano boost coming online here. So Nano and Rally available for the Florida Mayhem. Man, this looks like it could be one of those map completions. I mean, they are in a good spot in terms of ultimates here.
Checkmate's gapping Psycho on that side room. He can't get out of there. He can't help the rest of his team, and someone turns up uninvited in the backline. Yeah. And he gets himself straight into the cookie jar, Matt. Florida now are threatening a full capture here on Colosseo. Considering how competitive this series has been, this would be a huge disappointment for New York, who have to stabilize.
So what? I mean, someone gets hit with a bio, he has to back up. You're going to have a rally here coming out for New York. You don't want to use it so early, though, as although the pressure may be enough to get it. Yeah, it's going to be OG popping a nice job there, taking out checkmate.
It's getting out of hand with a good stick there. That is going to relieve some of the pressure for New York. Psycho lands the pulse bomb onto Merit, and we'll be able to clear the Mayhem out of here. But as the dust settles, there's a huge question that has to be asked. Can you make up such a huge deficit? 100 meters of progress in 4.5 minutes.
How? Right? I mean, it is so difficult in push when you get one team that has this massive lead. Because New York, they're kind of like incentivized. They have to throw everything into every fight, where Florida just doesn't, right? I mean, you have such a huge buffer that you can afford to like just kind of save up for one of these massive fights and end up taking it. So New York finds themselves in a really bad spot.
All right, bodies back to the middle part of the map, but we're in anything but parity. Merit respecting Kellen's risk area, but I mean, yeah, straight away someone's like, yo, we got OG, let's go. I'm getting up, I'm waking myself up here. I'm gonna hit the alarm and straight back into the fight. Fitz there with the overclock trying to make a difference here, and so he does. He finds both backliners on his own. Somehow Chorong caught basking in the disruptor shot. Kellen invests Primal here, so it is a lot being thrown into the kitty by New York, but hey, keeps them in the game.
I mean, well, here's the rough part, right? Because like New York, they invest some ultimates there. they don't even really gonna get control. The bot kind of like just lingers here in mid-map, and now Florida comes back. They have some ultimates. They can use a ton here and not feel terrible about it.
And they've got high ground to play from. This is really snowballed out of control. New York have to win so many fights consecutively here to have a fighting chance in the next 3 minutes. RuPaul's going to have the nano here. He's going to go to Merit. Instead, he charges forward. Railgun connection. During overclock, he's put to sleep, though. It's not going to matter because Florida decide to use the inexorable weight of all the ultimates they built in their last fight, and they pummel New York.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate the sleep doesn't really result in anything, but man, I mean, Creative hitting that, you know, as he's kind of like sliding, jumping towards me, man, it's a tough sleep to nail, but the bot moving deeper and deeper into New York territory here. So, and what's more brutal is, you know, you mentioned, right? Like New York did have a good fight the previous one, but guess what? That's all gone now. Like all that progress basically goes for nothing.
Yeah, Fitz is on the outside looking in there. Doesn't have EMP, trying to find an opportunity to disrupt one of these backliners, I think. Can't be sure really at this stage. It's utter chaos that the Mayhem are sowing here. Someone is able just to bask in all the attention that his opponents are giving him, and then get back to the rest of his team here. Look at this. We have Rally from OG, and Florida say, you know, we don't have to contest this. We don't have to fight this. They lose RuPaul here, so getting away in one piece may be a concern. But with 2 minutes left, New York being forced to use these abilities, these key ultimates, just to get out of their own house. That's a huge win for you.
And the bot has to travel so far that the next fight's going to kick off probably like mid-map. I know maybe a little bit past that, right? So you're not even really gaining significant progress here for New York. It's like you have to win some of these fights just completely dry, right? You have to just basically, you know, suck it up, not use any ultimates, and figure out a way to win. Because if you just kind of keep dumping these ultimates in, you're not going to have enough later on. So here, if you can just get by with an EMP, that's potentially pretty huge.
Nice bionade there from long range. Creative. Kobe's that were right on in. Someone coming off spawn here, though. So Florida, yes, they give it a little bit of ground, but they get to play from this high ground bridge. New York, it's ponderous progress up this steep incline. Psycho found himself, with a lot of targets to choose from. Instead, tries to pursue someone in the back line, hit with a body grenade, so no healing for him, but the health pool means that he doesn't have to worry about his implied lack of durability. Then OG, gets plastered to the walls. Quite the macabre piece of art to adorn that cafe, I must say.
Yeah, as a nano Chorong there, actually, the Florida Mayhem to kind of keep him alive in the back line, but someone uses that Primal Rage to great effect, goes in, picks up 2 kills with it, finds Fitz right after it. And here we go, bot back in the other direction. And Florida this time, though, Mitch, they'll have a rally and they'll have their overclock, so maybe an opportunity to win another fight and finish off the map.
30-second warning now for New York. We are well and truly at DEFCON 1. Checkmate. Okay, steps up and recalls there, maybe hoping to bait a sleep or something similar. Mero was hacked there, but he's still got plenty of damage, and he leverages the full force of it in Kellen's direction. Yes, he's put to sleep here, but Checkmate is shepherding the bot forward once more. Forward spawn re-established now, so the Mayhem can keep the pressure up, and it's not going to matter. The New York Excelsior are being dashed aside. Florida Mayhem collapse upon them like an avalanche, and there's just no escape. With 3 seconds left in the round, the Mayhem leave the bot behind. They don't need it. It's a clean victory here on Colosseo to secure the series. And the disappointment is written over the faces of the vanquished Excelsior. Creative, frazzled, frustrated. He couldn't get the edge on RuPaul on 66 or Colosseo. And he's going to be kicking himself after that one. The Florida Mayhem, it's a scrappy start. It's a competitive series. But they close it out here.
I wouldn't be too sad if I was like New York or even a fan of that team, because they came in and put together a pretty good performance here today. But it is not enough, as Florida still remains strong. Just a little bit of a slip up, but man, just some fantastic play from RuPaul and someone all day long.
I mean, this represents, though, like another step in a very successful campaign post-mid-season, right? Yeah. Think of the teams they've managed to topple now, at 10-2, looking towards these playoffs. I mean, the Atlanta Reign are not that far ahead, right? I mean, one loss in the Atlanta Reign, but they are nipping at their heels. And this top 4 in the West, all of a sudden, starting to look very competitive. It's an exciting peloton of squads there right up the top. And again, they're looking at the East region going, okay, we've handled them once before. We're very strong here in the West, and there's even a question if Atlanta can maintain their dominance for the rest of the season, because we know their schedule ahead is going to be tough, and that does include a rematch or a matchup with the Florida Mayhem further down the track. So, got to be feeling good about the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with how crazy the East is, it doesn't really seem like some of the Western teams are really even too focused on some of those Eastern teams right now, that they probably feel like the teams they need to beat at the end of the year, the teams that are going to be standing, are teams from the West, right? Whether it be the Houston Outlaws, the Atlanta Reign, the Boston Uprising, and now the Florida Mayhem putting their hat in the ring.
Let's talk player of the match here, Matthew, of course, for the Florida Mayhem. People standing up at a few moments. We talked Rupal pretty extensively, and it's going to be our player of the match here. That Route 66 performance was just a piece, I think, of what he put on display here for us. Even on such, difficult maps like Eichenwalde, he constantly stood out.
Yeah, I mean, he just had a fantastic series, and just to be able to land these sleeps, the biotic grenades, and then just to be able to keep his team alive while also pumping out significant damage, right? Like, a lot of times we actually saw him inside of the kill feed, right? Hunting for some of these kills is just a really great series overall.
Yeah, very impressive performance here. This is what allows someone to have like a 14-1 performance on this map, which seems kind of crazy considering how back and forth 66 was. And I mean, you saw Creative's face here. Like, he found it very, very hard to match just the raw outsized impact that Rupal had on the rest of his team. He's just that card. This is for the entire match here on Ana. Every other sleep dart is connecting on a target. But can't complain about that.
I mean, that is tremendous, right? So, I mean, the sleep dart accuracy is crazy. Just the amount of kills with the biotic grenades, the healing done, and then even that the damage, right? 3,300, like almost at 3,400. I mean, that is significant damage for your Ana to be putting out.
Hey, these storylines in the West are developing even further now. We had a bunch of like 5-5 teams coming in after the break. Their fortune's still in the balance. Teams like Boston, like Florida, Houston, looking to try and make a reach for glory in the second phase of the season. And now we're starting to see it. New York fall here a second time in a row. They go to 5-7, but you got to feel good about Florida at 10-2. Can take a quick breath. There's a lot to talk about this weekend. Some incredible matches of Overwatch League. And of course, we're going to have our desk workers through all of those right on the other side of the break.
Welcome back once more to the Watchpoint post show. Zoe here, joined by Danny, Jake, and Johnny, and we got one more match to break down. Florida Mayhem did it, as we all predicted. You guys even hit the score correct for this one, for once. Just call it
for once.
Wow. And also not accurate. I just tried to be mean. It's been a long day.
Strays out here.
I know. They're not strays. They're directed at you.
Okay.
I lost the charades. Give me this. Give me this, Zoe. I lost the charades.
You know what? Have at it.
I need some. Give us something. We need to win.
We're competitors. We need to win.
Don't give him anything. No. Why give him?
He's my devil on the shoulder. Like, everything coming out of my mouth is technically from him.
That is true.
It's really not me.
Danny.
Great job, Zoe.
But one thing we can't blame Danny for is New York's loss against the Mayhem. Mayhem, of course, still looking very dominant, but I think the caster hit on it as well. The casters hit on it as well. It was a competitive series. New York Excelsior actually really putting up a fight.
Yeah, Fitz is, I think, a very storied player on the Sombra. I think he was talked about before this season, oftentimes right next to players like Lip on the Sombra, one of those elite players. So really able to shine, get them a little bit of competitiveness in this series, bring them the win on Eichenwalde. But how was that, Zoe? Too much?
Eichenwalde was good.
I was letting it backstage.
You killed it. I would have called you out otherwise.
Fitz was great. I really think it was just too much to face Merit's Sojourn. For me, I mean, Fitz is a great player, but I think on this Sojourn, Merit, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better hit scan. I think this is when we get the very best out of Merit, and so him able to leverage that a lot in this series was a key factor for Florida Mayhem. And I love that we chose RuPaul's player of the match because he was just lights out. So many sleeps, literally turning their lights out with these sleep darts. Incredible performance from him.
I mean, Florida Mayhem is the top 3 team in the league as well. So, even if you're the New York Excelsior, you can't be too disappointed because Florida Mayhem, just pound for pound, like, their fight is not necessarily with New York Excelsior. Florida Mayhem, they're looking at teams like Boston Uprising, Houston Outlaws, Atlanta Reign. Like, we're fighting with these guys, right? So this was an expected result, I think. Florida Mayhem, they should be better. Kellan, what happens here, buddy? Oh, he got booped and leap.
Wait, did he chop?
Booped and leap.
He's turning around to leap, like turning to look up to leap, but he's bashed while he's swiping his mouse. So half of his mouse movement is like stunned, he like doesn't move, and then he's pressing shift. So.
But what a scenic death.
It is. He went to, explore the map.
Exactly.
That's brutal. That's brutal right there.
That's painful.
But Yeah, Florida Mayhem look incredibly comfortable in both the Sombra Tracer. I feel like they've stepped up the Sombra Tracer.
Yeah.
And also, as Jake said, in the Sojourn meta, not meta necessarily, but the Sojourn compositions, Florida Mayhem looks really solid.
Now, I believe you have a telestration for us.
I do.
Eichenwalde?
I do.
Well, then have at
Take us
it.
to Eichenwalde.
Eichenwalde.
That was pretty good.
Eichen.
As someone who has, you know, the Germanic language,
Eichenwalde.
I feel like I should be able to nail that.
Eichenwalde.
I have a play, not necessarily just hyping up the Florida Mayhem, but it was a sick fight to really end here on Eichenwalde. So I really. Now I'm just overthinking Eichenwalde all the time. I don't want to overthink this word. It's a map, okay? All right, so we're on the last fight here on Eichenwalde. I mean, it's overtime, and this is the very final push here for both teams. So what I really want to highlight here is like how they trade back and forth. So right on the point, I mean, it looks pretty even right here, but crucially, Chorong is going to be the most important member here because he's got the rally up and he's next to someone, you know, on the Ramatra. He's just punching, whoo, whoo, whoo. So Chorong getting this rally, this is a huge buff for them. And as you can see as well, I mean, you got Checkmate up, you got Merit up, RuPaul is up here on the balcony as well. So I mean, Florida Mayhem are looking great here. So as we play this one out, we can see how it kind of deteriorates from here. Chorong goes down to Creative, having an amazing pop-off performance here, takes him down. And I think Creative actually, that's the Akkad on route. It was a little bit dishonest right there because Creative has been amazing. As we play this one out, we can see that the trades come through. Creative is actually going to go down to Checkmate, and suddenly we find ourselves in a situation where Florida Mayhem actually should be favored. I mean, you got Checkmate and someone alive here, taking down the backline, both OG. Now, Psycho is actually like a hidden MVP on the point here because Psycho on the Tracer does a fantastic job of stalling out the point. Just like surviving, not taking too much unnecessary damage, stalling out the point crucially in overtime. Now, what I finally want to take a look at is actually how Kellan cleans this one up. It was an amazing clutch. Please work, Circle. There you go. On the back line, finds Merit and RuPaul. So let's see how this one actually plays out from the first person POV. So, Creative, 6 sleep darts onto Chorong, Bionate to follow it up, and he goes down to Checkmate. But he also finds the Nono because of that sleep, because of that Bionade. That's going to allow Kellan right here. Oh, pause. Oh, go back. That's so sick. That's so sick right there. The leap is on cooldown right here. So Kellan finds the pick with the Nono onto Merit and onto RuPaul, and then primals in overtime till we can play it out, get the cooldown back, and that's going to allow him to jump over the roof to someone and boop someone off the point. So just like so many things that goes New York Excelsior's way here. I mean, of course, like an insane play by Creative that I feel wasn't really highlighted, the impact of hitting the Bionade and the sleep onto Chorong. And then also as well, Nanoing Kellan, and then Kellan going back to the point, booping off with the Primal Rage. Just like so many points, such an incredible sequence that ultimately lands New York Excelsior map in the series.
Yeah, and a well-deserved one at that. But it was the Florida Mayhem in the end taking a W. So we're now getting set up and ready for our winner's interview. And we're going to have no other than the man himself, our player of the match. It is RuPaul joining us for an interview. Congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, RuPaul, I mean, this was, you guys of course got the win against the New York Excelsior, but I feel like New York Excelsior didn't like go down without a fight. So was there like a specific game plan that that your team had going into today's match?
To be honest, I think we really just wanted to play the comps that we think we're strong at. We didn't really focus on what they were playing until the very end, where we were thinking like they could play Sojourn, and we decided, okay, we have Merit, let's just mirror them. Like, he's insane at Sojourn, and you know, he really carried us.
Oh.
That's a good. I know from experience, relying on Merit Sojourn is a good bet. It's a good gamble.
Of course.
But what I want to ask you about, RuPaul, is really the league overall. Now that the Outlaws took down the Atlanta Reign, proved that they can bleed, and you guys will be playing them sooner or later this stage. How do you see that matchup in the future? Like you potentially facing off with the Atlanta Reign. I know you guys, as one of the top teams, you have to be thinking about that match coming down the line. I'm just curious, your preparations, your mindset with that on the horizon.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for that match. I think since the break, a lot of teams have really stepped it up. A lot of teams have gotten better. You know, like us, Boston, Houston, like pretty much everyone. I think everyone's kind of, I wouldn't say catching up to Atlanta, but I think Atlanta stayed about the same, and everybody else is getting better. And I'm pretty sure we also haven't played Atlanta in a match yet, so that's going to be really fun. And I think, you know, we beat Houston, we beat Boston. Those are the other two like top teams, I would say. And so it's going to be really cool to play Atlanta, and I really want to show what we can do.
So following up on that, really, how you stack up against Houston Outlaws, Atlanta Reign. You know, I want to give some perhaps insight to the viewers here who are comparing these teams. Some insight as to like when you're Florida Mayhem and you look at the other teams, what are you actually like practicing? Like what are you reiterating on to sort of like perfect these small details? So like what are you improving upon so that you can become better and match up against Houston Outlaws and Atlanta Reign, for example?
I think for now, so like last stage, we focused a lot on Ramatra and like hit scan comps, taking advantage of Merit being a good hit scan. We weren't ever really like a top Sombra team, I would say. But coming into this split, I think we're a lot stronger on it. We've improved a lot, and we're not quite there, but we're definitely catching up to Atlanta on Sombra. And I think like when something like the Sombra Winston comp, when it's meta for so long, it gives a lot of people time to just learn the meta, and they get used to the old turns and just how the game flows overall. And because of that, it makes like every individual play like a lot more important, you know, just like basic cooldowns. And I think as a team, you know, teamwork wise, we're getting a lot better at that Sombra comp. Obviously, you know, for the hit scan, it's kind of easy. You just tell Merit to kill things, tell someone to live, and you know, it's pretty simple. But Sombra comp requires a lot of teamwork, and I think that's where we're really improving.
It's an amazing answer.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a lot of comps there, and we keep on praising you and your team for the creativity, for the different compositions we're seeing. Do you think that is your team identity, to be able to be that jack of all trade and also master of all of them?
Yeah, I think it really is. I mean, I don't know the stats exactly, but we're definitely the team that has played like the most comps. You know, like we always have at least like one weird. Actually, today was kind of normal, but most of the time we have like one really strange comp that, you know, we cooked in the lab, and I think that has to do with just our team being really flexible and really talented.
Yeah.
We spend like a lot of time reviewing and talking about different ways to win. You know, I feel like a lot of these teams, they were really stuck on just how do we get better at Sombra Tracer? How do we get better at it? And because of that, it really limited them. Like I think a lot of teams last stage, you know, they could have been better if they focused on other aspects of the game, but I think they just chose to stick to the meta. And I think especially in this stage, because of the map pool, Sombra is actually weaker. There's like a lot more variety for like hit scan and a lot of echo as you've probably seen. And so I think us having already been like a flexible team beforehand, it makes us a lot better in this new stage.
It also makes it the most fun team to watch,
True.
Truth be told. So yeah, you never know what's on the menu if you're facing up against the Florida Mayhem. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
That was RuPaul from the Florida Mayhem, sharing some great insight here into the mindset and the overall team of the Florida Mayhem. What is our takeaway here?
Well, for me, I think it's Florida's strength is that they can play these off-meta comps, as RuPaul mentioned. You know, they have the flexibility. Barrett's a great hit scan. Someone's very flexible in the tank role. But also now they're building up their fundamental strength on what is always going to be, it seems, a relevant comp, right? Like, even if you're not going to force Treasure Sombra everywhere, I think Mayhem's smart to do that. There are going to be maps. There's going to be your Route 66, your Esperanza, that it's just rough if you're not going to play that comp ever. It's really hard to cheese those maps and get away with it. So I think it's really wise what Florida are doing. They're playing to their strengths. The question is, especially when you get into a map picking format, that in the playoffs is going to be where it's the toughest to take on a team like Atlanta. They're going to take you over and over again back to those Sombra Tracer.
For now, their approach is keeping them on, or rather in the upper echelon, of course, of our league rankings. Let's take a look once again at our today's schedule and the scores to go with it. No big surprises here, but a lot of great fights have been put up by the losers, so don't let the scoreline fool you. There were some really close maps and matches in there as well. And we're now moving on to our highlights. 3 matches, and that means plenty of things to choose from. And I'm gonna actually start this one off, and for me it's always the spice in the chat, and there are some particular spicy ones in the London Spitfire game.
Stick to Rush.
Yeah, stick to Rush.
Stick to Rush, okay. And then they battled out.
The challenge,
The clapback.
The clapback is coming.
Stick to dive. Stick to dive.
Love that.
Stick to rush and stick to dive.
You gotta have the clapback ready.
Yeah.
And you save it for the winning moment.
Oh, yeah,
the perfect
100%.
time
Wait,
to twist
so I have a question. So do you start writing right after the fight ends, or do you have it written down and then wait until...
that's the level of the BM. If you type while the game's still live, it has a little bit more heat to it because you're like,
You know
I'm
what
gonna
I
stop
do?
shooting you to just type to you.
No, you know what I do? I do very long-winded sentences. I copy and paste them, so I have them ready to copy paste in, and then I hit them, and they think that I spend the time typing it. Yeah, I'm going next.
It's like a
level.
bygone era of the spam keybinds.
Oh, 100%. No, but I just use it once, and I have it ready. It's set up.
Prepared.
All right.
Yeah.
For me, my best of the day, what?
Judge me.
Insight.
Advanced BM.
Yeah.
That was analysis right there.
Advanced BM.
Yeah, BM analysis.
That's right.
Here, let me do an analysis of my best of the day.
Love that.
I'm not gonna do it. Hey, but this was the crazy OT we had against Toronto versus Atlanta. It was, Toronto had 1 minute to push the car and they did it all the way. So I was like, hey, Toronto's gonna win. And then Atlanta was like, no, hey, we're Atlanta. We're gonna do the same thing. So they do it again. And then at the end, it was Toronto getting the win. But I mean, just seeing that 6 and 7 at the end was kind of crazy. And because we haven't seen that all throughout the season. I don't even know if we had one like the last season.
I don't think we've seen it since Overwatch 2.
Right?
And even in Overwatch 1, it was quite rare to see a double overtime on Escort.
So this had to be my best of the day.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Well done, Danny.
For me,
thank you. I tried hard.
It's simple, guys. It's simple. The chatty is back. The hottie Ryan is back.
Chatty.
It's looking good. It's looking drilled. The whole London Spitfire. They play this comp so incredibly well. And still having a little bit of discretion, right? Still on Gerardo, thinking maybe this got full health for it. They didn't get full health, but they almost
they played dive.
They almost held back, right? Like it wasn't a complete beatdown, the full health, but it's okay. So my point is just I still like what London are doing. I want to see more from them. I think even top teams, this is going to be a major thorn in your preparations when you're, preparing to play against London next week.
I'm so happy you took a Reinhardt play. Thank you for that, Jake. As a Reinhardt player, it makes my heart warm. Now, I took another main tank play, but it's not what you think it is, and we've already seen it actually. Kellan, buddy. It was funny, okay? It was funny. You're a great player, Kellan. With tremendous respect for you, brother. But this was real funny. This can't happen. It's like hacked, bashed, and he's gone.
It's like at that moment, I know exactly what happened. He's swiping his mouse as he's bashed.
Oh, it's sad. The big point is it's sad, and then RuPaul says LOL.
And it didn't.
Does that make it worse?
I feel bad for you.
I think Kellan said, oh my god at the end too.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That happens to the best of us.
We had some APAC matches.
Yeah, but we got APAC.
Yeah. Well, guys, that wraps up our best of the day. Some good moments there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now we're going to take a look ahead to our APAC match schedule. Wow. This is what's happening in the Eastern region next week. We're going to kick things off with Seoul Infernal and Dallas Fuel, followed by, of course, the contenders team Dreamer is going up against the Seoul Dynasty, and Hangzhou Spark will face off against Poker Face. Now, of course, we in the West also have some matches going down. LA Gladiator will take on the London Spitfire, followed by the Boston Uprising and the Valiant. And then the last match of the day, we didn't have to wait long for that one. It is
that's true.
And the Florida Mayhem.
Came right up.
Came right up, the certified banger, so a lot to look forward to. And if you just can't get enough and you don't want to catch a break, well, we got you covered. Tomorrow, July 24th, you can catch all the contenders action. So head on over to overwatch.com/path2pro for more details on all of that. So, that was a mouthful.
Yeah, you did a great job.
You went off.
3 schedules back to back.
Gladiator Spitfire, hold on.
Yeah, no, that one's gonna be a fun.
Is it bad if I pred London?
Yes.
Gladiators lost both of their matches last week.
Also, Dallas Fuel is back. Dallas Fuel is back.
That's true.
Okay.
But Infernal's looking pretty good too. They're killing it right now.
But they were good already. We knew that.
Luckily, we don't have to do the APEC Preds because I would not want to do that.
I would be lost.
No, completely. Not just because we don't get to catch the action in action all the time, but also over there, I feel like every morning is a coin toss. Anything could happen.
There's a lot.
I look in our talent group chat and I know exactly when there's more than 5 messages, something happens, and that happens almost every time they're playing. So yeah, no, I'm keeping my fingers away from that one. You can only be wrong, and we don't like to be wrong here on the desk.
No.
Although we frequently do it.
Yeah, we were all wrong yesterday.
Right,
We're always wrong. It's rare that we're right. we're usually
true.
wrong.
But you know what that makes us? That makes us relatable.
True.
So, yeah, this one is actually all, for all our viewers out there. You are
For all
welcome.
the losers at home.
Like you, we suck.
That's not what I said.
That was what you said, Zoe.
That's what you said.
Well, you said we were wrong and they're wrong at home, so they're losers because we're
I just said
losers.
we are relatable.
Yeah, losers, let's go.
Anyway, we're all the same. That was my point. Anyway,
Oh, I love you, chat. I love you, chat.
Love you guys. Love the chat. Tune in again next week, of course, for all the action. Make sure to catch the contenders as well. We're gonna see you same place, same time. Bye.
Love you.
Peace.
Bye.